Because it is a competition. I walk around with an invisible number on top of my head, just like everybody else in this world. Whether you want to admit it or not.
You know what? Like every week they get better. It doesn't even really matter the topic, man. It's just, how can it be whack if everybody's being real?
Because there's a divine order to this. So if you want a woman to submit to you, you need to submit to God.
Polyamory is not based on I want to have sex with more than one person. Like, it's a committed relationship between a particular group of individuals, where it's 3 or 4, but they're not like, we're together, now we're going out, we're doing this. No, we're together. They're a relationship together.
Because it is a competition. I walk around with an invisible number on top of my head, just like everybody else in this world. Whether you want to admit it or not.
You know what? Like every week they get better. It doesn't even really matter the topic, man. It's just, how can it be whack if everybody's being real?
Because there's a divine order to this. So if you want a woman to submit to you, you need to submit to God.
Polyamory is not based on I want to have sex with more than one person. Like, it's a committed relationship between a particular group of individuals, where it's 3 or 4, but they're not like, we're together, now we're going out, we're doing this. No, we're together. They're a relationship together.
Because it is a competition. I walk around with an invisible number on top of my head, just like everybody else in this world. Whether you want to admit it or not.
You know what? Like every week they get better. It doesn't even really matter the topic, man. It's just, how can it be whack if everybody's being real?
Because there's a divine order to this. So if you want a woman to submit to you, you need to submit to God.
Polyamory is not based on I want to have sex with more than one person. Like, it's a committed relationship between a particular group of individuals, where it's 3 or 4, but they're not like, we're together, now we're going out, we're doing this. No, we're together. They're a relationship together.
Because it is a competition. I walk around with an invisible number on top of my head, just like everybody else in this world. Whether you want to admit it or not.
You know what? Like every week they get better. It doesn't even really matter the topic, man. It's just, how can it be whack if everybody's being real?
Because there's a divine order to this. So if you want a woman to submit to you, you need to submit to God.
Polyamory is not based on I want to have sex with more than one person. Like it's a committed relationship between a particular group of individuals, where it's three or four, but they're not like we're together and now we going out and we're doing this.
Hey, y'all. Hello. Welcome, everybody. I said hi to everybody. Like, I was trying to say hi to everybody that was in the chat. Welcome, y'all. I know y'all caught me yesterday on Jen's on the block with Jen. Oh Lord. I invited the ladies. So what's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome. I'm trying to read the comments as well as get into this topic. Cause I'm tired of this YouTube culture, y'all. We gotta talk about it. And I'm gonna invite some special guests to talk about it with us. Hey everybody, everybody's saying hi. I appreciate it. What mic model is this? Can you guys hear it? This is a blue, like that's the name of it, blue model. But this is a sticker. This is the this is the Amazon. I didn't buy the mic like that. Everybody keep asking me that, y'all. This is a sticker. Y'all so funny. Let me invite. Thank you, Doctrine. Oh my God, love you, Doctrine. I am so sorry. I really misinterpreted your message. I'm gonna publicly apologize to you. Play as fuck up too, L Doctrine. We mess up. I'm going to invite my guests up, guys. Because we are really just gonna talk about it. Y'all know my boy, Mr. Freezy, right? Freezy, he's a guest of honor every week. Hi, Freezy. You muted, huh? You muted. I can't hear you.
I said I had to level up for the show, man.
You did. Look at that.
I had to spend a couple of dollars. They say word is you're moving up in you're moving up in these YouTube
I'm
streets.
moving up in this YouTube street.
Word is,
I am humbled. Actually, I'm gonna remain like Tawana, from the block, right? Tawana, like.
Oh
like
yeah, always.
All right. This young lady, I met her in a really just good circumstance. We were just on the panel and we just vibes, and I just love her energy, and she just has some good perspective. So I love to have her on. Miss Mecca Slays. Hi, Mecca. Uh-oh. I think Mecca may be frozen. Oh, there you go.
Hi,
Mecca.
How are you?
Are you?
Hey, what's going on?
I cannot. We can't see your picture. I don't know if you got it off.
Is that better?
Mm-hmm. We saw it at first, but I don't know what happened. I just want you to know it's like a black screen. I was like, what? There it is. Yes. It's Mecca Slays.
But can you see me? You can't see me?
No, I can't
see
you.
I'm gonna go out and come back in, okay?
Yeah, come back and I'll bring you back.
Hey, shout out to Tristan in the chat, man.
Yes,
and
Tristan. Hey, Tristan.
Your Doctrine said he need to apologize to me. I don't know what for. I don't know. But.
You do? El Doctrine, you want to come up and apologize, or you just?
Yeah, let's see. Listen, Il Doctrine is like this mystery dude but he always leave the best chats and stuff, but he's like this mystery guy. He's a mystery.
Why does he need to apologize to you? Tell us.
I don't know, because I never.
You may not remember. Okay, let me put it in here. He said, he may not remember. In case he does remember, I once said something offensive about him. It was a case of mistaken identity with someone with a similar name.
Oh, yeah. Okay. Well, I received that, bro. Hey, let me tell you something, man. I don't get offended on these YouTube streets, man. Trust me, bro.
Yeah.
But I appreciate the gesture, bro. I really do. But it's all good.
Yeah, he's a good brother. Thank you, El Doctrine. Yes, we see you now. Hi, beautiful. Hello. I can't wait to get into this topic, y'all, because I'm really curious as to what y'all opinion is about some of these YouTube culture and experiences. Hello, Mother Twerk. She says, hello, Wana and everyone. YouTube, men exploit women and women help them do it. Girl, this ain't nothing but the truth. This line is nothing but the truth. Because why do we do it though, Mother? That's what I need to talk about, Mother Twerks. Why do we help them do it? That's what I want to talk about. Hello, B Rocks. Hello, B Boy, B Rock, B Boy. How are you? Welcome. Welcome, everyone. I am excited. I'm sure there's gonna be some trolls, today, because people, they don't like my conversation, Freezy. They don't like it, Freezy. They like, who this girl thinks she is? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not a girl. I'm an old lady, according to most of them. I'm old and I don't have no place with my opinion. Hey, on the block with Jen. Hey, Jen. So they do not like my opinions. You know what I mean, Freezy? They like silence this girl, put a muzzle on her. It ain't gonna work though. I can't hear you. I can't hear you, Freezy. You muted.
I keep muting myself for some reason, but I said they ain't gotta like it, Tawana. They ain't gotta like it as long as they stay respectful. That's the main thing. You know what I'm saying?
When they come in this YouTube space, they gonna respect me and they gonna respect everybody on my stage.
Look, you got crunk already. Look at you.
I'm not playing with them. I will kick you out in a minute. However, I don't want to kick people out that got a difference of opinion from me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I love those people. Actually, the people I welcome. Come on, come on up. Let's talk about it, right? Because I would love to hear that. But I don't want to, if you come in here and you can't have a conversation without name calling and talking crazy, you could just get on right up out of there, because I'm going to drill you first. Like, I'm going to go in on you and then I'm going to kick you out. Like, I'm going to wait and I'm going to go in on you, talk about you like really badly, and then kick you out. Yep. Yes, I am. Oh, Kevin Durant, he said, Angry Man was cooking. He was cooking us all day, huh? Oh, okay. I'm glad that we stay forefront in people's minds and hearts. That's fine. He want to cook about me. I am not gonna give him no free promo. That's for sure. I don't give free promo. However, if he would like my endorsement, tell him that he can inbox me and I will send him an invoice and tell him how much I cost per hour. Okay. If he would like me to endorse him and or support him, then tell him that I can inbox him my prices. Yep. And you can spread that message to him, Kevin. Anton said, hello, Anton. OnlyFans have women helping other women exploit themselves. They don't need men to do it.
Anton, stop it. You taking my talking points now. Come on, man.
That's an interesting perspective. Is that was gonna be your talking point? I can't wait to get on that one then. I can't wait to tear you up for that. All right. Hey, Sherelle. Hello. And welcome. Drop those jewels. I love it. I love it. So before we get started, y'all, I have something that I want to share. Let me see if I can share. Can I share I guess I got to share my screen, huh? I'm sorry. My kids, like, for real, they loud. Did I click off? Oh, okay. Actually, I honestly don't know how to share this one picture that I'm trying to share. Let me see if I can share this, y'all. Hold on, because I yelled at my kids without putting it on mute last time, and y'all was laughing at me. But I gotta yell at them again. So let me put this on mute before y'all be like, what is she doing?
I have kids, I understand.
Girl, listen, this is my space, okay? They shouldn't even be down here. But anyway, I'm trying to share this picture, Actually, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna put it up on my screen, and then I'm gonna put it up on my desktop, and then I'm just gonna share my desktop right quick because I want y'all to see this picture that I'm about to share before we get started. Um, and then we can get started on y'all see that picture?
Yes.
Okay, so before I get started, my girlfriend got engaged. I am so happy for her.
Yay.
Oh my goodness. Actually, y'all need to follow her too. Her name is Cubana Kiss. She has a YouTube channel as well. Her YouTube channel is dedicated to like she talks about like black owned businesses and things like that, which is really, really good. But she basically been with him for so long. They got engaged, and I'm so happy for them. I love them as a couple. They were already married, so this is really just solidifying it because they've already been operating as a unit.
Right.
And I told her, I'm like, I'm so happy for you. I can't wait to put you on blast because I just want her to know how excited I am for her. I wish her nothing but the best with her new relationship, her love. She is going to do great. She is going to be a great wife to him. I know her. I know her heart and her desire for him. She loves this man, loves him. But her name is Cubana Kiss. Um, and she is just like she's really funny. She has lots of content. So follow her if y'all want to just get some content. I wanted to give her a shout out before I got started with today's topics, y'all, because that's my girl. She got married. I mean, she got engaged like literally yesterday. And she texted
Aw.
me at like midnight, like, oh my God, he proposed. She was so excited. And I did the same thing to her when I got engaged. She was my only friend that was up because it was real late. Like me and my husband was up real late. I was like, was it a last minute decision? Why did you propose this late? No, I didn't say that. But he proposed super late. And I was texting all my friends and they were sleeping. They was like, bitch, we sleep. It was late at night. And I was like, I'm
Right.
sorry. I was just so excited. And she was the only friend that was like, hey, I'm so happy she was calling me. I'm like, girl, I just got engaged. Don't call me. I just wanted to text you. But it was so funny. So I'm so happy for her. I'm excited for
Aw.
them. So I just wanted to highlight that. So
Congratulations.
Yes.
Black love do
Welcome to
exist. Yes,
to wife
y'all.
life. Welcome to
Yes,
wife
black
life,
love
Chica.
do exist. Hey, AJ.
Big
What
dog.
What's happening?
Oh,
you doing?
I'm good.
You good?
Literally just got back in the house.
Oh, yeah. I know. It's been a busy, crazy day. How's everyone doing though? Like, are y'all off tomorrow? Because like I'm off.
I is.
No,
I
No,
ain't never
right.
off.
No, Mecca, you're never off, right? Because you
I'm not. We finished our last day shooting the music video. We had a 4 day shoot in New York, so
can you tell
tomorrow's
everybody
our
because you're
last
a
day.
producer, right? Like
A director, music
you're a
video
director.
director, commercial director, film director. So I am directing a music video in New York, back home, and yeah. So
Yeah.
tomorrow we have a big scene with the crowd and the basketball, and it's gonna be
Good.
cool.
So you
Yeah.
direct that is amazing. And you're in New York right now, right? You said you're in New
Right.
York.
I'm in
Yeah,
New
okay.
York right now. I go back home to my other home on Tuesday. I fly back home.
What about you, AJ? Are you off? Like, because I feel like you are.
Off as hell.
Yeah, because you're like like if you work in government or like if you work with government, we're off on
Hmm.
President's Day. So like I'm off for sure. What about you, Freezy? You off tomorrow or are you gonna be?
I ain't never off. I work for myself and I take care of my mom, so I ain't
I
never off.
forgot you a boss. Like, look, we work for the man. I'm still a slave to the man. You said you work for your self. Mm-hmm.
So
Then
crazy.
he's a slave to his consumer.
Right.
You hit it right
Either
on the
way,
head,
We're
AJ.
either
We're
way,
all we're
you
all
can
slave to somebody.
to somebody. Yeah, I swear. It's like, it's cool though. I'm glad I'm off. And we got off last Monday too. So we were off last Monday for whatever Lincoln's birthday or whatever it's supposed to be. I don't really care as long as we off. I don't give a damn
Yeah.
what the holiday is. And then
Basically,
this is President's Day.
hope y'all
So
don't mind me eating. By the way, I'm starving.
that's fine. But then like my kids are off too. So is it really an off day? Because like
No.
they gonna be there. So it's like,
Right.
mommy, can I have this? I'm gonna cook all day. It's not gonna be it. So yeah.
Mm-mm.
What L Doctrine say? What did he say? Is she trying to get Barbarian to dance at her bachelor? Who is he talking about? We be missing the conversation and everything. Who is this? They say much. Oh yes, my
Jen.
friend. Hey,
I
Jen.
that fucking avatar, man.
What's up,
Every time
Jen?
I see it,
That avatar is funny, right?
I love it.
Did y'all see us live yesterday?
Mhm.
Absolutely. I told you I was going to check it out. I was like, girl.
I watched it from the hotel room.
I was hanging out in the chat for a while. I was having fun in the chat.
Yeah, you were Freezy, and you did a shout out. I appreciate that. What y'all think about that? Because we ruffled some feathers, y'all.
Jen Juan Alicia.
I love that
Listen,
name.
I was like,
Jen, did you hear
what?
that?
I
Jen
was
Juan
like, they got
Alicia.
their foot on their neck. Like it was, I was like, okay, girl. All right.
Hey, Daryl. Thank you, Daryl. Yeah, we ain't come to play. We are
Mhm.
ready to roll anytime. Anything that come our way, we gonna take it. And it's so funny because lots of people are trying to like discourage me from talking. I'm almost gotten like threatening messages like, "You bet not. You need to stop." I was like,
For real?
are y'all like, yeah, it's
Why?
really weird. It's really
I
funny.
sent you one message and
No,
I'm
not
fucking-
you.
I'm playing.
Of course not you, AJ. It's like really just strangers, people who watch the show, who've been fans or whatever. They like, no, don't you get involved with this. Don't you,
Interesting.
don't do that. Don't do that. I'm like, well, why do y'all do that to the manosphere people who be talking crazy about women? Do y'all
No.
go in there? I said, do y'all go in their inbox and literally be like, you need to stop saying this stuff about
Nope.
this? What do they do that?
No.
But y'all
Mm-mm.
want to silence me because I'm I guess I'm the woman. I'm the more vulnerable one, right? I'm the one that's they seem to be like concerned about. I was like, do you think I'm in danger? That's what I asked one guy. It's like, do you think I'm in danger? And he was like, no, but I just think that you shouldn't be saying that. I said, well, if you don't think I'm in danger, and if I'm not saying anything that you feel is putting my life in danger, what is your issue? You can't just silence people. You have to be like, you can't. It's like
As they like to say, nobody is immune to criticism. So if you have an opinion and you want to get up here and create a channel and have an opinion, other folks are going to have an opinion on the opposite end of that.
Yeah.
And there's nothing really wrong with that.
I agree with you. B-Rock said that is confirmation to keep going. Haters are fans too. That's true. That's true. It's honestly all of so before I get started, so we're going to get started because this is really part of it. We had a lot of people who actually did reaction videos to it. We had a ton. And so what happened is some people kind of tagged me to like, hey, look, they're doing a reaction video and everything. And it was just interesting that it was a lot of men who did reaction videos. So we're the golden girls, we the old ladies.
Really? Is that what somebody said?
We the Golden Girls. And Alicia, she was like, I'm gonna go get my cane and my glasses. We're gonna really
Oh my.
put on some wigs. We're gonna really play into this Golden Girl thing. I was like, ooh, we the Golden Girls, okay.
But wait, the TLC picture.
That
Yes,
shit was flames.
that shit was
That
really
shit was super
good.
flames.
I agree.
Yes,
Shout
it
out to
had
On the
me.
Block with Jen. She is a genius with the marketing. So
Yeah,
it was
yeah,
that was really cool, right? Like
yeah,
that crazy, sexy, cool.
yeah. That was hot.
That shit was
That
flames.
that
They had
show
they
got
had the names under the right faces too.
Which one's the cool one?
I was the cool.
Oh,
No,
okay.
I was the cool one.
So who was the crazy
Just
one?
look at the picture, AJ.
Wait, who was the crazy one? Who was the crazy one?
Who y'all think?
Just look at the
guess.
picture, Matthew.
Who
You know
do
what?
think? Hey, Lucky.
I'm gonna go to Jen's
I ain't
channel
saying no
right
names.
now.
I ain't
Yeah,
gonna let
go
y'all
to
trick me.
you. Who y'all think was the crazy one? Who do you think?
We know. Listen,
Anton said, I find it very strange because Wanda, what you said is not that different than what the men say on the other side about the women.
Mm-mm.
Not a
Tell
thing.
me. Okay, tell me what part you think that I said. I mean, I guess I sometimes and it's okay. I get grouped in because I'm involved with Jen and Anna. So sometimes y'all group me into conversations that maybe I didn't say.
No,
So it's
he's
fine.
saying. Let me see. One of these it is not different than what men say on the other side. So how I'm reading this
Go
is
ahead.
that you are just as critical on your side of the fence as they are on their side of the fence, and you can be. You can be
Right.
as critical as you want to be.
That's true.
What's the
Nobody
difference?
has to agree with it. You know, it's totally up to you whether or not you want to agree with what's being said.
Right. Right. And I don't. Yeah.
the
So
thing,
you're
the
right.
thing
He
about
is
it is
right
when
in that way that I am not.
I'm looking at this picture too.
I guess he's trying to say maybe I'm no different. Like I'm no different than them. I do the same thing that they do.
I don't think so.
Yeah. I
Is
just do
he?
it. I just do it a little better than them.
Anton's not a detractor, is he?
I kind of maybe I don't know. Let him further explain.
But I just want to
He
know
said,
what is
where
the
are the
difference?
reactions? Oh, so I don't want to pub these people, L Doctrine.
Hey, salute, Lucky.
I honestly might. Hey, Beta Podcast. Oh my God. Wando handles her panel the best of most creators I've seen on the women. Thank you so much. Like I appreciate Beta Bell Podcast because he was really one of the men who kind of showed a good example of how men really should communicate with other women. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that he was like there was so many good examples yesterday of men who came on the panel who was like really good at communicating, who really didn't they were like good about responding to the points and not really like calling us out of our name or getting offended. Like it was really some good examples yesterday. I mean, we had some poor examples as well. Of course, it comes with it. But the good examples were like they were like, look, they may not have even agreed with everything, and we definitely didn't agree with everything that some of the men said, but it was a lot of men and good examples for us to be like, okay, I mean, yeah, we don't agree with you, but I understand your perspective, right? Yes, shout out to Beta Bell Podcast. I subscribed to your channel too. I really did. I subscribed yesterday because I was like, he was talking some good stuff. I want to hear I like to hear when people talking good stuff. I like to hear their content, and hear what they got to say. So yes. So here's the thing. I'll say a few. Well, so Angry Man did a play. I mean, he probably bashed us for like at least 5 hours. I think
Angry Man?
I
Who is
think
that?
in
I
the
don't know.
chat.
He has his own channel or whatever.
It's
So
called Angry Man.
Oh,
I
okay.
think so. And it was literal. It's probably still going on. He was literally on a rampage, like bashing us. And it I mean it really gets really scared, like violent after a while, where they're like, that bitch or not, kill her, like they're crazy, you know what
Kill
I mean?
her.
It gets to the point where men are so violent that they really just demonstrate why we think that some of them are monsters. They just demonstrate that to me. Like, if you are not a monster, your mind would never even go to some of those
Right.
places that they go to. If you're not really an animal, a psycho that can't control their temper, I will never have a real example of you being a psycho that can't control your temper. Like, you would literally be able to have a conversation or hear another perspective and respond to the points and not attack the woman. Like, do I care that they call me a bitch? No. Like, but do I see why women should be leery of men like them? Absolutely. And I think that women should pay attention to these type of individuals. And it's become part of the YouTube culture, unfortunately. It has. It's become part of the YouTube culture. It's kind of socially, it's accepted in this space.
Goes to your thumbnail. Stop being weird.
Stop being weird. Like, why are they weird? I just don't get it. Why are they?
Oh, Juana, I have a question.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cut you off.
Go ahead.
I have a question. Because with us both being wives, right? I know my husband literally sat down with me before I started. Because, you know, I had a YouTube, but it was vlogging. And when I started coming on panels, he said, let me tell you something. You already know. And I was like, I'm good. Like, I know. Okay. And then when I was on a panel and then one of the guys tried to come for me, I knew it. My husband walked up those stairs, opened the door and looked at me like, I was like, I'm good. I promise you I'm good. Mm-hmm. So my question is, how does, and I'm not trying to get personal because, you know, people take your personal business and act crazy. Yeah. But as wives, how does your husband feel? Because I know mine is like, he got one time. And I'm like, oh, I don't want it to, you know what I'm saying? Because men are crazy. These males are crazy out here. And of course, our husbands are going to want to protect us. So how does it, you've been in this space for a long time. What would you tell me coming in new with a husband, with my personality? You know what I'm saying? Saying what I want to say and not letting no one come for me. What would you give, like, advice you give me and other women?
I'm really happy you asked that question.
Yeah.
Because, like, when I first got into the YouTube space, my husband wasn't okay. So he understood that I was doing like a podcast type thing, but he didn't we didn't know exactly what it was. Right.
Yeah.
And so when he started listening, he was like, why are you on these shows? Like, what the hell is wrong with you?
Right.
Like, these men are crazy. Like, no, I don't like it. So then he literally started listening, you know, here and there. And then he heard one thing and he was like, and I was like, babe, if you would have heard other stuff, you probably would have. I mean, that was like mild compared to some of the things that I had experienced before that. And so we literally had our moment where we reacted to something in the moment.
Yeah.
After that, we talked about my YouTube career and how I wanted to, you know, what I wanted to do, what my direction was. And we understood that I was going to get a lot of backlash as a result. Right. And we're not going to start, like, he's not going to be addressing these YouTube beefs. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, now real threats is a difference. YouTube beefs, he's staying out of that, right? Like, this is to him, this is like girly conversation.
Right. Yes.
He don't want to, but he wants to see people in person, and it's not going to be stuff like that. So I feel like this is, for him, it's like, this is my career, and he understands that because I'm vocal in certain areas that I'm going to get a lot of backlash. So for him, it's more so that he not going to entertain it unless it's a problem, like, for real, right? And I mean, there ain't no problems because these are YouTube people. Come on. The men are like attacking me. I'm a woman. Like, come on now.
Well, the way it should be is especially if you're on the panel with other men should step up and check disrespectful men. You know, your husband he at the time in the moment he doesn't have access really to check these men, but the men that's on the panels, if they have access to check these other men, they should.
Yeah.
Especially if you're a man that's running the channel. If you're running the channel, you should
Yep.
take full responsibility at checking who's ever on the panel that's disrespecting a female.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
mean,
I mean, and
this
me,
way it's supposed
Right.
to
to
go.
be honest, I have just learned. I mean, this if this is going to be your career and this is what you're gonna do, you're gonna get backlash, right? Your husband can't fight everybody in like you shouldn't even want him to. Like,
Right.
I think that there are some real threats that we gonna take seriously, and like if they think that they're going to like defame me, like I'm on the Cardi B train, I have a lawyer, like I'm going after them, and I'm making that very clear that if I hear anybody defaming me at any moment, lying on me at any time, that I will pursue it. But if it's just like these YouTube beefs or whatever, I mean, at this thing, I'm not gonna like involve my husband, right?
No.
But we
Exactly.
talked about it. We talked about like him coming on a show. So he's going to. So in the future, my husband's gonna come on, and like me and him are we gonna have a conversation, and like we're gonna let AJ. I'm gonna let you be on because obviously
Hey,
AJ got like a relationship with my
Bring my
husband
frat
already.
brother on the
Yeah,
show.
so we're gonna talk about it, and we we
Nice.
we we really gonna like y'all can ask him questions and everything, and he's willing to do, it, but he ain't gonna be on for long because he's like, look, you'll be doing 2-3 hours. Like, I just want to come on for a little bit of time. So my husband is like, he's gonna come on, just so y'all can hear his side of it and get his opinions about stuff. But yeah, he's not going to get involved in our YouTube beefs. He just, it's not unless it's like a real threat, which it's not.
No.
You know, to me, then we don't need to take it seriously. It's just like YouTube. He knows that like
Yeah.
people are going to have backlash because of the things that I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
it's just what it is, right? Um,
Right.
how come it's not clear what I said again? Okay. So he's being a little catty. Okay, that's fine. Go ahead, be a little catty. I simply said you're not saying anything different than what the men are saying on their channel, so there shouldn't be any hate or anger towards you. Okay. I'm sorry. I don't understand. Like, text is not a good communication tech for me. You can
well,
ask anybody in my life,
let's lend you some grace on that a little bit too. Just because what you guys deal with when you get up here on a regular basis, you're used to being attacked, so it's
That's true.
easy to like jump
It
immediately to
really
defense
is.
mode.
It really is. And he's right. He's right. It's like I didn't, I'm not trying to come at you any old kind of way, but sometimes it's like, dang, can y'all just every time I got to hear some feedback and some conflict, that's what it is, I
Don't
feel.
worry, I'll mansplain it for you. I'm good at that.
Thank you. You did a great job. From the very beginning, I think as early as 2002 or so, I have insisted these arguments must take place. On the other side are neat, orderly, and solution finding conversations. I get it. I agree with him. And El Doctrine, yeah, you usually bring some balance to these conversations for sure. I think men can only exploit women when the women allow it. Yeah. Yeah, I do. I agree. I mean, we gonna talk about it. Here's the thing. Let me say this. I think everybody's answering my first question, which is, do you guys think that men exploit women in the YouTube spaces? And so why or why not? Like either way, I would love to hear you guys' opinion about that.
Go first, Freezy.
Well, we know, of course, men exploit women. That's the easy answer. Men do exploit women. But I do think the tide. I think the tide has changed in the past recent years. Early on, especially in the '90s, rappers, entertainers exploited women. It was a cash cow. Now, women have understood the game. They see the come up. So instead of being exploited, I feel like for the most part they've taken matters in their own hands. Instead of being pimped, they're they're running the show themselves. So I think that's the big difference. They're getting a bigger piece of the pie instead of being exploited. That's my take on it.
So some women, even though they know that the men are using them, they're getting something in exchange. Maybe it's financial gain, it's something.
Yeah,
That's what
why
you're
should I
saying.
why should I let you exploit me when I can get 100% of the profits for myself? That's
Right.
crazy. So
Right.
they figured it out.
Oh, oh, he left. Okay. Yeah, I agree. Okay. I hear you. What y'all think, Mecca? You want to go next? Like, what do you think?
Yeah.
Do men get exploited or do women get exploited in these YouTube streets?
I don't think as much. Like I think what Frieza is correct. Like I think now women they have the control, to be honest with you, of when and if they do get exploited. I think maybe before we didn't have so much control of it, but now that they see that there is, honestly, you can make a lot of money right now. You know what I'm saying? You can make a name for yourself. You can build a career right now off of some of the things that men are saying and doing and stuff like that when it comes to women. And but we are more so in control of it. You see what I'm saying? And I think some women like it, to be honest with you. You know what I mean? If it's
Mhm.
a chess move or whatever, because you gotta have your chess move here and there. And I think that that's where we are right now. Yeah,
Mm. Hey Shay, welcome.
yeah.
Hey guys, can you hear
How
me?
you
What's up, Shay?
doing?
Hey.
Hey.
So AJ, what you think? Do men exploit women in these YouTube spaces?
I mean, I can't give you like an emphatic no, but I also can't say that it's a I can't say it's specific to just men exploit women. I'd hate to be this middle ground guy on this one, but people exploit people, and what I mean by that is whatever viral moment we can attach ourselves to, we're gonna grab that. So and I mean, you could take a look at the way that some videos may be edited, or where you might be up on a panel and you may say something that's a little bit controversial, and then somebody clips that and puts it back out, and makes a clickbait title from it. I mean, is that a way or a pseudo way of exploitation? Potentially, right? I know there's one clip out there of me that was, it wasn't like completely chopped up, but it was chopped in favor of the person's channel to make a viral moment out of it, or at least a moment out of it. I don't want to say, because it didn't really go viral, but a moment out of it. So was I exploited in that moment? I don't know. I just think it's opportunity. People seek opportunity wherever they can get it. KS is a perfect example of that, because you hear it all the time. For 3 years, he shitted on men and blah, 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 blah. And, he didn't get big or blow up until he started to speak to women. So once you realize what makes you the money, that's the train you ride.
Yep.
So
Yeah, I agree. I think that that's also a good point. What you said is that women are not the only people who get exploited in these spaces.
Hmm.
Anyone who goes against their, I guess, their agenda, right, or their narrative, it will probably be exploited. So even if you're a man
mm-hmm.
and you go against whatever the agenda is, right? Like if they're trying to say, oh, like let me prove that this person is a simp, or let me show you how this person is a beta, or let me show
Mm-hmm.
you whatever, right? Or even if it's the opposite, right, where we're trying to expose the psychos and aggressive men, right? So you put yourself in a situation where you're always, if my channel is specifically to highlight how men are aggressive and crazy, and then you come on my channel and you show that you're aggressive and crazy, I might snip
Hmm.
it and be
Mm-hmm.
like, look at the aggressive crazy man, right?
Right.
So I think you have to be conscious of the fact that yeah, you can be exploited. Like as a woman, I was participating in them getting content about like for my viral moments, right? So like there
You
was
really
moments.
should send out some invoices, as you said last night.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm gonna start sending out invoices, and I was just letting people know, like before I promote you, you're gonna have to have a. It's gonna be an invoice. Yeah. Like, why would I come on your channel? Yeah, I'll come, but you're gonna pay me to come on your channel. But anyway, so I was participating in exploiting. I mean, in being exploited because I knew that they were using me for my. I'm emotional. I can be feisty. I know what people want me on the channel for. and I was
Mhm.
participating and doing exactly what they want me to do, right? I was acting a fool, cursing people out. So of course I participated in being exploited. The moment
Mhm.
that you decide, like, why am I gonna do that? Yeah, Shay laughing at me. Right. Why am I gonna do that? I'm not gonna let
If
somebody
if
put
if
me
you're
on
on a
that.
channel like that, how can you? I'm saying you're gonna be yourself,
Right. It's right.
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yeah.
So how can you avoid it if you're on these panels? I mean,
You can't avoid
I'm
it.
going to
You
be
know what?
myself. I mean,
Exactly. I'm just gonna go
Yeah.
in. Yeah, I'm just gonna go in. That's why I'm not gonna participate. So here's the thing: if they pay me and I'm going in because I'm getting paid and I have an
Well,
invoice to come on your channel, cool.
gotcha, gotcha.
But if not, and now I'm not gonna do it for free for these losers, right? Like I'm not about to just come on a show and get them a show for free. Like now y'all gonna have to hit me up.
Mhm.
My email is in my bio. Hit me up, and y'all gonna have to pay me to come on y'all show and act.
F you pay me.
F y'all
Makes sense.
pay me. Other than that, you gonna see me on Wanna Chica, and you gonna see me on the block with Jen
So you
TLC.
saying the exploitation got to be on both sides?
Yeah, I'm like the women. Let me take control of my exploitation. If I'm gonna be exploited, y'all, I'm gonna get the money, not
Exactly.
you. Yeah,
Exactly.
no, I
Exactly.
agree with y'all that
I ain't mad at you.
women are kind of like, yeah, I'm gonna be exploited anyway. I want Shay to come back because I really want Shay to answer this. Um, I feel like women are kind of thinking like, well, they're gonna exploit us anyway, so why don't I see? But the women that come on to, like, for instance, Fresh and Fit, right? They're not getting paid for that.
No, they also don't
Mhm.
necessarily. The vast majority of them don't even know what they're getting into.
Yeah, like they don't get paid for that. So you come on there to be humiliated, disrespected, and you like have to sign a waiver to say that they can use the content before you even come on, and then you don't get paid. And they most of the people don't have a viral moment and or they don't get recognized afterwards. So you really just kind of did what? You disrespected yourself, you humiliated yourself for absolutely no reason. So what I'm not going to do is participate in panels where I know what their objective is. For what? Like why would I do that for free?
yeah. So,
That's true.
Go ahead, Shay. I want
yeah.
you to
So,
respond. I saw you kind of got off, but I would love to hear your perspective.
yes, my connection is a bit weird. So,
Okay.
uh, can you hear me?
Uh-oh. It went out, but that's okay. Cool.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, it's going in and out, Shay. Dang. What's up
Uh,
with you, Shay? Where you at? Where's your
is
internet messed up?
it's I'm talking from my phone. So, but I'm gonna try
Hmm.
to switch to my laptop soon.
Okay.
But is it clear now?
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, cool. So, yeah, yeah, we've had discussions about these kinds of things, and so I tend to ask stupid questions, and when I discuss these kinds of things with people to see if we actually are sure about what we're saying and our thinking processes. So just to be clear, you're fine to be paid to be devalued online. Is that what you're sure you're saying? So, like I said, it's a stupid question, right? But
No,
it's
Shay,
actually
it's not a
something.
stupid question.
Yeah,
I love your questions because
It's actually a good challenging question.
me and you. First of all, this ain't Shay. Shay knows what he's doing. Me and him
no,
go.
I don't.
Me and Shay go back and forth
Set it up,
all
set it
the
up,
time.
Shay.
Shay is doing this on. He knows what he's doing, and
I
you
don't
know what,
know.
Shay. I think that my point is that no one is going to actually pay me probably for this, right? Like, it's something
No,
that
you
they
could.
it's something I think that you're exploited more so when you don't know the terms up front, right? When you're naive to the situation, when you go
Yeah.
into it with a vision that there's going to be some sort of cohesion and then you are bombarded, right? I think that that's when you're exploited.
That part.
That's the part.
That part.
I think with
Mhm.
me, if I know, for instance, if I know I'm gonna call them like Raggedy Bandit, right? Because I'm not gonna call what like if I know I'm going on a Raggedy Bandit show, and I
Mhm.
know that the purpose of their show is to degrade Black women, but I'm going into it knowing that that's the purpose, and also I require them to pay me to come on the show if that's what they want to do, right? Then I know what I'm doing. I know that I'm going on the show. I know what my intention is, and I know I'm going on there to get in their asses. Like I'm literally going on there just to clown them because I know that they just want to exploit me. It's different than me going on the show like, oh yeah, this is going to be a great conversation. I'm going to have a viral moment.
Wait, so
And then I turn out to be humiliated and degraded. That's different.
So
Yeah.
when you're speaking of the first person like that, you, just so we're all clear, you're talking about that specific setting that we all are familiar with, right?
Yeah, but
Okay.
I think there's other ways that women get exploited by men in YouTube. But yeah,
Yeah,
I
but
think there's other ways.
yeah, so a lot of the times when we don't see things the same way, it's because I think so. When I try to rationalize things, it's not because I think it's a masculine thing to do. It's so that I don't make a mistake in ascribing intentions and stuff like that to people where it actually doesn't. That's not the case. So in your case, I don't know that you personally have been exploited so far. You've been taken advantage of, probably, but that's not necessarily the same thing.
Right.
But what I wanted to, I've been itching to try to let you know is if people don't like you, or are they're aggressive to you, they will display that in all. That doesn't really have much to, like, that's a separate thing from being like, if you want to get paid to be disliked and attacked online, you just have to be sure that that's what you're you know what you're doing.
I understand what you're saying.
You're
Like,
take your
you're
feelings
just
out
saying
of
I
it.
shouldn't tolerate it regardless of whether I'm being paid or not. It shouldn't be something that I participate in. I get you. I
No,
understand.
So,
No, I'm
but
saying
can I
that
offer?
I
exploiting
don't
part
even
is
think
what
he's saying
I
that
don't
though.
think. No, exactly, Freezy. No, I'm not saying that at all.
Okay,
I'm
well, tell me
saying
today, because sometimes
I'm
sometimes Shay, I don't know what you're trying
like
to say,
I run around.
man.
Yes, okay. So I don't really. I'm not sure how women are being. Okay, let's not say women. Let's say you specifically. I don't
No, you can
know
say
how you've been
women
exploited.
because I definitely have been exploited because what happens is I've been in spaces where I didn't know that I was the target and or I was being used for certain purposes. I didn't know that
Absolutely.
I
That's
was
just people. Yeah.
I was being gaslighted. There was like intentional things happening behind the scenes that I wasn't aware of that was like intentional to make me behave certain ways. There were intentional, like there were strategic plans to kind of make me represent something that they wanted. So like, yes, I have been exploited for sure. I know that you have an opinion about it, but I definitely have. I have clear examples of it. I'm not going to talk about it online because I don't even want to give light to the way that I've been exploited, but I explained briefly that there have been plans behind my back to humiliate me, to devalue me, to discredit me. That is a clear exploitation. Like, yeah.
And
Sure.
and I mean, exploitation in of itself has a very basic definition. You know, it's super basic. It's just taking full advantage of something or somebody, some sort
And
of,
I've been taken advantage
you
of
know,
for sure.
and you know, and so when you have a
Usually to some
particular,
benefit, right?
yes,
Right.
and using it to a benefit, absolutely. So
And
if you have
they
a
definitely
moment,
benefited.
if you have a moment, like there was a moment or example that you know, where a scenario occurred on a particular panel or something happened, and then there was a 3 or 4 hour stream later on dedicated specifically to just wanna about that one scenario, that one
Definitely.
situation. And there were super chats being thrown left and right and all this other stuff. And so it is a form of exploitation. Is it, but I think the offering question we really need to put up here is it necessarily a bad thing? You know,
That's true.
I mean, because
That's a
because
good
you took
question.
because you took accountability earlier on by saying you willingly participate in
Exactly.
these particular scenarios. So it's not necessarily a bad thing, because if something crazy were to happen here tonight, guarantee you there's going to be a clip about it later on. You know, and that's okay.
We
Hey,
got to
Hanifa.
understand.
Hey, Hanifa. Hey, Hanifa. Love you. I had to shout her out. Go ahead. Go ahead, Freezy.
We got to understand. You ain't even got to look out for being exploited no more. Most people want to be exploited. You know, most people on YouTube, social media, they're in the business of they're hoping they get exploited so they can have a viral moment. They're
They
running
want a
in the
viral
streets
moment.
naked.
Yeah.
But they
They're
want a
doing
viral
crate
moment, though.
challenges.
Yeah.
You feel what I'm saying?
Right.
though?
Yeah, Freezy. But see, they want a viral moment. In my
Right.
case, I'm not anticipating that, right? I'm thinking that I'm just being part of the panel and they end up being the target or the topic of discussion and you're blindsided, right? You're like, wait, I'm supposed to be just like you don't see it coming.
Well, you're being
And
sincere about giving your views and stuff. You're not really
right.
thinking about getting exploited. But I
Right.
feel
I'm
what
not thinking that I'm like, oh my God, like I'm about to be right. I'm in a bad situation. Now I'm not, I mean, now I'm smart enough not to do those things. But at first, when I first got into the space, I didn't know. Now I know how to walk
Mhm.
away. Now I know how to get off, when I'm in situations, I know what to do. Now when I'm presented with certain circumstances and I reject a lot of people and a
you're
lot of,
seasoned. You're
yeah, I'm
seasoned.
seasoned.
Yeah.
It takes time, but I want Shay to finish his point because I know Shay was trying to get me. Go ahead, Shay. Come
No,
on,
and
come on, Shay.
she
I want to,
literally
yeah. And
always
I know what you on, Shay.
I
No, I'm just playing. Go
Get
ahead,
a
Shay.
shade.
she
Get her.
no she
Get
literally
him.
she tends to like even like in the chat or like when we speak she I think she thinks that I disagree with her like the way no and it's not really like I'm trying to get her no I'm just trying to make you see like guys have to go through this we really like we have to understand ourselves like I think so I was trying to get AJ's I like that AJ was trying to like he went for the meaning of exploitation because if we're talking about manipulation, that's a different thing. So if someone knows that I'm temperamental, and then they know that if they said certain things and that would push my buttons, and I respond, I haven't understood myself well as a man and as a human being, right? So I have to ask myself, okay, why my buttons are easy to press? Why does someone feel you get what I'm trying to say? So
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I get.
um
So let me
yeah.
read El Doctrine. He said, I wouldn't go on a show if I think the host has a history of being disrespectful to people who share similar views to mine. I would only go on a safe and friendly podcast, and I agree with them.
I don't
Um,
know. Like,
yeah,
I think for me, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
go ahead. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Um, See, I don't mind others' point of view, right? I don't mind having a difference of opinion. I don't mind conversing, but I do think he's right in a way because in this space I've learned. First of all, I didn't even know YouTube had this space. Okay, I thought we was just learning tutorials, DIYs, makeup guru. I
Exactly.
didn't had you.
Right.
I never knew. Okay, ever. And I think in this space anyone, especially I think women, have to know number one, that's what this is about. To be honest with you, most, especially, in a manosphere, you know, it is about this. It is about, maybe exploiting and doing all these different things and trying to be viral moments and you know what I'm saying? So we have to know that number one. Number two, then we have to be really subjective, like you said, of who we actually deal with. You don't really know until you unfortunately, you don't know until you actually deal with a person, and then we can make smart decisions. But like if I've never seen anything literally, seriously. I know every community got their problems, Juana, but this is different.
It
This whole
is.
space and the way people get so personal and so violent and so like, I'm like, wow, it's just a difference of opinion. What's the issue?
Yeah, it's
No one
definitely
thinks
weird,
the
Mecca.
same. It's
Yeah.
weird. Like, why are we upset? Like, that's your opinion. When did we stop
Yeah.
having opinions and like when did we all want to become the same person and think the same? I don't know
Well,
when that happened.
well, it come. Go ahead, Shay. You were gonna say something. I don't want to jump over you.
Yeah, and I tried hard. I literally tried hard not to cut butt in. But I think a lot of the
Okay, go
women
ahead.
are cool. I think a lot of women talk like they don't know how men talk to each other. A lot of what you see is like that's how guys are. So a lot of what seems like monstrous and crazy and violent, I see it as okay, that's just guys being idiots.
See,
I promise.
it's normal to you, right?
And from where I come from, yeah, go ahead.
It's normal to you when you see that. For me, I'm like, you guys are monsters. Like me, I'm like thinking that those men are complete monsters, and you're like,
Yeah.
no, this just kind of like guy talk. It's not that big of a deal. And Shay always tells me, he's like, I mean, he kind of like brings it back
I do
to
try
like
to, yeah,
to
like
help me see it as a like,
it's
you
not
know,
that
don't pay
much of
attention
a.
to that so much. Pay attention to this. You know, he's very good about doing that. But I'd be like, Shay, they crazy. Like they fucking crazy. That he knows. I'm stuck on that point. But go ahead, Mecca.
I
Mm.
have never in my life, I promise you, I have three brothers. We have most males in my family, okay? Uncles, cousins. Never heard, and I've heard everything, okay? From
Yeah.
being around them growing up. I've never heard some of the stuff I hear on these panels and in the social media. And even still, I'll go to my brothers because my brothers are real street dudes. You know what I'm saying? New York all day. They're not like button up. They street, and I'm like, Beta. You ever heard of Beta? He's like, what's that? What's that? What's that on the computer? What is that? I don't know what that is. Like they literally still. This was the other day, and I'm like, they don't know these people. They literally
They don't know
don't
those
know
terms. These are all new terms and stuff like that.
all all the
Let me
terms.
shout out Sugar Bum. I'm sorry. Hey Sugar
I love Sugar
Bum.
Bomb.
Hey April Carter. I just want to shout them out because
Hanifa
they
got a
know I
dope
love them.
comment up here.
Yeah, they know I love them. You said what? Hanifa
Yeah, she's got a
had a
really
good
good
comment.
comment.
Where is it? Let me see. I'm like, you know, these are like lagging or something.
Oh, okay.
Let me
Oh, it
see.
might be way behind. Yeah, once you
Okay.
see it, it boils down
April
to.
said, this is why folks need to
Mm.
do their research before they hop on anyone's panel. All it takes is a little investigating
Yeah.
to see what the panel is about. Look how the host treats its guests. April, that is
That's
100%
true.
right. I love that. El Doctrine
Look
said,
at look at April
King.
thirst trapping in her picture. We see you.
Uh-oh, he said you thirst trapping in the pit. Hey, bro, she looking good too. Okay, so here's the
Mhm.
thing. El Doctrine said, King, Uncut, Wana, Jen, even Themis would would to share a panel with Anna, but I think she's too inconsistent to predict. Up level glow, etc. Okay, yeah. All
Mm.
right, that's a good
Um.
opinion. I don't.
Y'all like the
Mm.
Hanifa's
When I
comment
think
too.
of a tangible example of exploitation, I think of the music industry. For the most part, record labels, execs exploit artists in all totality, for sure. Right.
Yeah,
Like
absolutely.
that's a clear
Yeah,
example
but
of
the artist could.
exploitation. Yeah. What you say? What you say, Shay?
Yeah, but yeah, that's part of what because I see myself as an artist of sorts, but that's part of what I try to say about these kinds of things. Like artists should read these contracts and things like I don't know, yeah, that. I
But
don't want to go too deep into
do
that,
you
but
think like
I just
do you think though they would, because see the thing is like you want to be famous, right? So bad, right? That would whatever the contract said, would it not even matter
Mhm.
because people really just want to have that time, that chance to
Mhm.
shine, and they need the
Mhm.
backing of, or they feel that they need the backing of the industry and the money and like the, you know, the support for the marketing and everything. So I understand what you're saying that they should read the contract, but is that really realistic to expect, you know, someone to do that?
Yeah, I mean, if you go back to like, and for those of us that saw like the TLC documentary and stuff like that, you're so hungry to get into the industry and get that record deal. And you're not really looking at your contract. You don't care about it. You don't care that the record label owns you basically, and you're not going to get shit
Mhm.
out of it. You're just waiting for that bonus check so you can go buy
Mhm.
your. I think they said they had bought like some crappy SUV too or whatever, but that's just what they were looking for. So
Oh
I mean,
yeah, you saw those weak ass trucks in the movie.
yeah,
They
but
had like
so
those Toyota
they
like
sure did, yeah. But
SUVs or something.
exploitation is literally it is a thing, and I don't necessarily think it's bad. I agree with you, Shay. We should be a little bit smarter. Um,
uh, yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, so smart. So because I don't want to go into I don't want to get into the trap I
Wait,
often
one
get,
minute. Hey,
which is
OG Patrice.
trick.
I have to shout out OG Patrice. That you know she's from Chi-Town like me. You know that's like I never cannot say anything about OG Patrice. Hey, OG Patrice, thank you so much for supporting me. CKQ said podcast. CKQ podcast said exploit. Interesting. He
Interesting.
said interesting. He said that I want to know what you mean by that. Exploit. He said interesting. I'm using a harsh word, I guess. Exploit. They like, no.
Well, a lot of words like these are weaponized.
Yeah, I
Exploit
know.
sounds so bad,
It sounds
but
really
It
bad.
has an intent. It's the intention part that's like really,
that's a good
because
point.
then
So
you're yeah.
here's what exploit means. It says make full use and derive benefit from a resource, a bold and daring feat. I believe that that's what they do. Like
But
that's what they do.
Shay just nailed it.
Go
He
ahead.
just
What did he say?
nailed it.
What did
Go
he
ahead,
say?
repeat yourself.
I didn't hear. I
What
didn't
I
hear you,
know, sorry.
Shay, because I
You
wanted. I
said
want to highlight
I think
he said
I lost the
intent.
hammer.
Intent.
intent.
Yeah.
It's the intent.
That is the
Yeah.
key. What is the intent on said exploitation? Because there is a certain level of exploitation that is mutually beneficial. So here I am, for example, let's say I'm a photographer. I'm
Right.
going to exploit your beauty to make money, and we are both going to benefit off of said money. You're going to be on magazines, and you're going to explode and boom and all that other great stuff. That's a mutual intent. It's a mutually exclusive
Yeah, but here's
relationship,
the
if you will.
thing. Here's the
But if
thing.
I'm going to exploit you to make
Yeah.
a viral moment out of you and get you trashed in these YouTube streets and get you threatened and all that other stuff, then that goes to Shay's point. There's a negative intent there.
Here's the thing, though, and here's the definition of exploitation, though, Shay. The act or fact of treating someone unfairly. Okay, so it's unfairly in order to benefit from their work. So your intent is already wrong because you don't intend to treat them fair, right? You want them to be the weaker person or be presented as
That's
whatever, right?
intent.
Like your
That's intent.
intent
Yeah.
is wrong. Your intent is wrong. When you are exploiting someone, it's negative. It's not. I know we spinning it to say,
We know that.
yeah.
No, we literally see. I think because you're in the music industry, sort of, right?
I want to be seen too because this, this
Yes, sir.
comment's
Yes,
covering my
sir.
face and I don't like it. I'm sorry.
Let me also read. Oh, Shay went out. Let me read what Hanifa said. She said, Wana, I'm learning most of us just want to be seen and heard. Okay, cool. Then what? What are you showing and what are you saying? Absolutely. Absolutely, 100%. Because I feel like that's a huge thing. Go ahead, Mecca.
Well, to her point, to Hanifa's point, that is so true. That is so. I think it's like, but what do you like? What's your motive? Like, what's your, you know what I'm saying? What is your end goal here? So I think that we do need to think more so also about our end goal, not so much about, don't let the being viral or, whatever, overpower what your end goal really is. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, yes, I want that fame. Everybody wants fame. Everybody wants that. Okay. But at the end of the day, is it going against your goal of what you're trying to do? Because everyone that has a channel, they have a goal. Their goal is XYZ, right? So if you're being, in my opinion, if I'm being, well, now that she read okay, so now the definition just threw me because I knew what it was, but when she put in the bad intent part, it's like,
well,
No,
go ahead, Shay.
it's like
yeah,
it kind of
because the intent is what's at the core of what she's really trying to get at. And because I think AJ and Tracy are familiar with the actual the first thing that got me interested in her. So like I think she's trying to ascribe intent where it is not necessarily the case. But before I say that, like with the artists, the person offering you the contract knows you're hungry. They know you're hungry for something. They know you're desiring of something. That thing usually has vanity attached to it. Then that vanity thing is what most companies succeed on. You want to be famous, you want to be rich, blah blah blah, but they're gonna offer you something that you're not likely to see if you don't have like a lawyer or a good manager by your side. They would want to
Right.
maximize every single cent of the dollar that they can on you over the long term. So
Right.
for like very shady shark type business people, that's sort of standard. So it's up to you to say yes or no. In Juana's case, I was trying to say that, so what she was trying to present, I was trying to tell her it really depends on the company that you're even talking about in the first place. If I were to go on the guys over at the Lapif joint, they wouldn't let me on to their thing because I would destroy every single argument that they would make. They're not. I don't want to start to put them down, but they're the types of guys that they make very strangely cheap arguments. Um, but but what I'm trying to say is those types of guys, it's not necessarily like they get together to scheme.
Ah, I need my man to get some like
His,
killer
his,
internet.
his
Can I
internet is
can I say something?
trash today. Go ahead, Freezy.
Well, whether we like it or not, all of this is some type of entertainment, right? All of it
Yeah.
is,
That's right.
That's right.
and
I'm
it's
pretty
it's
boring.
it's uh it's three, to me it's three. My opinion is three type of people in this entertainment world. It's the people that's doing the exploiting, it's the people that's getting exploited, and it's the people that don't know what's going on. They don't know if they're getting
Mm.
exploited. They just desperate for attention.
That's right.
So a clear example of that, I don't know if you guys caught, and if you haven't, you need to go to Tasha K's channel and catch her one of her latest interviews. There's a guy, he moved in with Heather Hunter. I don't know if y'all seen this interview, but it's spicy. That's all I gotta say. And
Interviewed who? Who was it again?
oh, I forgot the guy's name, but
Uh-huh.
he moved in with Heather Hunter. She was a porn star. I
Oh, the
don't know if
old
y'all
porn
know.
star, man. I remember her from HBO late nights.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's
so
classic.
okay. So there's like a
Okay.
reality
I
show
was
or
watching her
YouTube.
when I was 16.
You
No,
say
no,
YouTube?
Heather Hunter is a real
She's a
famous
goat.
porn star.
She's a
Okay.
goat.
But she
Okay.
she's became very powerful in the entertainment industry.
Hmm.
So
Okay.
so this guy, he was as a young kid, he moved in with her trying to get a record deal. And she was trying to put him on with Wyclef. I don't want to go into all the story because y'all need to watch it for yourself, but just to say the least, Wyclef on some other shit. He was on he on some other shit. So he was trying to get
I gotta
pleasures
watch it.
from Wyclef was trying to get pleasures from the little boy, right? And Heather Hunter was in cahoots.
Is this allegedly? Because I don't want my channel to get
Well,
Allegedly.
shut
no, no,
Say
down.
it.
no.
We'll
Listen,
just say
listen, listen,
allegedly.
listen.
Allegedly.
Allegedly,
Okay.
but
Okay.
Tasha K is trash, April. Go on.
but also
Allegedly.
the boy came with quote unquote receipts. Okay, so
Mm.
I'm just letting you know this right here.
Oh,
How
So
old?
Lord.
How old was the boy?
well, when he moved in with Heather Hunter, I think he was about 17 or something like that.
Oh.
So to make a long story short, he had a love affair with Heather Hunter, but he didn't know that Wyclef had paid her a lump sum of money to groom him. This is what's going on in the industry. He was getting groomed for Wyclef,
I
right?
feel dirty.
So basically what I'm saying is by the time he turned 28, which was roughly 10 years later, Heather Hunter, she had a weak moment, and she told him the truth about why she brought him into this world, and his heart was broke or whatnot, and he realized he was being exploited for 10 years. Right now, he's doing interviews, and he learned the game. During that course of time, a lot of celebrities, which he refused to name, was coming to Heather Hunter's house, was doing some weird shit, cross dressing and all. He witnessed this stuff, so he has the secret. Heather Hunter built her business on secrets, keeping secrets from for other entertainers. So what he learned
Mm.
was he became powerful because he knows mostly the same secrets that she does. So he went from being exploited, now he's the exploiter. You understand what I'm saying?
This is
So
crazy.
Well, that's what happens. right? When you
Yeah.
abuse, exploit someone, then they become the abuser and exploiter. So they
Mm-hmm.
learn, like, unless you figure out that that's what's happening and you learn to do something different, then
Hey, Anna's coming up.
you repeat the same behavior. And Tristan said, I'll say it, they make arguments to entertain the mentally
The mentally
challenged.
challenged.
He's talking about, like, when we were talking about the Lapeef, he was talking about that. And a lot of people exploit the men in their spaces because men have like daddy issues, right? Like they don't have connections with their fathers, they don't have like clear man examples, so they look to stations like this as like role models for them, or men who they can look up to or talk to. And so those men are looking for something in a lot of these places, and that is what they use that to exploit them, right? They use that to kind of
Okay.
come into it like, okay, well, I know that they're looking for a fatherly figure or a brother or
Right.
uncle or
Right.
somebody that they can look up to. So I'm going to play into that, right? Let them gain my trust and then kind of help them be my, I guess, echo chamber.
And that's the sad
Exactly.
part.
Cult
Yeah.
followers.
Yeah.
Yep.
Cult
That's the
followers.
sad part about it.
Yeah.
You really have no idea, especially if we're talking about internet co-relationships, right? Acquaintanceships and stuff like that. You don't really know who you're dealing with.
Hey, Anna.
You really don't. I mean, since I've been up here, the few times that I have been, I've probably gotten invited to about 6 or 7 different panels. There's only one that I am damn sure going on, Jen. The times don't sync up, but I am going to pop up on Jen's panel for sure. But I've been
I'm
invited
coming
to
too. I'm coming, AJ.
for sure. But I enjoy Jen and her channel.
Look at
But
Tawana.
the thing is, like, there were other ones where I got invited to, and I had to go and look at the content for a while. I had to watch some of the videos. I had to watch some of the lives and some of the way that even that they've conducted themselves in chats on other channels and stuff like that. And I said, hell no, I'm not going up there. And I have nothing to lose. I don't have a channel out here
Yeah.
that is just dying to get a viral moment or anything like that. But still, I'm not going to have myself be represented in these streets with people that I don't necessarily rock with.
Right.
And
Basically,
but
if I can't feel like I can't meet you in person and get a beer, I'm not fucking talking to you.
And you know what, AJ?
Oh.
That's funny because I'm sorry.
No, go ahead, Mecca. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
I was just gonna say that's funny because again, my husband was like, and he knows I'm very like, if I feel like it's a good look, it's a good look. You know what I'm saying? Like, that, Wanda. Like,
Yeah.
husbands, they're not. It's not a dictatorship. It's more like a, hey, I don't think you. He's the lead in my eyes. And I trust what he's saying, But if I feel like, as a grown woman and a businesswoman, I want to take that situation, then I will. But he literally came home one night and was like, nope, not that one. Don't F with that one.
Your husband, right? Husbands are protective. Yeah.
And I'm like, you know what? And at first I was like, but what? And then I was like, you know what? Because I don't want to get him into anything. You see what I'm saying? Because like you were saying, you can't fight everybody. And he's not that kind of person. But again, he's protective. So it's like, okay, if he feels like it's uncomfortable for me, he don't want me in that space, then I'm just not going to go in that space because I don't want him coming out of his, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
His piece.
Yeah.
But AJ's absolutely right. Like, you get all these different people, they want you to come on and you're like,
Shout out. Oh, go ahead, Michael.
No, go ahead.
Go ahead, Freezy. Who you want to
shout out to the up level approach.
Hey, up level approach.
She hit it right on the head. It's no fun when the rabbit got the gun. So look, check this out.
She said, what is she? Oh,
Freezy,
yeah.
It's no fun when the rabbit got the gun. So my advice is, okay, before you go on these panels or whatever show you're going to go on, you have to make sure you maintain, full advantage of yourself and the whole situation. And my advice is, if you do get invited on a panel or something like that and you have ample time, just check out a couple of shows. Check out, see the characteristics of these different permanent panelists.
Hey,
Yeah.
JP. Hey.
What's
I
up,
love
JP?
him. Yeah, you got to shout out. You know, you got to
I
shout
like
out your
JP.
people, right? You
Shout
got to
out to
shout out your
JP. She
people.
dope.
Hmm.
Hey, she's dope. She's dope. Up leveled approach. Love it. Love it.
There's all
But
kinds of
yeah,
great folks up in this chat.
It's good. It's my peoples. It's my peoples. So here's the
But
thing, though.
God,
I do believe that women get exploited in these YouTube spaces. But the problem that I have is that Black women specifically are the most naive to it, like naive to it. And I don't know if you guys are naive. I think that maybe you don't care, or you think, or I know me personally, I feel like Black women, what we do is we think that we have hope that they don't really mean what they say. We're like, well, maybe he's just saying those type of women, not me, but he's talking about you too. He's talking about you too. If he's talking about certain things, they relate to you. And I feel like we do that a lot. Hey, Truth. Hey, Truth, come back up, Truth. I swear it was some things that me and you I want to talk to you about in depth, Truth. So you can come on, Truth. AJ, check your Facebook. I said,
I synced
but
it.
okay, you think that. Okay, I just want to make sure you saw my message. I meant to text you, not Facebook, but I have Facebook already.
I don't appreciate you
um
cussing at me like that either. I'm just kidding.
AJ, that's my brother. I gotta let you know. But anyway, Truth, yeah, I got some things that I want to say to you, Truth. But and this I'm gonna post the link, but it's really just for Truth, just FYI, y'all. If somebody else, my people, y'all want to come on, just let me know, of course. But yeah, Truth, it was some conversations we had yesterday.
But I mean, so
Go ahead.
you did, yeah. So
I do think that women get
women get
exploited.
exploited, but
Yeah.
everybody is susceptible to exploit. I don't
Yeah.
think it's just exclusive to women in this case.
Okay, I agree with
Yeah,
that. I will agree with that. I tend to focus on women, right? Because
for
that's my
shizzle.
passion. That's where my passion lies. Y'all know that. But I do think that for the purposes of this, I think that women go on to channels with men, specifically that they know are going to be offensive to women, right? And they
name
think
some panels. Name some panels.
I will say
Name names.
I will
Truth.
actually let me just talk about Fresh and Fit, because really I just want to talk about the big picture, right? Fresh and Fit, and then Tommy was on there, right? And then
Oh
Tommy,
Lord.
yeah, did you guys see that whole exchange? There was a woman on the panel that they had some previous history, and then it turned into like a physical altercation, etc., right? But everyone
That
knows that,
man legit fought a woman
yeah,
on
like
camera.
like they okay, they know what Tommy does on his stuff, right? Like he literally has smoke for everybody, right? What, Black women included. He literally has smoke. There is a lot of content about Black women. There's a lot of content about other stuff as well, right? So you go on there, you think you're gonna change his mind. You're not gonna change his mind. I think that with us, we think, well, I'm different. I'm going to make him think differently. No, you're not. I'm not convincing nobody to think differently. I don't believe that they have the capacity to think differently about me. I don't think that I'm going to be this magical Black woman that's going to make them start to see Black women differently. So stop, like, Black women. I think that we always think, I'm just going to behave and then he's going to treat me right and he's going to see Black women in a different light. No, he's not. He's not going to see you differently. I'm sorry. They're just not. So they go on, they get exploited, and then they're confused about why did they get exploited? It's clear that this is what the purpose was. It was to humiliate you. It was to make you a viral moment so that they can become famous for criticizing Black women, which it seems like is a popular trend. I swear, it seems like everybody wants a viral moment with a Black woman and make them look bad. Hey, Truth.
I'm not that fond of Tommy Sotomayor, but her argument was
Yeah.
it didn't make no
Oh,
sense.
oh no! Now let's be for real here.
Okay, let's
The
talk about it.
female, the woman that he engaged with, she was abhorrent. Like,
Oh yeah,
she
for
was
sure.
as bad as it gets. Terrible arguments, terrible everything. But my thing is, and I expect absolutely nothing out of Tommy Sotomayor. I used to watch his stuff years ago, so I don't expect much out of him. But I want to say the guy's got to be. What did he say? He's in his mid 40s, almost 50. He definitely could have conducted himself a little bit better to de-escalate that situation, because she had nowhere. Her arguments were going nowhere.
Yeah, like she was like, well, you talk about black women and you specifically talk about black women. And then he was like, well, look, I just like to have a conversation, right? I give everybody the smoke. And even Fresh and Fit were kind of like, yeah, he kind of gives everybody smoke, not just black women, right? Like she was like, well, I've only seen your content specific to black women, because I've seen the entire content. See, a lot of what we do is we look at the viral moment and we'd be like, she was wrong. But I saw the entire exchange, which happened over an hour before the escalation happened, right? There was an entire conversation. It was a long conversation. I know that people have, I guess, like, showed the excerpt, the 14-minute excerpt, but that's not exactly what happened. There was an exchange. They known each other from the past. He hired her to come. He flew her down to wherever he was and planned to have a OnlyFans moment with this woman. And she didn't have sex with him for whatever reason. She felt like she didn't want to do it. So they had history. Okay. So then she was basically saying, hey, Tommy, I unfollowed you. And this is why I unfollowed you, because I feel that your content specifically targets black women. And so there was this whole exchange, and he was kind of explaining how it wasn't like that, et cetera, et cetera. And then it got personal, right? It got personal. It got to conversations about whatever. That's what happened. So it wasn't just that little 14-minute clip that y'all saw. It was a whole conversation. It was like an hour-long conversation.
But there was a point in time where he started calling her, the B word and all that other stuff. And I'm not saying it was, I'm not necessarily saying who's at fault. It's just maybe I do have higher expectations for men. That's just kind of me. I mean, I definitely am on the side of, listen, if somebody gets in your face and they want to act a man and get treated like one, so be it, but at the same time, there were multiple occasions for him to not respond, and I know that's not who he is. I know that's not who he is. You hit it right on the head, AJ. Yeah, this is saying I know exactly who he is, and I know how he interacts. I've seen plenty of his content, so I'm not surprised. But he just had too many opportunities to not say shit.
Right. Listen, the whole time when I was watching it, I was getting so annoyed, because I was like, when is this dude going to shut the fuck up? Bro, you don't have to keep going back and forth with her. You already proved your point. You made a great point. Just be quiet.
He did. At some point, he won.
He won, but at some point, I felt like he wanted to argue with her. Like, you understand what I'm saying? Like, he could have easily just got quiet, and she would have been looking crazy.
And I'm glad you said that, because that's my next question. Why do men argue with women in these YouTube spaces? But let me talk to Truth first, because Truth came on. Hi, Truth.
Good evening.
What's up, Truth? Salute, brother.
Hey, sis, man. Hey, listen, Chris gonna have to forgive me, but you got on my favorite color. You're looking very nice today. So tell Chris it's no beef. I'm just acknowledging that all black is doing it for me. All right.
Oh, thank you.
All right. That's still my brother. Got no respect. I find him dope.
Chris, he cracks up, because like a lot of the men, when they give me a compliment, they'll be like, tell Chris, don't. Yeah. He always thinks that's funny.
That's my guy right there.
He's so funny. Exactly.
That's my guy.
No love lost. We got it. It's so funny. Yeah. So True. We talked about the interaction on the show yesterday, us being on Jen. What you gotta say, Truth? Because Truth was like on the panel,
Truth was laughing his ass off a couple times.
I just, like I said, I found the whole thing, like, to parse what you're talking about as far as your question.
Yeah.
They are exploiting, and see, I spoke about this when I first started participating in this YouTube thing. I said this. I said it seemed like they're actually making money. They're actually getting rich off of trying to exploit black women and trying to put them in a worse light than what they already are. You see what I'm saying? Trying to, the trauma, the failure. Like on Kevin Samuel's show, he had brought one girl on there and she stood on that and she didn't say nothing, was just crying. See, that type of stuff I'm not playing about, man. Like I'm a different type of man. And when I saw that, I said they always want to speak about him speaking the truth about when he was talking to that girl that was average at best. I was like, I'm cool with that. I said, but this, and I showed people this video. And then they ain't really got nothing to say when I showed them that. I was like, look, this stuff is not cool, man. Like you clearly are playing on people's traumas. They're actually, for whatever reason, they're entrusting you with their business. They come on here looking for information. And that's one thing. I don't plague on people's vulnerability because I'm a protector. You feel what I'm saying? I don't do that.
Right.
So I find that very offensive, and I don't find that becoming a man.
I agree.
And the second thing you're talking about, we spoke about this as far as when you was on the other show. I don't find it very manly when guys keep arguing back and forth with women. I just don't. I don't see what are you getting out of it? What is that catty thing? I see that from women, the women I grew up with, the women in the streets and everything. They catting back and forth. But I seen the guys, Tony Sotomayor, even from old boy AD, he used to get real catty with y'all back and forth. He still do it to this day. I really don't see how that is indicative of masculine energy at all. For me, I find it very feminine. Same thing with Kevin Samuel. It seems like they get extra oomph when it's like a woman and they going, and I'm like, bro, like, come on, man, you gotta calm down a little bit. Like if somebody's out of order, then yeah, you should address that and be like, calm down or something like that. But they will continue this on for hours,
right?
Going back and forth. So I can't go with that.
Let me shout out Mr. Information Man. Thank you so much for joining. I appreciate you. Tristan, I'm sorry, not Tristan. CK CKQ. Thank you so much for joining. I want to get your perspective, but Truth, somebody got some heat for you before I get that perspective going. Annalicia said, here come Annalicia said, really? Did he not argue back and forth with me last night? Let's rewind the tape. So what do you got to say to that? Go ahead.
Again, so if you go back, see, it's a difference between arguing back and forth and telling her to calm the hell down, which I just stated. You can let somebody know, calm down. I did argue back and forth. It wasn't a whole argument. The thing took, like 2 minutes versus somebody going back and forth. I ain't saying nothing else to her for the rest of the show. I'm not going back and forth. I don't, what's the name? I don't have women in my space like that.
Who the heck got a home phone?
I'm about to say, that sound like an old rotary joint.
No, that's not my phone. I live in a tower.
Oh, okay.
Bet.
Okay, go ahead.
That was me.
I was like, Truth, you got a home.
No, that's
nobody got home phones no more, right? That's like an old thing. We used to have a home phone.
Yeah, that's a buzzer. That's a buzzer.
I was saying, I'm thinking of freaking the Biggie verse. Tap my phone in the phone in the basement.
Your response.
But yeah, so
he's saying that he didn't argue with her, that it was pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, go back to when have I ever argued? She's just very.
I think Truth was pretty chill.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. She is very argumentative with everybody. She's loud. She's boisterous. I ain't got time for that. Like, I just don't got time. I understand she has a very distinct reaction and has problems and everything like that, emotional things that has happened with black men and her. I understand that. It's evident on every show. She is constantly berating. And y'all speak about black men doing it, but she does it about black men, constantly putting black men down. And see, one thing about me, I'm impartial. I speak out against black men doing it to black women, and I speak out against black women doing it to black men. We got to stop trying to play favorites and sides and being okay when somebody else do something wrong, but not okay when this person do wrong. No, we need to cut all this ignorance out, flat out. It needs to stop. We need to stop
I
hurting
remember
each other.
one time, Truth. I remember one time you posed the question. I forgot who the guy was, but Annalisa, she kind of interrupted a couple times. You was trying to tell her to chill because you
Yeah,
wanted to hear
I
his
was.
answer.
Yeah, because I'm trying to talk
And
to the
then
guy. See,
actually, when he gave his answer, you actually agreed with him. You
yeah,
remember
that's
that
the whole
moment?
thing. Yeah, that's the whole
Do you
thing. I
think
wanted.
chill is the right response though? Like for instance, if somebody talking, you say chill. That's like not gonna get nobody to chill. Do you think
There,
that's the
No,
right
no,
response
no.
though?
You got. But this is what I'm saying. Like, first of all, if
Hey Tiffany, I'm
I'm not,
sorry.
I'm
Hey
not used.
Tiffany.
I'm
Hey
not used to
Headhunter.
this.
Yes.
Like when you have conversations, I'm used to actually having a civil dialogue where, like right now, we're speaking and you're letting me speak. We're not over talking each other. We're not doing none of that. She can never be quiet for some reason. Like it's like all she want to do is make herself known that she's speaking, and she want everybody else to talk, even if you're not even addressing her. The point I was trying to make yesterday is the guy was saying something that is important, and we need to hear what he's saying. And the thing I asked about him, he provided solutions that men needed to hear. Like clearly, like I agree with him, and I wanted to hear for other men to follow his suit. I ain't got. It's not about who says what, and we ain't got time to go back and forth. We need to solve this problem. It seemed like she's just interested in having and just talking so much, and talking about what she's going through or her experiences versus than actually solving. I'm not about all that. I'm not about going
I
back and
feel
forth
like
about all this type
she
of stuff.
doesn't talk about her personal
She
experiences.
said, "Take
Go
a
ahead.
poll."
What she say? Want to take a poll? Ask if he was yelling and going back and forth.
there was. I mean, if we want to keep it all the way and be impartial, yeah, there was one point where he got loud, but you know,
Yeah,
I kind
it
of
was a point.
I
Some
got
people said you
I
was
admitted that.
Some people say you mansplaining truth, and I
Look, but
think
look who is saying. Look who's
Truth, I
saying
got
it.
your back, dog.
No, look, you
no.
already.
He's not. He's not
Well,
wrong, you know, and not to jump over you, Truth. So I was on the panel at one time with Anna because I'm not used
yeah.
to interacting with her either, and I did get a
But
bit
see,
out of character as well. You know, that won't happen again, just for my own personal, you know, because I don't like
exactly,
when I do that. But
exactly.
you
okay.
know, but
So
still, I do respect her and her views and all that other stuff. So,
people
you know.
said truth. You were yelling. People said you were yelling.
I admitted that already. What I
Okay.
mean, what do you want? Listen. See,
Yeah.
all
I mean,
right.
I'm just saying that
Let me
that's
put
what
this
you
plain
were
and
saying.
simple. I really don't give a f about them. Truthfully, all right, come on. Let's get all this out. Old boy headhunter, he would not be saying I'm a clown because I would slap the crap out of him. He don't know me. He don't know nothing
Oh, was he
about
talking
me.
about you, or he was? I thought he was talking about somebody else in the chat. He was talking
No,
about you. You sure?
he be saying little stuff. None of these dudes would ever they get on here and they say stuff that they would not. If they knew me and they see me, they would be terrified. They would be freaking terrified.
Well,
These are clowns that get on here
said
talking
that
that
Anna was
bull
really
crap.
cool yesterday, and like they didn't understand why you yelled at her and got aggressive because they felt like she was being
If
cool.
they call that cool, you're cool.
Boy,
You're cool. You're cool. The way you address, I have never approached you like that ever.
No,
Ever.
but
We can
I will say
disagree. We
this.
can disagree.
Anna that was one of her
More
cooler
tame.
moments, like
Yeah.
maintain moments on the show. But I do think it was because it was a lot of panelists that were speaking to her talking points as well. Like it was a lot of agreements going on. So, you know, the environment was less contentious.
Yeah, if you
What do you
talking
think?
about based off of her previous behavior, if you're talking about based off her previous behavior,
I don't think
then
we
yes, that's
agree with
probably how
every.
all
I
this
don't think
come.
we agree with everything. Even the men who we let allowed to have a but they just were respectful, so we didn't interrupt because we
Well,
didn't agree. We didn't
No,
agree with all of
demons and
Ishmael's
thought.
talking. We
That
didn't agree with all of Ishmael's talking points. We didn't agree with everybody's talking points.
yeah,
But
that's
when
cool.
they came at us with a certain level of respect, we let them speak because we didn't, we're not gonna be disrespectful if you're not disrespectful.
I
That's just
can.
kind of how we look at it.
Exactly.
I'll tell you that
Exactly.
the number one trigger, and True, tell me if I'm wrong on this one, my brother. The number one trigger, especially for me, is over talking. Like
Yeah, that
if I'm
I'm not
mid,
used to it.
If I'm mid sentence or I'm
And
midpoint,
I put the link. I'm sorry, Anna is coming up, y'all. So
and so
I'm not doing it today. Hey, I don't do it every day.
Wait, y'all.
I don't do it.
I
See,
am
you're causing the problem now. You're causing the problem. I don't do it.
Truth. I'm not going to let. Listen, I'm not going to.
Hold on, let me do my push
I
up.
don't do this. I don't argue with women. I don't go back and forth. I'm going to drop down.
Truth. I want you to have a conversation and know that I'm going to allow that it's going to, and I'm going to ensure that it's respect on both ends.
I came up here for you. People that's
sorry.
on here, these people I have seen in spaces, we can have discourse.
Okay, good.
We disagree.
Okay, let's
most
me
things.
and you had a conversation because I want
Yes,
to talk
ma'am.
about a point.
Yes, ma'am.
But see, can I let CKQ go because I know he came.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. That's my guy right there.
Previous
That's my guy.
point. How you doing? Welcome welcome. I know you came on the time. How are you?
I'm fantastic. How about yourself?
Good.
Hey, we got the same chair, man. I like you already.
It's comfy. It's comfy. You're a
chair is
smart
great.
CKQ.
Exploit, huh? Exploit.
I know. Go ahead. What do you think about that? Because I'll go back to the previous question because I asked, do men exploit women in these spaces?
Hey, Truth, can you mute my friend? We can hear you like typing.
We can hear something. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry about that.
No problem, brother.
No worries. I think someone like Shay said it earlier that both men and women get exploited in these spaces.
Yeah.
If you have no idea, women are pretty new to this RP space when it comes to like men actually voicing their opinions on what they're actually feeling and what's going on. So women starting to step into this space, they're going to feel like they're getting exploited. Also, women are kind of like a commodity in this space. If you're getting a woman's point of view on your platform, depending on how she's gonna like present her view, other guys are gonna want to hop in and listen. Unless you're like one guy who's built up your platform, right? Like a Kevin Samuels, he's already built up his platform. He's a solo man by himself. He doesn't really need anyone else there to piggyback off of him. But once you start adding women in, a whole bunch of men will also follow behind. You're going to get a lot more traction. You can either, speaking to your next point, argue with women to feed to a certain sector of guys, or you can have regular civil dialogue, which won't blow up as quickly. That's why I would say men like to argue with women because it blows up a lot quicker when you're arguing. If your whole idea is I want to blow up my channel very quick. If you're arguing and not giving points that are actually useful, then you could blow up your channel very quickly that way. If you're gonna have civil dialogue like we're doing right now, it's gonna take a little bit of time to actually grow that because people don't want to. People see men and women on the platform. They want to hear yelling going on first. They don't want to. Oh, you're having a happy marriage too. I'm having a good marriage. Oh, that's boring to people. Very boring. Normal life is boring. People want salacious content.
Yeah, I do think that to a certain degree, people want to participate in the dialogue, like that back and forth and those differences, but it gets to a place where it's not just like banter. It's not just like disagreement. It gets violent, it gets aggressive, it gets scary.
Yeah.
Like it's not cool to promote. Yeah, it's okay to promote disagreements, right? But it's the degradation, it's the disrespect, it's the humiliation of women that I'm like, is that necessary? Because like the men will, if you attack her talking points and make her look foolish, I'm like, oh well, she said that and she deserved, right? Like it is what it is. Go ahead.
But if you attack her points and if you destroy her argument, do you think most of the time, from what I've seen, she will now start to come after your character as a man, and that's where I think it tends to blow up.
Yeah, I've never seen that because I never.
Oh,
I have
okay.
Never,
No.
Juana.
I haven't ever. Let me respond because I have never attacked their characters personally, but I have definitely been attacked after attacking a point. Like I
No,
don't
he wasn't
never,
talking about
I don't
you.
never go low blow and be like, oh well, your wife this and yo this that, your kids look like
Of
no.
course.
I don't do that. But every man who I have been on a panel with and shared a panel with and who do not agree with something I said have in turn mentioned my husband or my life
Yep.
or my
Yep.
sexual past or my
Yep.
something to discredit me. Every time it's always the man.
Yep.
I have never seen a woman be like, well, and you this. No, they usually in response to the man saying, you a hoe, you a stupid hoe. Then they'll respond to that. I have never seen a woman initiate that. So you tell me when you've seen that. Because I don't, when have I've never seen it ever.
So
Even
Even when I was on the panel, even when I was on the panel a couple of weeks ago, I mean, I was cool, calm, collected because I don't have time for it. But I said something, I guess, that triggered one of the guys on the panel, and he started talking about, well, I'm making my boys soft, like my three boys soft, and I'm like,
yeah,
mentioning
did
her
you not?
kids. It had
Right?
nothing
Did
to
you
do with
not?
the argument. Why are you
And
so
then,
mentioning her
so
children?
from exactly, so my response to him, I'm very sarcastic, and so my response was, well, because he was talking about that, because I was basically was talking about how you raise your children because you want them to be better than you at the end of the day. Okay, so I raised my children to be better than me, to speak proper, to do those things so that they can get, jobs and have careers and stuff, so they don't have to struggle like me and my husband did when we were younger. And I don't know what triggered him. And I really don't care, but he was started talking about, well, you're raising your sons to be soft. And I was like, well, you're going to be working for my son one day. Well, literally, because you don't even know how to have an adult conversation. You can't articulate your feelings. You're going to be working for him one day. Like,
so
what?
that's not to. I didn't mean to. I don't want to cut you
Exactly.
off,
No, you're fine.
but
You're fine.
so here's one thing that I will definitely offer to Wana and Anna and anyone else. When you participate in, okay, let's just say this, any experience that gives you a negative feeling or a negative result, it is easy to then become I should say you're always on guard no matter where you go, because you're pretty much ready at that point for somebody to say something negative or off the cuff to you. So I'm basically going to beat you to the punch, and I'm going to do it first. So there are those scenarios where, and I mean, I don't really, because I don't like, I mean, I know Anna's about to or should be coming up here soon, so she'll be able to speak for herself. And I don't want to make this about her specifically. It's really anyone. It's really anyone. There have been times where women, and I can, me, I'll yank a video in a minute and chop it up and show you exactly, those certain times where, a guy can be saying something or a man can be saying something and he's just speaking to a particular talking point, and then the response is, you're unintelligent. You're basically the ad hominem attacks just start flying immediately, and while the guy's trying to remain contained, and there are those scenarios where he's trying to remain contained and just asking for simple respect, and it's not given. And then when he blows up, now he's a beta, now he's a this, he's soft, he's arguing with women, he's all that other stuff. I have experienced that myself, and the few times I've been, up on these panels, because I am pretty chill. I don't typically do the back and forth type stuff, and I've gotten, what I deem as a level of disrespect, and I responded to that. And I didn't like it because I know how I'm going to be portrayed after that. Doesn't matter. If I get loud with any woman on a panel, it doesn't matter who started it. I lose. You know what I'm saying? So that's the point. I understand you're saying you never see that, and we all have our own lenses, right? So you're looking from the lens of your side and defending women all the time. You're up here to promote women and defend women. So I can understand your lens is not going to really be able to see that, at least not now. I believe if it's pointed out, if it's pointed out to you, if it's pointed out to you, I believe you will say, okay, yeah, that's a good example, right? And I know you're pretty fair and reasonable, but I just don't want us to get on the whole,
I haven't seen it to the degree where I've seen men who will use that entire, like what is it, the ad hominem,
ad hominem,
the ad hominems, like they use that in every argument.
Yeah, and you're
that
not
is
wrong.
what they do to discredit women.
But
and
certain men,
they will
right?
bring up things that's unrelated to anything that I've said. Like they literally do it every time. And so I'm like, why do it matter who I'm
So can I ask
why
a
does that
question?
But this is
matter?
what this is what I'm saying. We
That's
got
what
to
I'm
make
saying.
sure we put those guys in a certain category
Right.
So let me
and
ask
leave them
this, because I
leave
don't
them
want
to.
to cut Truth off, because Truth, you're
Oh,
going down a good point. But I
Right.
do want to
okay.
ask this, and it's in relation to Truth.
Right.
Did he last night? And I listened to almost the whole 5 hour stream because the stream was fire. I loved it. But did Truth at any point in time last night call anyone out of their name or insult anyone or do any of that stuff? Because I don't remember him doing that.
Mm-mm.
Nope.
Right.
Never
So
will.
Truth did not name call, and I'm not talking
right.
about Truth because he did not name call yesterday.
Yeah,
It was more
But
so
he was
over
getting yelled at in
talking.
chat about getting loud.
Right. Hi,
You see what
information
I'm
Right.
saying?
man. How are
So
How
you?
you doing,
Truth,
sister?
yeah,
hey,
Welcome.
info man. So
What's
Truth
going on,
got
everybody?
loud.
Peace.
Truth got loud because he did get frustrated at a certain point. He got frustrated, and then he got loud because he got frustrated. So he's been effectively vilified for getting loud for a moment.
yeah.
We're talking about
Listen.
we're
I'm going to
talking
be.
about, hold on 1 minute. We're talking about On the Block with Jen. We were on her panel yesterday, and there was an exchange between Truth and Anna Alicia, who she's gonna come on and we'll talk to her and get her perspective. But there was an exchange, and some people believe that, and Alicia was rude and over talking Kim. Some people believe that Truth was, getting out of hand and he yelled at her and she was being calm. So it's just more so a matter of opinion
Right.
and,
Hmm.
and what
And
that
she
happens.
was calm compared to the way she did. I got to
Right.
give her props.
And
Like
see
she
that,
really was.
and see that's
Go
the
ahead,
thing.
Truth.
And that's the see for
Yeah.
me.
So this is a
I
good
don't
point
make
though. Just because a person doesn't name call does not
yeah,
mean that they aren't being disrespectful. I agree
right,
with that. I agree
Okay.
with
right. So this is where we got to do this at. See, when for me it's like when I'm doing things with my children. We set down the law and we don't bend it to however we want it to be bent. If a decorum is set, then it needs to be set across the board. I have a boy and a girl. It's not separate rules for my daughter versus my son. We don't play about disrespect in my house. It's not that it's okay for my daughter to disrespect my son because she's a girl. You see what I'm saying? When we're speaking, we allow each other to talk so I can clearly hear what you're saying. So I won't insinuate, assume what you're not trying to explain to me. That's proper dialogue. And especially if I'm addressing another man because I'm trying to hear him and what he has to say is important. And she would not stop. She wouldn't stop. I have never experienced that from you. I have never experienced that from a lot of women. It's certain ones that they get loud and boisterous and things like that. Very rarely will you hear me go back, even acknowledge her to that point. But I was trying to get to a point where the guy can speak and provide solutions. We're not just here to talk. Well, I know I'm not. I know I'm
that.
not here to talk. I'm not here just to come on different panels and hear other people just to talk. I'm here to learn. You feel what I'm saying?
Yeah.
In my
So
daily
So here's the
space,
here's the thing though, Truth. Let me tell you what I saw though.
yeah,
Me-
hold on. Let me finish this
Okay, go
and
ahead. I
then
want you to finish your
yeah.
point. Go ahead.
So in my space in my daily life, again, I'm surrounded by a lot of women. We don't talk. They don't address me because of how they've been raised and the men that they're around. You see what I'm saying? They don't address me in that man. They don't overtalk me. They let me speak and they listen. It depends on your relationship. You can tell people's relationship with men by how they interact
Oh
with
my
other men.
God. No, you can't. Just stop.
See, she,
Oh, sorry.
she's
I thought I
doing
was
it
on mute.
already.
I'm sorry. I thought I
She's
was on
doing it.
mute. I'm so sorry.
No, no, you did. That's why I'm dropping down so she can have her world because she
Yeah.
she wants the attention. I'm not for that. I came on
Okay,
here
but before
to
you
talk
leave,
about something. No,
this is
I'm
what I
not
want to
with
say.
that because I'm not even going to exchange with that
Yeah, okay, here's what I
at
want to
all.
say. Jen and Alicia, we're a trio. So you came on the show, like we literally came on the show. We were invited. The show was about like we were all on the show as like part of the show, but you came on the show and you were kind of like, I'm on Jen's show. I ain't got nothing to say with you. But honestly, though, and Alicia, like we were all part, like this was our show, right? We were all the you know, the topic of the discussion.
And
So
why did I say that?
but when you came on, you kind of discredited her, like, no. But see, honestly, when we're on these shows, right, and we're all giving on our opinion and our feedback, like the people who the show is about, they have priority or seniority. So you say, like, if you're thinking about a hierarchy, we have seniority. So when we're trying to respond, we really have the floor to respond to any open comments that were made, and you kind of dismissed her like she shouldn't be talking. And that's what I saw. And I do understand your position that you just wanted to be able to finish your point, but you also have to understand the dynamic. And so this is part of YouTube culture, right? If the show is about, like, if I have my guests, like I have Freezy and
Right. No, I understand what you're saying.
Right.
For me, okay, so for me, again, you see what I'm saying? You see how you have separate rules and stuff, and it bends a certain.
Right.
No, listen to what.
Okay, go ahead.
You actually said that this is a part of YouTube culture, that if somebody wants to cut in, then they are allowed to cut in. Me, as far as how dialogue works and understanding and communication, I allow somebody to speak so I can hear them. That I don't bend that type of thing in the fit because this is my show. I have a show. People come on my show, and they already know when we come on here, this is not a debate. I'm here to listen and learn what you have to say, and vice versa. And I want people to be able to hear what you're going to say. That's how I carry myself. So the level of respect I give to people, I demand that from other people. And if I don't get it, then we have nothing else to say. As far as for her, that exchange won't never happen again because I'm not going to interact with her at all. So y'all have a good day. She's up here. She can have the floor. It's her world.
Thank you, Truth. And maybe next time we can talk a little bit more.
Yes, we can talk. I mean, like I said, if is your show a part of her show? Like y'all tandem too?
Oh yeah, this is you talking about Annalicia? She's like she's like the sister from hierarchy. Yeah, this is my sister. So anytime she want to come on, I'm sorry.
Okay, so okay, so I guess me knowing you from almost 2 years now don't count for her. Okay, I got that.
You're in line. I didn't want you to. I don't want you to.
I got that. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good.
I don't want you to leave.
It's all good. It's all good.
You are leaving on your own. See,
you're right. You're right. I got you.
I'm not excluding you. I'm saying you can stay on, and I want my girl to be able to respond because I love Annalicia. I think that she's misunderstood in a lot of times, and I think that people don't take the time to hear her and what she's trying to say, and we personalize it a lot. That's my opinion.
I have no problem with what she's saying.
I do think that she has a lot of valid points in that. I think that if you argue the points, if y'all stay true to the point, that we could get further than if you start to like get offended by her tone or maybe this, that, and the third, like get distracted by certain things. That's what I'm saying. But I do.
Have you went to King's? Remember when we was all on King's show?
I don't remember exactly which topic, but go ahead. Yeah.
When she was on King's show, it was nothing that we disagreed about what she's talking about. I don't disagree with anything she says. That's not the problem. The problem was yesterday when I'm speaking, and then you're just cutting in like that. I don't operate like that. So I'm saying, and that's the problem. That's where a lot of arguments come from.
Yeah, we get distracted by that real quick. Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, a lot of arguments come from, even with the show that you was on. That's where a lot of disrespect comes from, because people feel as though they're not being heard because people just cutting in. You're just hearing just to say something. Oh, I heard you, but listen to what I'm saying.
But you gotta also remember, it's like 10 people on panel. Sometimes it's hard. You're gonna get cut off here and there.
It's called patience.
Yeah, but you're gonna get cut off though. So let me let Information Man talk before Annalicia.
But y'all have a good night. Y'all have a good night.
Okay. Annalicia, since he's leaving, I want you to respond though, because I want you to be able to speak to that point, and then Information Man, I'll let you speak. But go ahead. What do you have? Yeah, I can hear you. Hi, honey. You look good. We got on black today.
You do. Yeah. I love that lipstick. You have to tell me where you got it.
I will.
You look good. I like that shirt. The see-through. Okay, Lana.
Oh, trying to bring my sexy Sunday. Remember sexy Sundays.
Hey, Freezy, I like your shirt, man. I like your shirt, Freezy.
I like that hat, AJ.
Y'all funny.
So listen, it's interesting to me, like the YouTube world and how and everybody has different, I guess, measuring sticks when it comes to channel etiquette or respect or disrespect. Because for me, disrespect is not relegated to what you say. Like you don't have to necessarily say something to disrespect me. You could laugh. You could laugh over me, sort of maniacally, while I'm trying to get a sentence out. To me, that's disrespectful. It's undermining. And to me, it's worse than saying, hey, I don't like you. I would prefer someone who doesn't like me just say, hey, I don't like you, rather than, sort of having these juvenile flings here and there, laughing over me, cutting me off, going crazy in the chat box, rather than just having a conversation with me. So when I get on, my introduction to YouTube was brutal. It was bad. I took that experience. I said, okay, I learned a couple of things from it, but more or less, I decided on my channel, I'm trying to build a community, right? And I am like, you know what? I can't let that color my world. I have to stick to my objective. And at the time, my objective was mental health. It was trauma informed, and it was community-based, community-oriented. That was my whole goal. So it's funny to see where I am now versus where I started out. But when I get on panels, specifically with Black men, and I'm saying Black men because I haven't had this issue with other groups of men. That's just a fact. But specifically with Black men, Black men will try to disqualify you before they try to disqualify you, right? We could be having a broad conversation, and the first thing they want to know is, yeah, well, are you married? Because for them, that's a bad signal. It's like, oh, she's not married. Count, right? That's already a form of exploitation, right? Okay. You don't have to make money, but you can still exploit a woman, what they would deem as a vulnerability, what they would deem as a weakness, they would deem as something that's undesirable, right? So that's the first thing that Black men are going to come on panels and, okay, but yeah, so are you married? Sure. Right? So that's that's the first thing. Yesterday, when it comes to, and this I'm saying, it's real men just own it. Just own it. Just say, hey, I don't like her. She and I don't get along, because that's okay. That I can identify with. That's okay with me. Some people I'm going to gravitate towards. Juana, I don't have a problem with you. There are other females. I love females. There are intellectuals in this space that I absolutely adore, and I would never disrespect them. But there are people that, again, we don't get along. We're never going to come to a consensus. We're not going to have a meeting of the mind, and that's also okay. Agreeing to disagree is okay. But in this space, if you're going to disrespect me, you're going to laugh over me, and you're going to try to belittle me, like, I don't care enough to not, like, I'll do the same thing. I might do it better. Maybe I don't know, maybe my lexicon or my verbiage or my like, maybe I have a higher word count. I don't know. So I might do it better. But the reality is that Freezy disrespected me before I even had the opportunity to really disrespect it. Right? I was in the middle of having my conversation.
Not Freezy. Truth.
Whatever his name is.
Freezy's like, wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, Freezy, not Freezy. It was, well, Freezy. I mean, whoever, I can't remember his name, but True. The reality is I was having a conversation with someone else and he was laughing over me. So for me, in my mind, I'm like, I'm not going to spend any energy restraining myself. Like, this is someone that I don't get along with. This is someone that I don't respect. I'm not going to pretend I have respect for him. This is YouTube. I don't have to pretend for anyone. I don't like you. I don't get along with you. I don't respect you. So, and it's vice versa. He could pretend like I didn't. He was screaming. You can rewind the tape. These things are online forever. Rewind the tape. He was screaming. He was talking over me. He was laughing. All of these things are indicative of disrespect. Like, just come out and say, hey, Anna, I don't like you. Because the reality is, I pick and choose. I pick and choose who I have respect for. And it's based on the level of respect that they have for me. It's based on a lot of different variables. But I can absolutely be on a panel with my mouth like this, listening to people, and I know how to do the dance. When they move, I move. I know I that's not a problem for me. You can go on my channel the last live that I did, people couldn't believe how patient I was. And I was actually having a conversation with one of the most derelict people on YouTube. And I was sitting there very patiently, very quietly. I was extremely diplomatic. No issues. No problem. We walked away from the experience. Hey, I'm happy. We're good. Hey, we agree to disagree. But I pick and choose. And if I choose, you're not someone that I respect based on your behavior, based on your character, that's it. And you don't have to respect. That's it. That's it. But I pick and choose. And if you don't like it, don't get on the panel. Like him, he ran. It was probably in his best interest. Yeah. It's in his best interest.
I agree. Like, let me information man. Hello.
Yes.
I want
Hey, how you doing?
Chime in.
What's going on, everybody?
I wanted to give Annalisa a chance to respond to Truth because he was talking. But how are you?
I'm doing fine. I just got finished doing a stream earlier today, so I'm on my grind and glad to come and check out your channel, check out what you're doing over here. This whole thing about YouTube culture and etiquette. I've been on panels over the years where people become emotional, both men and women. I think in my opinion, we need to both check each other, because I feel like if someone triggers me enough to get upset or lose my character, then I have to agree with what was said earlier. Then just don't get on panels with people that you can't see eye to eye with. But sometimes people can push your buttons and make you get out of character. I think as a man, I don't think it's a good look as a man to argue with women in general. But if it's going to take you to that point, you should just get off the panel. You're going to have disagreements. Things can get emotional. And I think the reason why Black people in general get emotional with each other sometimes on these panels is because as a people, we live in a world where nobody really listens to us in the largest society. So Black men, I think Black women, please try to understand that Black men in particular, we live in a world where no one listens to what we have to say. That's why sometimes Black men are angry. Black women live in a world where, once again, no one is listening to them, even in our own culture. And so people get on these panels where they feel like I can finally be heard. And then when people either cut into what you're saying, then that kind of triggers people emotionally, because you live in a world where you don't really have a voice anyway in the bigger society. And we start taking using YouTube as a way to convey our messages. And because we are thousands or hundreds of miles away from each other, we will say things to each other that we would never say in each other's face if we had to confront each other. I know I would believe that the guys on here would agree with me. Men, we sort of know how far to go at each other, because we know that at the end of the day, if you come at another man the wrong way, there's violence at the end of that as a repercussion. And I think sometimes when women and men are getting back and forth, I think sometimes some women know that they can say certain things to men, because if you say something back to them, it'll make you look like you're less of a man or you're less of this. You saw the whole thing with Tommy, how he got into that situation with that young lady, and she did strike him first, and then he got up trying to strike her. Now, as a man, that looks bad on him, putting hands on a woman, and women know that we live in a culture where a man really shouldn't put his hands on you. And sometimes there are some women that can press your buttons. When men do that to each other, there's violence that comes about. And we know that as men. So sometimes men, we can argue with each other and then come back and decompress and say, you know what, man, let's squash it and move on and stop talking about it. That's usually how men deal with each other. But I'm not going to deny that what the sister is saying here, that when she gets on these YouTube streets, that there's men that talk to her that way, because that's true. There are certainly guys who come on these YouTube streets that are dysfunctional, and they bring their dysfunction to YouTube and they talk to women any kind of way, because they're getting pumped up with all this red pill talk. and they need to display that their red pill manner by getting the best of a female to look good amongst their peers and on the YouTube streets. That is not what really makes you a man. And I don't think that we need to argue with each other. And I don't think women, if you feel triggered by a guy on YouTube, don't get on a panel with those guys or that man as well. So I gotta be honest. When I do panels, I try to allow everybody to say what they have to say without people kind of cutting in, because what Truth was saying is true. If you got people cutting in, it happens. Then it kind of creates a chaotic discussion that kind of is all over the place. And people get angry when they feel like they're not being heard. So I think you should have a level of let this person say their point, and then you rebut whatever they're saying that you don't agree with, so it doesn't get chaotic. But we are such emotional people, for whatever the reasons are. We're going to speak our mind, whether you like it or not. And that's just the way we are as a people with each other and in general. So I'm just going to leave it there.
Yeah.
But it is part of YouTube, unfortunate bad side of YouTube culture.
Yeah. Can I ask you this before you speak, Annalisa, because I'm going to let you respond. Is that just like Black YouTube, do you think, or is that just kind of the culture of YouTube in general? Like, have you seen it across cultures and nationalities?
I've been in other parts of, I think what we do is we conflate when it comes to Black YouTube. We kept saying, oh, Black people are the only ones do this on the YouTube streets. Not true. If you go into other sectors of YouTube, you got white folks that dox each other, white folks that talk about each other and do, drag it out. It happens. I don't know how much more it happens than what it happens within Black YouTube, but everybody is doing it. But this is the question, because other people are doing it as well. Do we have to do it? Shouldn't we have, where are the standards, right? Should we have standards? Now, I don't want to sound preachy here, but I'm just saying, should we?
No, you're right. Like, we shouldn't mirror everybody else, right? Or are we creating a negative trend? That's what I also worry about.
Because people, let me let you know something. I bet you any kind of money when that whole thing went down, when you were broadcasting, that when there's negative things going on, you will see an increase in the algorithms, meaning all of a sudden you start getting more people watching. It starts going up. YouTube plays this dirty trick. And what is the dirty trick? I want to let y'all know this right now. YouTube enjoys watching Black people argue and fight each other, that they'll pump that out to people to see it. They'll push it out there. But if you're doing a broadcast where you're talking about real issues, real situations, and something that's positive, you'll get little to no traction on that video, depending on the audience that you have, of course. Right. So we got people on YouTube who are attracted to drama, and then YouTube helps out your algorithm by pushing it, because I believe they like to show and display the dysfunction of Black content creators. I can't tell you how many channels I've been on where I've seen the numbers just jump up super fast when there's dysfunction happening. And I'm not saying that anybody over here is dysfunctional, but what I'm saying to you is YouTube enjoys displaying the negative of Black content creators.
Can I let Anna respond? Because I want her.
Yeah, I'll stop there.
Go ahead.
So I agree in part. I think it's a fallacy to assert that Black men don't have a voice, even culturally, that they're not being heard, because police brutality is heard everywhere. It's heard, like, Black women are marching on behalf of Black men, police brutality, becoming hashtags. I mean, so I don't think that is fact or objectively true. I think that Black men do have a voice. And I think that in part, Black women have made that possible, because Black women have been advocating for a very long time, continue to advocate, maybe this should stop. But so that I'll push back on. I do believe that the advocacy in the Black community has pushed the voice of Black men forward. But they have a level of work to do themselves, right? We can't do all the marching. We can't do all the advocating. We can't, at some point, men have to really, you have to do it on your own. You can't ask for anything from anyone.
Can I say one thing in respect to what she's saying?
Yeah, she wants to finish. She wants to finish her one point,
Okay.
and then you can respond.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I think that dysfunction and turbulence and adversity, I think it's felt. I don't think it's just in the Black community. I think even ratchet white people, they're going to pop up in the algorithm as well. So white people, trailer trash, Black people, well, if anyone is being ratchet, or if anyone is adversarial, or you're gonna get clicked. You're gonna get likes. You're gonna come to notoriety. That's entertainment. It's entertaining. That's the way this world works. That's part of I would say North American culture probably. But that's the only thing I'll push back on. But I also think that when it comes to men and women and fighting or squabbling, I was raised, and my understanding is that men are not in a position to not exercise self-control at all times. At all times. So many things can go wrong. It's just not advantageous for them to be emotional, to fly off the handle. This doesn't mean you can't have feelings. This doesn't mean that you can't express them. This means that you have to have a firm grasp of your emotional output at all times, regardless of what women or children are doing. You're stronger. The stakes are higher. The risk is greater if a man loses control versus a woman or a child losing control. That's what the science says. So I think that men should be exercising emotional self-control, physical restraint, physical self-control. And when it comes to going back and forth with women, I don't really have an issue with that. That can be done. There's a time and a space for that. There's a cadence. There's a tone. There's a way to sort of mediate and have that done in a respectful way and in a positive way. This word positivity, sometimes it rubs me the wrong way, and it's not because I'm an innately negative person. I think that I'm actually a positive. I know that I'm a positive person. I'm a funny person. I just feel like when we're trying to tackle these specific subjects, and when we're discussing the Black community and the plight of Black men and Black women, there are a lot of negative aspects that you have to flush out. You have to, and that shouldn't be a problem. Like, it's not. I don't think it's negativity. For me, I think it's a reality. It's a social, political, and economic reality. And having the conversation, really, to me, it's a good thing. Whether we agree or we disagree, because even through some of that adversary, we can come out of it on the back end, right? Either agreeing to disagree or saying, hey, you know what? I agree with you. What can we do? What should we stop doing? So on and so forth. So yeah, that's the only thing I'm going to push back on. Black men, you have a voice. And if Black men don't have a voice, it's your voice to be known, to make known, to make heard, to be heard. You have work to do if you feel that you don't have a voice.
I want to rebut some of the things that she said. One, I did not say that Black men didn't have a voice. I simply said that sometimes Black men are angry internally and outward because we live in a society where no one listens to us. See, there's a difference between having a voice and actually being listened to. We have a voice. We've been telling our women and society what we're tired of, what we want to do. The question is, are people actually hearing us? The difference when it comes to the sexes is that when women want to be heard and we are not being sensitive to what you want us to understand, then we are raked over the coals. When Black men begin to speak our thoughts, I was just on King's show this week. And when we start talking about the things that we struggle with, that we need, that we want to work on as men, sometimes you have women, particularly women in our own race, who feel like they don't want to hear what we have to say or want to understand what we have to say. So it's not a question of us not having a voice. The question is, are you willing to understand? See, you can listen, but do you understand as you want us to understand you? You made a good point. You said, well, a man should be able to control his emotions, control himself. That is true. However, if you know that a man is supposed to control himself and conduct himself in a certain way, then you as a woman should not do anything. I'm not saying you personally. Don't do anything to try to trigger that man. So if you know that man is supposed to restrain himself, why, for women that do this, I'm saying for the women that do this, why purposely do things to trigger that man when you say to yourself, well, that man should be able to control himself? But why even poke the bear? Why even do that? Because sometimes there are some women who do that and they feel that, well, he's a man, he ain't gonna do nothing to me or say anything to me. And then when you poke the bear too many times, that man's, remember, we're pumped with male hormones. Like I told you, when men go after each other, we know that sometimes as men, we go so far with each other because we know at the end of those consequences, there could be violence. Luckily, we're on social media, so you can't punch somebody or attack somebody physically. But we know in person that there's a penalty to pay as men. That's why as men, we only go so far with each other. Women will sometimes, not all women, poke the bear. And then eventually you might find a guy who doesn't have the same self-control, and now he explodes on you. So don't poke the bear and don't even play around with it. If you want a man that has self-control, that's great, but don't even play around with testing that self-control, because that could be dangerous. It could turn out bad for you, maybe not good for you, depending on the guy. So that's really what I'm trying to say. I'm going to end there. Men, we do have a voice, but we live in a society where people do not listen to us. And I also admitted that women have a voice as well, and oftentimes your voice is not heard as well. See, I believe in being balanced in this whole thing. It's not just one or the other. See, the only way we're going to accomplish anything is we have to have ability to admit that there's problems on both sides of this equation, not just one.
Okay, I agree that there are problems on both sides. What the problems make, I will probably disagree. But here's the thing: whether you feel, to me, it's semantics. You feel like you're not being heard, don't have a voice. To me, they're synonymous because the outcome is the same, right? Whether you're heard, being listened to, having a voice, we're still advocating, right? We're still telling the nation, telling the world, this is a problem. For us, it needs to be a problem for you. So I think that the outcome is the same. So I'm not going to play with semantics on that. But what I will say is, in terms of triggers, a black man may get triggered, but black women also get triggered, right? If she's cheated on, if she's deceived, if she's lied to, there are a lot of different romantic and interpersonal triggers that go on in a relationship, symbiotically, for men and women. So we can't assume that he was triggered and he reacted. It's possible that she was triggered. It's possible that two people more than likely are triggering each other. We just call that a toxic relationship. That's what we call that. So controlling the way that you handle your trigger is probably the most important thing, because everyone gets triggered. Everyone has a trigger. Everyone has something that if they interact with someone in a way that maybe triggers a neurological or a physiological response based on trauma, they're going to react. Mm-hmm. And sometimes it is hard to control. So therapy, yoga, there are different things that you can do, but the goal is to control the output, the trigger, the when you are triggered. So that's the only thing I'm going to say. Men are triggered, but women are also triggered. Right. I think it's disingenuous and dishonest to think or to posit that maybe women are going around triggering people because it's fun. Like, women are also triggered. Women are also put in positions where they have to react. So that's life. That's the human condition. So I'm not going to play semantics with respect to black men being heard and seen, and I'm not going to do that. That's my position. I think where the line I think the issue is that black women specifically want to hear black men so badly, and I think historically we've only heard black men. We've only wanted to hear black men because it was their plight that mattered the most. And in some ways, it's like, listen, if our men are not good, if our men can't take care of us, we're not going to be good. So maybe it's beneficial to focus on black men and their plight and their oppression, their racism, and their fight. But through that process, sort of, we've forgotten about our own place. That's absolutely happened, and Black women now more and more are saying, wait, we've experienced the plight as well. Wait, we experienced racism as well, double fold, because we're women. We experience violence, right? We're at the mercy of men. We're being brutalized in our community by our men. So I think that Black men, in the Black community, Black women have always wanted to, and have really tried. And I think for the most part, we have heard you. And when we hear you, when we say, okay, it sounds like we're hearing you, I think this might be the problem. Black men don't want to go there. Black men don't want to go there. When we say, hey, I think the problem is absence, or I think the problem is, mediocrity, settling, not fighting, sort of giving up, having given up, maybe it's biting into you, maybe you shot yourself in the foot. So Black women have always heard Black men, always. Black Lives Matter, I would venture to say, was for Black men. But I know it says Black Lives Matter, but we're advocating on behalf of Black men and police brutality. And so I have to disagree. I think that Black men's plight has superseded Black women's plight.
No,
and I think that Black women are now frustrated that Black men don't seem to care. They don't seem to recognize. Black men won't even say, oh, you think you have it hard? You're a Black woman. Oh, the system wants you to win. The system wants you to be in school. They trivialize our plight. Whereas Black women are saying, read life into them. You're a king. We love you. They will literally lay down. Even historically, look at the position that Black women are in. If Black women gave up on Black men, studies have said they would be in a better socioeconomic position. If Black women had opened their options maybe 50 years ago, if they had opened their options to other groups of men in better socioeconomic positions, probably closer to their own, because Black women have always been more educated and things like that, more or less.
I know.
Black women would be in the position that they're in.
Hold on, Shay has
sociologists.
Yeah, go ahead.
Sociologists have actually said, Black women are sort of the strategy to be race loyal to a fault has been detrimental. That strategy doesn't work anymore. It's not working for Black women. The Brookings Institute has supported this. Pew Research has supported this. These are all peer reviewed. These are all substantial. So yeah, I think that Black women have been riding till the wheels fall off. I think the wheels have fallen off at this point. I think that it went over a cliff, and Black women are saying, well, what do we do now? And Black men are kind of like, it's still about us. It's still about you.
Wait, one minute, because I think Shay had a question. I'm sorry, he was waiting for a long time. Shay, go ahead if you have a question.
No, so I apologize if my thing cuts off. I apologize in advance. I've in the history of the most simplified, the most simplified arguments being made about anything is what I've heard from Annalicia. I don't think she understands anything about what Black men's issues are, because it's a global problem. It's not just an American problem. Especially when I heard her mention that, okay, Black men's voices aren't being heard, and then she goes to police brutality. I don't think that's the issue facing Black men. It's far more complicated than that. But I won't talk on that now. I don't know what the guys think. If guys, maybe, can I get your opinion? If Black women decide, okay, we're walking away from you, Black men, do you feel inclined to stop them? And why do you feel they should be persuaded to stay or be loyal?
And Shay, I don't want to be rude, but I do want you to just kind of get your point across, and not, because if you open up the questions and then everybody's responding and everything, I'll let you guys respond, but I do want you to get your point.
No, fine. If that they don't need to. I pretty much gave what I thought about that, at least on that one. It's far more. There's a lot more to unpack than that, but I'll just leave it at that. I personally think if Black women feel Black men are holding them back in some way or an impediment to some progress they're trying to make, they should go ahead. I wouldn't stop any Black woman from saying they don't want to associate with.
But Black women don't feel that. Black women don't feel that. I'm telling you what sociologists think, what they study. based on, relationship dynamics, socioeconomic upward mobility, psychologists. I'm telling you what professionals think. Black women I haven't gone anywhere. They're not going anywhere. And I'm saying that's to their detriment. I'm telling you that the Brookings Institute is also saying there's a problem. There's a problem.
Can I dispel something here?
Go ahead.
Let's be careful when we start quoting institutions that are pretty much run and controlled and manipulated by Eurocentric ideology. They have been doing this to the black family all the way going back to the Fraser and Monahan report back in the day, where they said that the black family was dysfunctional because we didn't operate off of a nuclear family structure. So this whole thing with psychology, which I know because I work in psychology as a therapist, psychology comes out of eugenics, and they've always used these little studies to define what black people are and what our family structures are because it doesn't fit a Eurocentric type of game plan. The bottom line is, I don't know how old the young lady is on the panel here. I'm 51 years old. So when I hear people talking about what a black community, this and that, I've been in the black community for quite a long time. I've been married before over 15 years. Okay. We got most of the black men that I deal with, that I've gone to school with, college and what have you, are married men, family men. They don't live up to any of the stereotypes of the black men that you have on YouTube who are arguing with women. Okay. We got to be very careful when we start coming up with these narratives about, well, black women would do better off if they weren't with black men. You can find cats on YouTube who push the same narrative saying that black men would be better off without black women. You got people on YouTube who pushed this whole divestment shit, right? Both women do it and the men do it as well. That's toxic. And I'm not saying that what the sister here is toxic. I'm saying those ideologies are toxic because we have young people who watch these YouTube channels and they're listening to this stuff and it's getting in their mind. And now you develop a cultural conditioning is what it is. I talk about that a lot on my channel, where you begin to see that as a reality. Are there black women who can't find proper black men that are doing well on their own? Well, that was set up that way. That's why you have more black women that are graduating with college degrees, right? Than maybe black men. They set it up like that, even with the welfare system. But however, I did a damn video on this. Let's just bust that myth. There are actually more black men in college than there are in prison. I did the data. I talked about that. The narrative in this society is that we're all down and out. There are black men. Matter of fact, they came out years ago saying that there's been a lot of black men that have moved into the middle to upper middle class, 2.5 million. So this whole thing about, well, black men may be a detriment to black women economically, well, it depends on what black men are you talking about. Are you talking about musty, dusty, and crusty black men? Or are you talking about upper mobile black men who have themselves together? So just be very careful when we start quoting the very people who are our enemies,
Yes.
who are producing materials to deprecate the image of the black man. And remember, they always use someone that looks like us to destroy us. And they've always used black women to try to cut down black men. And they'll use black men to cut down black women. Come on now.
Listen, no one's trying to cut anyone down. And this is the problem that I have.
No, you're not hearing, but this is the problem, my sister. You're not really hearing what I'm saying, because I'm not saying you personally. I'm not saying you personally. I'm just. Hold on
1 minute. It's Annalicia.
I'm sorry. It's somebody got some back sound. It's really irritating. I'm not trying to say you personally.
Yeah, hold on 1 minute. It's you. Yeah, it's you, Annalicia.
You got headphones, Annalicia?
Yeah, headphones work better. Put some headphones on.
When you're not muted, we can hear like a lot of feedback
when
anybody else is talking.
But can you hear, like when I'm speaking, can you hear me?
Yeah. So
yeah, we can hear you.
So if you let her respond and then you respond.
I got no problem with that. But I just want her to know I'm not trying to attack her personally.
It's fine. That's not my objective. My objective is that as much as we want to say, listen, the institutions that are coming up with the data and the statistics are racist and biased and this and that, you cannot 100% discount them. You can't. And even if that is the case, then you need to point to an organization run by Black people. And let's be honest, in order to collect data, it's expensive. It's very expensive. If anybody knows how much it is, put it in the chat. I know that, Tristan, I know you know, it's very expensive. So yeah, you absolutely have to have resources. There's a lot of things you have to have. But if Black people themselves are saying, hey, we're pushing back against this, we're gonna create our own statistics, our own framework, for ourselves. But that's not happening.
I'll give you an example where it did happen.
Hold on. So we cannot 100% discount statistics just because Whitey is the one that you can't do it. And here's the thing about Eurocentric family structures, Eurocentric an economy, whatever it is. Black men lost the war. They lost the war. And even when you lost, and Whitey said, separate but equal, right? He said, you know what? You guys lost, but you're better over there. Black men said, no, we want to integrate. We want what you have. Even if they were doing better off, even if they were better off, when they were segregated and separate. At that moment, you lost. Like, you lost. You lost the ability to compete because they were already eons ahead of you in the first place. But because you didn't create your own, you can't then cry about a Eurocentric system. You have to either dismantle it, build your own system so that you can create a baseline. You can establish what the family structure should be and shouldn't be. You can't disqualify something when you've lost. You've lost. But let's be honest, that is the reality. That is why everyone is in the position that they are in. We have to be honest about that.
I have to say something here because I know history very well. I know history very well. I'm a student of history. I have to disagree with her because Black men, I have to say this before I step down. I have to say this. I don't know what your understanding of history is, but if I'm not mistaken,
wait, we can't hear either one of y'all. We can't hear either one of y'all.
I just would like to be heard before I step down.
Just let her finish. Just let her finish, information man.
Yeah, 1 minute, and then information man. Before he leave, I'll let him respond. I know everybody else have a comment to make as well, but go ahead. And finish the point.
The only thing I'm going to say is when you are a part of a system that you don't agree with, right? If you feel the system is inherently racist, is inherently oppressive, is inherently exploitative, but nothing's done about it. You're reliant upon that system. You can't then turn around and say, well, this is a Eurocentric system. The Eurocentric system gave you all the opportunities that you've ever had. You went to you were educated by a Eurocentric system. But you can't have your cake and eat it too. Either you create your own pedagogy and your own system, or you say, okay, you know what, this is the situation that we're in. We need to utilize it. We need to be able to put ourselves in a position to compete. And the best way to put yourself in a Western world where marriage is the foundation for family, community, and culture, family is number one. Family is the number one. Family is the foundation. And we have seen this across all civilizations. All civilizations. So the second that people want to say, hey, you know what, the system's unfair, welfare took Black men out of the home, Black women were on welfare and Black men and kicked Black men out of the home, which, by the way, that's not what the Moynihan report says. So if anybody really read the report, the Moynihan report is it's an indictment. The Moynihan report, what it said was Black men were too weak. It said that they were too weak. It said that they were too conquered and overcome by their circumstance, that women had to step up, that women had to become matriarchs. They didn't have a choice. That's what the Moynihan report said. As racist as it was true then, empirically true, statistically true, and it's true today. So I don't, people cry about the system, but you depend on the system. Who owns YouTube? We're all we're all cogs in the wheel.
Can we
Can I?
let?
Can I just want to make my statement.
Yeah, go
Sorry,
ahead,
go.
Information Man. Let me let you respond. Go ahead.
No, I just want to say the Monahan report is racist. So based on its racism, I'm not going to take that report as factual truth because that was their whole goal was to destroy the black family through destroying the black man's image and therefore creating the cultural conditioning to make black women see us as nothing. When you say that we've not created anything, that's not true. Black men have been fighting against white society since day one we got here. From the time they took us from the western coast of Africa, there were fights on those slave ships. Let me finish what I'm saying. There were black men. I sat up here very patiently and listened to what the sister had to say, and now I have to deal with this.
And Alicia, let
You know, can I? Because I don't really have the patience to go back and forth like this. I did listen to her, so I want to say what I have to say because I'm not going to get into a back and forth argument. Just not my style. I'm trying to debut some of the stuff that she's saying. Black men from day one, from coming from the west coast of Africa on those slave ships, and as well as women, we've been fighting this beast since day one. When you say, what have black men created? Most of the places in this world, such as a Tulsa, Oklahoma, Black Wall Street, there were many black towns that were built by black society on this planet. And of course, we had to come up against the battle of white men trying to bomb our communities from airplanes and what have you. So this whole thing about black men have never tried to create, or black people have not tried to create their own economic system. Let me see. The lottery was stolen from black people. It was called the numbers game. So we have created stuff that has been stolen from us. Oh, let's not mention the patents, the inventions that this country runs on: train tracks, ironing boards, the ice box. Wow. Dr. Drew made blood plasma. Don't give me this stuff about what black men haven't done. We've done a lot in this society to give to this society. A lot of the things that you're using, the computers that we're on, a black man was involved in that as well. This computer system that we're using couldn't work without a black man inventing something. So this whole thing about we haven't built anything, we have. The damn light bulb in your house, it was a black man who really who invented that. And Thomas Edison stole the idea. Patents were stolen from black inventors and black female inventors. So this whole thing about black men haven't done anything, haven't fought anything. What are you talking about? When black men went to war for this country and came back home, black men were getting lynched and black men put up fights. That's why you had riots all over this country before most of us were born. No, let me finish because I've heard you. Now you're going to hear some real history and knowledge here. Black men came back home from the war.
Your sound is really bad, Annalisa. I'm not sure what it's.
Go ahead. Hey, information.
I can't even finish my statement.
Go ahead.
I'm rebutting what she said. Black men came back from war when they were trying to lynch us from trees like fruit, like Billie Holiday talked about. Black men put up fights against the white man. That's why you had riots all over the country. During slavery, black men were the first ones that organized to put up slave rebellions. Oh, when black people came out of slavery into Reconstruction, back to what she was saying, what was the first thing that black people did? They got married. So we always historically had a value for marriage. When black men get married, even though some of us may be into the interracial stuff, but statistically, when black men get married, they normally marry black women. Statistically, black men, we do get married. Oh, you said, well, you can't discredit the European statistic. Okay, when I've been on shows like this and I bring up the studies that was done about black men being involved in their kids' life and black men being the greatest involved fathers at 70%, not 70%, not involved with their kids' life, even if they're living in a household or not. When I bring that up, you've had black women in the chat room that will say, oh, those statistics are not true because, see, they asked, when they did the statistics, they interviewed and solicited information from black men. And then you have some black women that will say, see, it's not valid. But if the white man says his statistics are valid about who we are, then you will believe that. But if I bring up the statistics about black men being involved in the life of their kids, more than we're not involved in the life of our kids, that we're ranked the number one fathers in this country when it comes to taking care of our children, being in their life. We are more involved in our kids' life than white men when they are divorced from their mother or the child or the wife than they are. When I bring that up, and those statistics came out of them gathering black men together to give the scenarios of what they go through and what they are doing, then you will have a black person or a black woman and say, those statistics are not valid because they came from black people doing the damn study. Even if I say, well, it was done by peer research, even if I say, oh, CDC got involved in this study that black men put together, you'll still discount it. But you're going to sit up here and tell me that the booking institution and all the white Europeans, what they say is true, but what black people say ain't true? That's what you call cultural conditioning. In America, we are culturally conditioned to see white as superior and white and black as inferior. And as a manifestation of that cultural conditioning, we'll underestimate, undervalue, and marginalize black people. We do it to ourselves, and the white society does it to us. So that's what I got to say. Black men have been battling and fighting for years, and we're still fighting. Thank you for letting me speak. I appreciate you. No hard feelings to anybody. I'm going to step down. Everybody have a great rest of your night. Thank you.
Good night. So here's the irony, Wana. And Wana,
Wait.
you know this too, Wana. You know that as hard as black men were fighting, they were fighting harder to petition the Supreme Court to do what? To do what, Wana?
Interracial marriage.
Right. So they wanted to fight anti-miscegenation laws, right?
Yeah.
Was that also part of the fight for freedom?
Yeah, it
Was that also part of the fight for the black family? But so somebody enlighten me.
Interracial relationships. Yeah, that's true.
Right. So here's the problem.
Wait. Say it again.
1 minute. 1 minute.
This is the problem that I have. If you're going to come up here and say black men have created this, they've done this, they've contributed this and that, and it was stolen, because he said he knows history. He knows history. If we look all throughout history, how is power acquired? How does anybody know? Is power given? No, it's not given, because if it's given, it can be taken away. Is that right? Power is taken, right? If you have an idea, but you don't have the power to keep it, it's not yours anymore. That's the way the world works. You don't like it, you need to fight for it. You need to fight for it. I don't know who lied to you. I don't know. History doesn't lie. History just doesn't lie. It doesn't lie. Because the victor goes spoiled. If you cannot fight for your idea, intellectual property, if you cannot fight for what is yours, it's not yours. And I would venture to say maybe it was never yours to begin with.
Let me let CKQ respond, because I know you've been wanting to respond. Go ahead, CKQ.
Hard. Why?
There was a lot.
Goodbye. They thought hard to marry white women. That's what they thought. And here's the thing too.
Wait.
If black men really felt like, sorry.
Go let CKQ respond. Hold on. Go ahead.
I actually read this in the book recently that I gained from someone. Answers emerge when you deal with problems in the present, not when you look for them in the past, no longer representing the present. I think a lot of times in these panels, we're going to the past and trying to pull, this information, da-da-da. Listen, all those problems, there were different problems back then. A lot of our problems right now, we're not really tackling. But we're doing, like we're saying, we got to fight and we got to take and blah, 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 blah. But why we're fighting each other so much? And you're also saying that we got to build families, but we're so focused on fighting each other and each side being right that we're not really trying to listen to each other that much. Like, what information we did have a point, which is if there's young kids coming on here and listening, what exactly are they hearing? If they're hearing if the young black boys listening and saying black men are conquered, black men are this, black men are that, down in black men in every turn, what the hell is what kind of confidence is that building inside of him? Unless if he's listening, if he's
Sir,
listening,
why is it women's responsibility to build you up? You're a man. You're a man. That's not our responsibility.
If he's
And
listening,
it should be. Okay, just remember what I'm saying.
if he's listening to someone say, hey, you have to be able to work with your partner, you have to listen to your woman, you have to actually build together.
Oh, I'm
To
muted.
build a life together, you guys have to actually work together. Then that would be something that he's a little bit more like, okay, I have to actually listen to the other woman on the other side of this. I have to learn to try to work with her and build a life with her. So talking about conquered black men and, women need to do this and black men need to do this, that's not really helping too much of this situation. It really isn't. Like, we're not really talking solution. We're talking about all the negative aspects.
Do you think that we can have real solutions in the YouTube space? Like, do you think that it's more important to talk about what we can do differently than it is to talk about what our actual issues are? Because like we're in these spaces and we talk about the issues all the time and we can't even come to a common ground with what the issue is in order to move forward. CK.
I think there's like I said before, the smaller channels, the ones that are actually talking about solutions, aren't going to get put out as much. Like if you're telling a young man, okay, listen, you need to stop trying to sleep with every single woman that you see. You need to get out and start actually communicating with the other sex and actually learn women, not just trying to get them in bed the second you see them. And you also have to focus and try to learn to build a business, not just be an employee for the rest of your life. These are actual tangible things that he can actually do in his real life, in his daily life, from the male point of view, at least. And on the opposite side, when women are actually saying this to young ladies, they can actually implement that in their life as well. But these are boring to hear because it takes time to actually do it. So that's really what I'm saying. Back and forth and all that stuff. All that's really doing is shouting to try to prove it. And the eye rolling, you were legitimately saying the eye laughing everything he was doing was disrespectful. But you do a lot of the disrespectful mannerisms too.
Right, but sir, my argument, that wasn't my argument. My argument was that he was being disrespectful and he was saying he wasn't. And I also came up here and said, if I don't like you and I don't respect you, I don't have a problem making that known. And here's another problem that I have. It's not a woman's responsibility to breathe life into you. This is not build a bear. This is not build a man, right? It's your responsibility. More importantly, it's your father's responsibility to see to it that you are reared and that you become the man that you're supposed to be, based on the example that he said. Men follow men. Only men know how to really raise men. So let's see what happens in the black community. Oh, there's a deficit of black men and fathers in the home and in the community doing what they're supposed to do. No wonder they don't. No wonder, right? So it adds up. 1 + 1 in the black community equals 2. So that's the problem that I have with what you're saying. And the other problem that I have is history has been a great predictor of the future. It's been a great predictor. All the wars that have been fought. It's been a great predictor of where everyone is and what everyone's going to do. And actually, if you really read the Moynihan report, they actually surmised. They submitted that this is exactly what black men were going to be if they don't stand up and if they don't do something about their position, right? That's really and people will say, oh, it was racist, but was it wrong?
Let CK. Let me
wrong.
Let me say something.
Go ahead, Freezy, but I want CKQ to be able to respond. Do you have a response, CKQ?
No, go ahead, CK. Finish your dialogue. Finish your dialogue. Go ahead.
Go ahead, and then I'll let you go, Freezy.
All right.
Again, what exactly is the solution moving forward? That's more what I'm trying to focus on. What's your solution? I get it. You're saying black men are conquered. Black men haven't done this. Okay, cool. What's your solution moving forward for young black men and young black women? Black women just step away from black men to themselves. That's what we're trying to say.
Right. So this is my solution, and mind you, my solution, it's not attainable because we can't really agree on the problem. We can't really come to a meeting of the mind and say, you know what? Black men, we need to break off. We really need to get it together, because black women and black women at this point are inconsequential. Black women have been doing what they need to do to keep the community intact without us, right? We've pretty much been absent, and they've been the glue for millennia, for a very long time. We need to break off, and we as men need to figure it out. So when I say to black men that they need to get married, right? They sort of need to build and work within the confines or the structures of the Western world. You have black men who say the Eurocentric family structure is a problem, and so we really can't agree. If you think the Eurocentric family, i.e., a husband, a wife, and your children, if you think that that's a problem and you don't want to adhere to it, you've already lost. Because the only way that they have been able to get in the position that they're in is because that's been working. It's been working for them. The family is the structure. It's the fabric. It's the foundation of the society, of civilization. It's the family. But that can't come without men being accountable. You guys talk about cultural conditioning. Who creates culture? Who creates culture? Is it not men? Men create culture, and women pass the culture on. Whoever doesn't know about history, go read a book. That's the way that culture works. So if you feel like the culture is in a state of degradation, if you feel like there's cultural conditioning, you need to grab hold of your culture, and you need to revitalize your culture. You need to set a standard for your culture. And if you don't get to cry. You don't get to cry. The big bad white is the cultural conditioning. Uncondition it. There's no solution if all you're going to do is blame. Leadership and accountability are synonymous. If you're not going to take accountability for the fact that you have not took ownership for your culture, your family, your people, your community, you're never going to win. That's it. That's it. There's no solution to be found. None. And black men come up here and cry about the system. They cry about whitey. They cry about Eurocentrism. They cry about the Moynihan Report. They cry about everything. But they never take accountability. They're still talking about we invented this and that, but they took it from you. They took it from you. You didn't take it back. They took it from you. You didn't take it back. So who does it belong to? The power was taken from you. You need to take it back. Until men figure out that family is number one, the nuclear family in the Western world. You don't have to like it. Go back to Africa. Like, honestly, if you don't like the Eurocentric system that you are forced to operate within, even though you're utilizing their education, you're utilizing their system, you're utilizing their resources, but that's fine. You want to have your cake and eat it too. But if you really don't like it, then you're going to have to go back to Africa. That's the reality. And then you can practice. But that's right. Africa is mostly also. Africa is also run by France and the Western world. So I also forgot about that. And not China. So they're also operating. So figure it out.
Let me let Freezy respond. Go ahead, Freezy.
I agree with Annalisa for the most part. Men need to be the leaders when it comes to, especially what she said earlier. I don't know if she remember, but
hold on 1 minute. I just muted you, Annalisa, just because of the feedback. But you can unmute if you have if you have a response. Okay, yeah, I just wanted you to know. Go ahead, Freezy.
Yeah, what she said earlier about men having more of a responsibility, even if women or children start having moments of contention, yelling or whatever, men have the most responsibility to remain in a certain decorum. I do agree with you. And I think most real men would agree with you as well. I don't want to say all men, but most real men would agree with you as well. But as far as like, I notice you keep bringing up the interracial marriage thing. You're saying black men fought for interracial marriage, but I want to.
That was petition to the Supreme Court before Love versus Virginia. Would you like it?
Say it again.
Would you like the doc cases, the case numbers that they petitioned to the Supreme Court? Long, like I would say, maybe more than 50 years before Love versus Virginia.
Okay,
which is what the white man and the black woman.
Go ahead,
no, I'm sure you can find it, Juana, if you want to put it in the background.
Oh, I do know that there were several cases.
Right,
Yeah,
But
go ahead.
listen, I don't want you to feel like I'm disputing that. I'm not disputing that. But this is my first time actually hearing you bring up Love versus Virginia. Because anybody that knows history, Love versus Virginia, which was in 1967.
I think it was 64, 63.
Okay, I might be wrong. I thought it was 1967. But it was a landmark civil rights decision of the U.S. Supreme Court in which the court ruled that laws banning interracial marriage violated the equal protection and due process clauses of the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution. So listen, so what I'm saying is this case was a breakthrough for interracial marriage, and it involved, guess what? A white man and his black wife. So what the point I'm trying to make is, where you come into roadblocks with us as black men, it has to be a fair exchange. I agree with you as far as black men lobbying for interracial marriage. That was corny. I get it. But we have to speak on the speaking points on both sides. This is where everything's getting missed. You understand? I just wanted to add that, and also I want to say, Information Man, I'm glad you came back on. You the GOAT.
Good point, Freezy.
I want to
Go ahead, Information Man.
This will be solutions rather than just talking about what the problems are, because that's what we tend to do a lot of. We've got to go with solutions. I would say that what are black men doing today?
Information Man, do we
There
agree
are.
on the problem or no?
What'd you say?
We can only come to a solution if we all concede to the problem and to the root source.
Right.
Root cause.
I
Do you
don't
agree?
deny that. I put in there true because you said something that I thought was true when you talked about family is the basis of everything, men getting married and things of that nature. I agree with you. It's not that I don't agree with everything that you're saying. You are making good points, but I think it's really easy to talk about the negatives versus let's get to the solutions. And what I would say is that there are existing organizations that black men have organized amongst themselves to address some of the issues when it comes to black males in particular. You have 100 Black Men. That's one organization that's around. There's a brother that I know. You probably know who this brother is. You got George Makem, who has an Urban Nerds worldwide program that he has in Philadelphia, where he's working with youth and in terms of getting them involved in STEM and getting them involved out of negativity, that he's doing mentorship. What I can do is speak to myself because of the black men that I deal with are black men that are doing some of this kind of work. I myself have personally been involved with mentorship, dealing with black men. My organization, we deal with black men when it comes to young black men, when it comes to their responsibility when they get a young lady pregnant. The ideas of being married. I've been involved in sending young ladies and young men to college, tracking them from the time they're from elementary school all the way up. We have academies, Alpha Academy that I'm a member of. I'm a member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. I've been a member of that organization for almost 30 years now. And I've been involved in doing the work on the ground, not just stepping in and partying that people tend to identify our organizations with, but doing groundwork with youth in the community, not just out there giving them turkeys, but actually tracking young men that I've been involved in changing their life going forward. So when you say, what is the solutions is that I, as a man, need to be involved, whether it be in mentorship or supporting an organization that can do the work that I can't physically do for whatever the reasons are, to change the narrative. And I think it's very important for young girls and young men to see love, black love between black men and black women. I think that's very important. And when we're working together in a sisterhood and brotherhood in balance, we are promoting something very powerful that resonates with our children because they see it. So marriage is most important. Working with youth, because you may not change the minds of what's happening with older black people, but through the youth, you might be able to change things for tomorrow. So that is the start. Will we be able to snatch everything that white people have taken from us? Maybe we can, maybe we can't. It depends on where we stand legally to be able to get things back. I do like what they're doing in South Africa when you have the South Africans saying we want our damn land back from these Dutch, and over there they've gone fully out on it, right? You have you've had situations where intellectual properties have been stolen from black people, and you have black people filing lawsuits to get control of that intellectual properties. So I think we have to hit it from all phases. Can we change? Because you brought up things that happened in the past. Can we change everything that happened in the past? We may not be able to, but let's think about what we can do going forward in the future to make sure that these things don't happen to us again. We're here in America. The system is set up the way it is, but I think we need to see how we can manipulate this system to work in our favor. And I think that there are black men that are in organizations that are trying to do the work and actually have been successful. But this is the problem, sister. The work that we're doing, as well as women, you know as well as I know that it doesn't get publicized, right? The media is not going to accentuate and put out there the positive things that black men are doing, or even black women. They're not. They're going to always promote the music and the partying and the finger popping, right? But whether they do that or not should not change the fact that we got to go out here and do the work. So that's what I'm committed to. And I hope that's what other brothers are committed to. And your first step is being committed to your family, raising your kids and preparing them, as I'm doing with my daughter. So that's where we have to start, because we can't change everything that happened in the past.
Yeah.
But that's my 2 cents I wanted to add. And coming back on the panel.
1 minute, Annalise. Shay, did you have a response? Because I know you've been kind of going in and out. Shay. Not really?
Yeah. Sorry?
Do you have a response to what's been said, or do you have a reaction or anything you want to say? Because I know it's been some time and they've been going back and forth. I wanted to just open up and give you the opportunity before. I know it's hard to like keep your points and stuff when there's so many people going.
I know, because I lost everything. But I
know. I did too. So go ahead. Do you have anything that you wanted to say, or you want to? Because you can let me know also in the chat if you have something that you want to intervene.
If anything, it's my internet that keeps cutting out. My internet is racist.
I know. Your internet is terrible today. I'm like, okay. So let me let Annalicia respond to.
Sure.
We can have.
Sure. All right.
Okay, so this is I agree. I love everything that he said. I agree with everything that he said. Obviously, there's no pushback. I would only add that in the Black community, there's a culture. There's absolutely a culture, and that culture is tied to it's tied to our moral fabric, or the lack thereof, right? What's acceptable in the Black community? Pump and dump culture, right? Selling drugs, killing your brethren, rather than doing, So I think that you described actions, and those are all fine, but those are things that, as it stands now, are not permissible. They're not something that's accepted in the culture. So I think that for those to be tangible solutions, the culture has to be revitalized. The culture has to say what is acceptable, what is not acceptable. The culture has to say, if you're going to engage in degenerate behavior, you're not going to be a part of the community, you're not going to be a part of the culture, you're not going to be a part of the revolution. So I think that it starts with the culture, because if you really are, as a baseline, the culture is in a state of immorality and utter degradation. And any positives of the cultural aspect anyways have been usurped anyways. So they don't truly belong to us because they've been usurped. Because again, if you don't really have power, you can't hold on to anything, and culture is also a part of that. So I think that a cultural revitalization is essential. It is paramount. I think that the standards completely, the baseline needs to completely change. Right now, it's in the depths of hell. That's where the bar is in the Black community, especially with Black men. It's all the way in hell. So I think that describing, programs and mentorship, these are actions. right? But you have to buy into it. You have to subscribe. This is a lifestyle. You're describing essentially a lifestyle. And in order to buy into that lifestyle and subscribe to that lifestyle, it has to be a part of your culture.
Okay. Can I ask you a question? Would you agree with me or disagree with me? Because we got to be very careful when we do these, when we generalize about what black people are, because there are many different types of black communities. You have what you would call your bourgeoisie, and I've been around that type, that are bougie, you know, whatever you want to call it. They have money, they have clout, whatever. Then you have black people that are rich, middle class, upper middle class. Then you have black people that are working class. And then you have black people that are super poor. And then you have what I would call the ratchet class. And I think a lot of times we sometimes conflate the worst of our community as being a representation for all of our community. As a black man, I find that extremely difficult because I don't want to be judged by what other black men are doing. So a lot of times, I'll give you this for example. When I have dated or gone out, you know, meet women, they will assume because of the stereotypes. And I know I talked about cultural conditioning, but the fact of the matter, good sister, is that you can't get away from it. It is a reality. When I go out, there are some women that will assume, okay, so how many kids do you have? And I'll say, I have one child. And I did mention that. And the woman will continue because they're trying to catch me in a lie, I guess. And sometimes women are shocked that I only have one kid because why? They've been culturally conditioned to believe that all black men have kids down the block, up the street, and around the goddamn corner. Or when I didn't have any kids because I had my daughter late, they'll say, wow, you're this age and you don't have kids because why? We are culturally conditioned to think that black men
start early,
have a bunch of kids all over town.
Right.
So what I'm saying to you is that you can't put everybody in this bucket. There's certainly downtrodden black communities where you got people that live up to all the ratchetness. Today, when I was on Instagram, and I'm thinking about doing a critique about it, there was an Instagram video where you had black women that were strippers and they're on there shaking it around, talking about they're waiting for dope dealers to come in there so they can get some money. They're waiting for this, they're waiting for that, all the ratchet type stuff. And I'm saying to myself, this is a damn shame. But guess what? I know from my experience of living that those women do not represent all black women. But could I take that and critique that and say, see, this is what's wrong with black women? There's certainly men on YouTube that would do that. But I know that they don't represent all black women. They don't represent you. They don't represent you, Tawana, but they represent who they are within the world that they live in. And I can't say that's all black women. Can I say that that's a bad example of black womanhood? Yes. So do we have some ratchet stuff in our communities? Yes. But remember, they don't always represent us. See, one of our biggest problems is that we take the minimum and we make it the maximum. We take the maximum and make it the minimum. So we take the negative that we see, because negative has 10 times more power over you than positive. So whatever we see negative, we say, wow, this is what's going on. And so just keep that in mind as we talk about the negatives of the black community or black men, that there are also black men out here that are striving to be the best. There are young black men that are going to Morehouse every year. I did videos on this where you got hundreds of young black men going to Morehouse, where black men are bringing them into the fraternity of Morehouse for the better making of men and working with these young men to make sure that they don't become that which you may talk about. So let's just keep that in mind. While you have the low hanging fruit out there, you also have the young brother out there that's in the study hall right now, trying to study to become a doctor. Why don't we talk about that? Because it's easy to talk about the negative, but it's hard to celebrate the positive in what we are achieving.
Information man, I have to listen. I don't ever take umbrage. If you want to talk about thought culture, I'm never gonna make the leap into drawing the correlation between them and I, because it doesn't resonate at all. It doesn't resonate at all. So maybe it's a personality thing. I don't put myself in everyone's thoughts. I don't do that. So if you can talk about anything you want. sodding, bopping, stripping, ripping, licking, whatever. It doesn't apply. So I simply let it fly, and I just try to move forward with the conversation. But when we're talking about the Black community, we also have to be honest about the political, economic, and social realities. Because while we agree that there are well-to-do Black people, they're also still well-to-do in a white supremacist system. They're also still well-to-do, and they don't have any political carte blanche, really and truly.
Right.
So for me, I think that while I acknowledge them, to me it's kind of assumed. There's always good and bad. I don't feel good when we're talking about the Black community, because I feel that there are larger problems that we need to tackle. And tackling them, I literally mean getting it in a headlock, because usually we can't even agree on what the problems are. So I don't want to see it caught up in, well, there are good Black men, and nobody forgets about the good Black men, but there are not enough. There are simply not enough good Black. If we understand how communities are built, it's the trickle down effect. It's the most wealthy and the most elite, and it trickles down into the lower socioeconomic families and communities. That's how you build community. Right. And you also have to be honest with reality.
Yeah. How do you know that there's not enough good Black men if you don't know? My question is to you, how can one say that there's not enough good Black men if you don't know every Black man on the planet or even in this country? That's like me saying that there's no good Black women, when in fact there are good Black women, but I don't know all. See, what happens is we take our anecdotal experiences in the community that we live in. Right. And if we have negative experiences in our community, like for example, I've had bad experiences dating in the area that I'm in. And I can come away with saying, okay, all the women are bad in this area, when it just so happens that I met some bad women that weren't right for me, but I have not met all women that are probably right for me, because for whatever reason, the cards didn't fall that way for me to meet those good women. I'm just giving that as an anecdotal, example.
That's fine, but listen, that is you. That is you. Those are things that you prioritize. I prioritize the conversation and moving it forward, and getting caught up in the minutia and semantics and the verbiage. That's not my purpose. That's not my thing. I don't care.
Well, that's why I brought up solutions earlier.
You submit to me, there are not enough good Black women. Okay. Let's move on. What do we do?
Well, I would never submit that to you, because I don't believe.
This is what Anton said. He said, and is there enough good Black women that aren't baby mamas?
Right. Well, why are they baby mamas? Listen, let me just move forward, because again, we're getting. I can't deal with the minutia. Yeah. I'm not going to deal with the minutia. That's not my thing. It's tedious. It's counterproductive. Who cares? There are not enough good Black women. Okay, fine, qualify it. I'm saying there are not enough good Black men, based on the culture, based on the degradation in the community, based on the position that Black men are in, and therefore Black women and children. So and those things can be qualified. Those things can be qualified with data and statistics. Even if you say Big Bad Whitey did it, that's fine. Show me something obviously, and it has to be, peer reviewed, and it has to be all of the proper channels. But show it to me, and I'll look at it. So for me, I just think it's silly to get caught up in the minutia, and if it doesn't apply to you, information man, you literally it just like that.
I get what you're saying. Well, don't get me wrong, sister. I'm not saying that we have a perfect world. Like I said, there are Black men out here that ain't doing the right thing. And there are some Black women out here that are not doing the right thing. But my point that I was trying to make is I just don't want to put in my mind that, all Black women are terrible. Even though when you have Black women that are divestors on YouTube, I just know that that's a crowd of Black women that think like that, because the Black women that I've come in contact with over my years of living, of course, did not operate in that type of thinking. So therefore, I know that there are Black women that don't think like that. So therefore, I can't use them and say that's the broad brush of all Black women. I just don't believe in broad brushing everyone. That's all.
And that's a choice that one has to consciously make, right? You make the conscious choice to say, I'm not going to paint you with a broad brush. And I don't think that asking more black men to be better and to do better, I don't think that that's a bad thing. I don't think that it's pejorative. I don't think that it's punching down on the good black men. Yes. I think that it is a social, political, and economic reality that they need to do and be better. I think that, and here's the thing, empirically, if there were more good black men, you would see it. You wouldn't get so much resistance and pushback when you go into other communities and you say, hey, let's work together, let's collaborate. So in my line of work, I see a lot of people doing that, and they say, we don't care about that. We don't really care. It's not my problem. As a black community, it's not my problem. Black women and children are not my problem. So, and this is a cultural phenomenon. Not caring, not having the moral fabric. That's part of your culture.
I want to ask, like I said, it's all anecdotal. I think every black man has a different experience. Certainly, the black men that I have dealt with over my years, and I'm involved with, we are doing things in our communities, in our families, and so they don't really represent what you're saying. That's why what you're saying to me, not that it's foreign, it sounds a little off to me personally, because the black men that I deal with, we're not operating like that. And that's why I was saying we don't know all people, so therefore you can't paint with a broad brush. No one can, because no one knows everybody in the world. Let me stop there because Brother Freezy wants to
hold on, but you don't have to know everybody in the world to know what's going on in the black community. You also don't have to have men in your life that are not doing the right thing or that are degenerate or immoral to know that there are black men that are degenerate and immoral. You don't
right, but then you don't know, but you don't know that all black men or women are immoral. You still don't have. It's not like you're a god where you got this crystal ball and you're looking down and saying, I know it all. You don't. You know from your experience, from where you live or where you've been. We know that what we know about people is more about what most of what we know is what we know within our space. It doesn't mean. See, this is the thing that's bothering me about this conversation.
Go ahead.
I can set up here. And I know many of these brothers can give the same example. I can sit up here and say what black men that I know are doing. I'm in an organization that has millions of black men, an organization that's national and international, with members that are members of Prince Hall Masons, as well as 100 black men. And these chapters are all over the country. And I can tell you what they're doing in all these different cities. You know why? Because I can get in contact with brothers where there's hundreds of brothers in each one of these cities in this country, in international, and tell you what programs they've got going on in these particular places, because I correspond with these brothers. But why is it that if I tell you that's a solution and this is what brothers are doing in a large organization of black men in which I'm a part of, and after I say that, we're still setting up here saying, oh, well, all black men are musty, dusty, and crusty. When I just sat up here and said, this is some of the things that are going on that you may not be aware of.
I don't think that was said. Go ahead. Yeah, I don't think that was said.
On this channel, I didn't say that on this channel. So this is what I'm saying. You're hearing things that are not being said. I already told you. You and I agree. I added the cultural revitalization element to some of the solutions. I didn't disagree. And here's the problem that I have. Because you can talk about your efforts, and I would never trivialize them. And I think it's admirable. And I think that every black man should be doing what you're doing. But here's the problem that I have. If there were enough good men, black men, doing what they're supposed to be doing right by women and children and themselves, the black community, as a community, right, as a people, as a populace, they would not be headed towards permanent underclass status. They're about to fall out. Black men are about to fall out of right now they're in the lower end of the middle class. They're about to fall right out, probably because of the pandemic. There are different variables, but that is where the black community is heading. That is a political and economic reality. So if not for that, I would agree with you. I would say
I'm not denying that the black community.
Black men are doing what they're supposed to be doing. Black men are getting educated. They're making money.
Hear what I'm saying. I'm not denying that there are not black communities having struggles. But what I'm saying to you, there's a solution to it.
I can't hear y'all. Y'all both talking. Anna, I can't
Anna,
hear.
what I'm
Y'all
trying to
both
say
talking.
is,
Go ahead.
I agree with you. I'm not in denial of that. There are some black communities, some areas around this country where black people are living in poverty. We see what's happening in Detroit. You know, we got a lot of things happening in Detroit where black people have had their homes taken from under them through auctions. There's so many things that are happening. Yes, we have black folks struggling in this country. It has happened historically. I'm not denying any of that. But while you're saying that, don't dismiss. I'm not saying you're dismissing. Keep in mind that there may be people behind the scenes that look like you and me that are trying to figure out ways to change the dynamic. None of this is going to change overnight. It didn't take overnight for this to happen. It took years and years and decades for this thing to build up the way it is. It's going to take a long time for us to change it. So I get what you're saying, sister. I'm going to stop right there because the brother wants to talk.
My position wasn't like this. That was never my position. My position is these are the problems. They're nuanced. They're complex.
Right.
They're huge. My position is never, every single last one, or it's going to take snap your fingers, or overnight you're going to go from being an underclass populist to. I never said that. No, I said that based on the trajectory. What you're saying cannot be empirically true. I'm telling you, the economics. They study these things. This is what they do. I'm not an economist, but I read what they submit, and I say, well, okay, well,
So,
if we're headed from the underclass status.
Why can't we focus on some? Then why don't we focus on? I hear everything that she's saying, the empirical evidence, the statistics. I hear what you're saying. So, what can we do for solutions then? I brought up an example, and keep this in mind. When I brought up the example that I brought up, that's my example from where I'm at in California, but this is happening with, we got chapters, alumni chapters, we got chapters in colleges, we got tons of stuff where black men are doing various things in communities where you may never get this information. So when I was in San Francisco, we put together a program where we were working with kids in the community in a vacant building, doing some tutoring and some mentorship. And then when brothers were graduating, we were able to get we gained clout and some finances, and we were able to turn this program into a boys and girls club. And we were able to create employment for those in the community to run the program and also work with the kids in the community. Then we had, this is in the Sunnydale housing project area in San Francisco. Then we had a juvenile program. Can I please finish? I'm talking solutions here.
I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
I'm talking solutions here.
Okay, go
then
ahead.
we put together a juvenile program to help young brothers coming out of juvenile to not go back. I personally, in my profession, work with young black men that are in prison, trying to get them out of prison, not never to come back to prison, with counseling and what have you. So what I'm saying is there's stuff that's happening in the nicks and crannies that you're never going to know about because nobody's promoting it as ringing. So there are things that are happening on top of the fact that there's still the things that you're talking about that are negatively happening. But just because these things are happening, it doesn't change the fact that there are people out here, no matter how little or big, are trying to do something. Because if we don't do something, it's never going to get better. Period.
Information man. You know what? You said something very information.
Hold on. I want to say one thing and I'm done, because I already see where this is going and I'm done. As much as I love everything you're saying. That's fine.
Well, what's wrong? What did I say wrong?
Just let me finish. That's fine. We wouldn't have this trajectory economically.
Okay.
With respect to the class system and permanent underclass status. If there were more black men doing what they're supposed to be doing, that would be an obsolete trajectory. So yes, let's talk about the good black men, but because of the state of the bad black men, we're heading towards permanent underclass status. So you can focus on whatever you want to focus on. I feel like historically, men focus on problems and they eradicate the problem, and then they move forward. Like look at what they did with Germany. They said Hitler is the problem. Hitler seems to be the common denominator. We need to deal with him. And that's what they did. So I feel like focusing on or talking about the problem doesn't negate the positive things that are happening, but they're not happening to the extent that we're not going to become the permanent underclass status if Black men don't upwardly mobilize. Period. If they don't, period. It's economic. It's
Right.
like I'll put it out.
I want to hear what these other brothers are saying to say.
Let Breezy talk. Let's see KQ talk. Let me.
Well, I wanted to bring it back to the topic of the show, highlighting YouTube culture exploitation. Information man, you said something very important. There is a lot of positive things going on in the Black community, but it's not being highlighted or exploited. The money is in the fuckery. The money is in the fuckery. So we have to take note. We have to take important note of that. And Alicia, because I admire your zeal, I want to pose a question to you. I really sincerely want your input. So earlier in the show, we discussed exploitation, and I made a comment saying that Black women, for the most part, are at the forefront of thirst traps, Instagram, let's see, OnlyFans, all of this culture that is kind of I want to say having an influence on the young Black women that is causing promiscuity in the Black community. This is a big problem. The Black women are at the forefront of thirst traps, Instagram models, trash culture, sex work. I want to know, what do you feel about this? And I want to know your input on this, because it's causing promiscuity amongst young Black women in the Black community. And this is also part of the problem why we have Black women becoming mothers. I won't say single mothers, single baby mothers. I won't say that, because I know you're going to say they're single mothers because the Black men are leaving. But just being immature mothers in general, I want you to speak to that.
So okay, so you're asking about promiscuity in the Black community, why women are the
I
face
want
of
her
it.
to speak to. I want her to no, because listen. I want her to speak to.
I heard your question.
Okay.
So what I'm going to say to you is supply and demand. You know how supply and demand works? Because without a demand, right, like there's no supply. So again, you're talking about a culture. Thoughting, thirst trap. This is ingratiated in the culture, and it's the reason it's ingratiated is because it's acceptable. It has been permitted. And who put the big booty hole in the video? Who started? Was it Black women who started?
Wait, let her finish.
Who said, let's put this big booty hole in this video and watch it blow up? Who said bitches ain't shit but hoes and tricks? And then it became notorious. I'm not saying that Black women are perfect, but I think that Black women are adhere, like all women in every culture, they're going to adhere to the culture that their men create. That's the women and children, even if the men are leading them off a cliff, that's what's been happening. Even if Black men have been leading them into thought and thoughting and bopping, they're going to follow it. Because if that's what the men are doing, if men are saying this is lucrative, if men are saying this is acceptable, an acceptable way to live your life and make money, women are going to try to capitalize off of it. Women are at the mercy of men. This is a part of a culture. If you don't
like Alicia, wait. Let me dive in.
1 minute.
You need to cultivate a culture. Starting and bopping isn't cool. Okay. It's not okay. And not only do you have to live that. You have to live it. You have to walk it. You have to talk it. You can't just say it and then you have big booty holes at your basketball pad. Like this is what I'm saying. You guys, everything that you're arguing about and the problems that you have, they would not have been here if you didn't give it the okay. If you didn't push it into the culture, it would not exist.
And Alicia, listen.
Okay, go ahead.
To want to pose this question at the beginning of the show, when I answered the question, I made it clear In the 90s, yes, black male rappers and entertainers did exploit women. But in this day and age, women have grabbed the exploitation by the bootstraps. They've taken control. They own their own companies. Nobody's making them do this. They're uploading their own videos. Listen to what I'm saying to you. I agree with you, but nobody's making these women do this. They are the biggest capitalizers in thirst traps and indecent exposure. Okay, they are passing this behavior down to young black women. What you just did is what you accuse black men of doing all the time. You're moving the goalposts. You're moving the goalpost. You're taking the responsibility. Listen, you're taking the responsibility off of these irresponsible, rotten ass women. No, listen, these women. But listen, what I'm saying is,
I told you that women are not perfect, but I also said that how come he can talk about cultural conditioning, but when I apply it to black women, it's not applicable. Like you pick a struggle.
No, I agree. What I'm saying, I'm trying to prove a point. I agree with you. What I'm saying is, I agree with you. Right. But when we do it, agree with us. I knew you was going to answer it that way, but I'm telling you, this is a mutual problem. This is what Information Man has been trying to tell you the whole time. This is what he's been trying to get you to understand. They're not exploiting the positive thing that's going on. It's a lot of, listen, I'm involved in my neighborhood, in my whole county. A lot of positivity is going on in the black community. They're not going to televise this. They're not going to put this on the media. They don't give a damn. They don't give a shit about that. You understand? So all I'm telling you is, we agree. Put a 1 in the chat, all the black men in the chat. If you agree with Annalicia that black men should be at the forefront of leadership, taking control of the black community. We all agree with you on that.
Right, but that means culture. That means what's acceptable for women and children and men. You're talking about what women are, young girls are looking at, and they're growing up and becoming promiscuous. And mind you, that's actually psychologically not what's linked to promiscuity. But if you want to try to draw the causation or the parallel, I'm here for it. But secondly, if young girls
what I'm telling you is that these women own these companies. They own the companies. If I was a pimp, and listen, if I was a pimp and I had a slew of hoes, if I was a pimp and I had a slew of hoes, if I answered the question the same way you did, it would be problematic. If I said, the only reason why I got hoes is because it's supply and demand.
Freezy. Okay, Freezy. If you're trying to say that these young black girls are looking up to these the thoughts and they're getting into that life, I would submit to you that young black men are looking up to rappers and degenerates, and they're going to employ the young black girl. It's circular.
It's the same thing.
Wait.
It's not the same thing, because culture is created by only one group. It is carried on by one. You said that you know a lot about history. Historically, in civilization, cultures are created by men. What is acceptable, what is not acceptable. That is a part of your culture. That is created by men, and women carry it on to their children.
So are you telling me, hold on, you telling me female whore culture is created by men?
Absolutely. And you have a problem with it now because black women are trying to capitalize. That's why it's a problem now. Because you wanted to exploit her and put her in the video, but when she wants to do it herself,
if you know history, prostitution, female whore culture, Madam Shacks it was started by women. It was started by women. Madams, have you heard of that?
You're talking about prostitution versus a video, bro.
What I'm telling you is, I posed a question to you. It's a fact that black women are at the forefront of these thirst traps, and they're influencing young black women to be promiscuous.
Because I told you, it's cause and effect. It's culture that was created by men, and they profited from it, and it was okay when they created it, but it's not okay when
It's all our fault, black man. It's all our fault.
Okay, no, it's not your fault. You know what? Black women, we created the culture. We put the woman in the
Can I say something?
All right, let 1 minute. Let's see.
You're right.
There's going to be
You shouldn't have to.
Hold on 1 minute. Let's see KQ respond. Go ahead,
And I
KQ.
think
I couldn't
right
hear you.
now the
Hold
time
on,
is
hold
a
on.
big uprising of
Hold
the
on.
black.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me,
Yeah.
CKQ?
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
listening.
because I couldn't hear anything. We couldn't hear anything you were saying. I want you to start over.
Oh, am I muted? Oh, okay.
Go ahead.
Oh, I just think there's trash people in every culture, and I think that I haven't seen those black men in my life, and I think that there's black men that are moving upward, and they're going to try to help as many people as they can, and there's people that are going to get left behind, both men and women.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, we can speak of solutions for the people that are going to want to find the help and going to want to find the solutions, and there's people that are just going to want to keep doing the ratchet shit, and they're just going to get left behind. I just think that's really the solution when it comes to these people. You're going to talk. I know you're saying, oh, black people are heading downwards. That's just not what I see in my daily life. I'm pretty sure everyone here else, it's not what we're seeing in our daily lives, and that's not what we're trying to push for in our daily lives either. We're all trying to get as high as we can and help everyone else in our lives as get as far as we can. So the people that aren't looking for the solutions, they're just going to get left behind. That's just it. So there's no solution to the people that don't want it.
I don't even have any disagreements with that, because I people have heard me say some people need to be left behind, and it's the people who refuse to be accountable. I'm not going to continue with the circular logic about what came first, the chicken or the egg, who creates culture, who started this. I'm not going to do that. We're going to agree to disagree, and that goes for everybody on the channel. But this is the problem that I have. So in the comment section, you have black men like Daryl, who will submit to the world that he is a good black man, but he will try to weaponize what he thinks my situation is. He thinks I'm divorced. He doesn't know what my situation is. Was he not? Like if I was to really, this is what I'm saying.
Stay out of the comment section.
No, this is exploitation. I haven't personalized this. I haven't spoken about anyone personally. I don't care. I'm attacking the talking points. I am relegating it to what is being said. You have black men who will try to exploit a woman's position, status, or marital or otherwise, and other black men are going to subscribe. And this is cultural, my friend. This is a problem. It's like if I was to reciprocate, hey, well, were you not evicted or about to be evicted, or like we could dance. You won't like it.
I did remove
you
those.
Will not like it.
I did remove those.
So keep playing with me. This is what I'm saying. But Daryl's a good black man, right? He advocates for black women. No, he exploits them. He tries to weaponize any vulnerability that he can tap into against them. It amazes me that it's so easy to see.
Can I bring up a point here?
Black man is. But even black men can discern. Black men can discern a good black man from a garbage, degenerate, gossip queen. That nigga's a gossip queen. What are you talking about?
Come on, Annalise, you're making it personal.
Stop playing with me.
Well,
YouTube isn't going to pay you rent, sir.
There was some personal comments made about her, and that's what happened. So let's move on. I did. Yes, they were, and I deleted them because I didn't want the personal conversation to take over. Obviously, I made it clear that her arguments are what we need to be talking about, and not her personally. I did say that. But go ahead, information man. I know you have to say something, or you have a point.
Yeah, I hear her points are wrapped into this whole thing called culture. But there's also something that you do learn when you grow up, which is knowing wrong from right. You learn when you grow up from your parents. This is what you do. This is what you not do. So the way I see it is that why is it that if black women are doing things that are not in the proper manner, the excuse is, well,
information man.
the culture. Can I please just say what I have to say? I'm listening and listening to you, and you go on and on and on, and then you want to cut into other people. Can I please make my statement without being cut into? Because I sat up here and didn't say a word out of my mouth while she was speaking.
Information man. 1 minute. Please stop.
This is laughable.
No. 1 minute, guys. Let me say what's going on. She's asking me to control the chats. She was not interrupting you, information man. She was interrupting me because she wanted to make sure that I was looking at what was going on in the chats and I was making sure that was under control. I do have plenty of moderators. Please moderate. I do not want any comments that are offensive about anyone on the panel being shown. Please moderate.
You can say what you want to say about Freezy.
I don't see anything. No, they can't say nothing about you either, Freezy. No, nobody on the panel. Nobody on the panel. I'm not. It's no. Information man. We didn't want to interrupt you. It was just that it was some things being said in the chat that we wanted to got addressed. Okay?
I just
sorry about that.
No, I was just the way I'm gathering this, it seems like anything that women do that's negative behavior, such as whether it be sexually exploiting themselves, that if me as black men talk about that, then once again, it comes back on me as a black man as being, I didn't create the culture. And once again, I go back to what I said before. What culture are you talking about? What black community? Because the black community that I come from, where black men are married, black men have women that are of dignity, I wouldn't tolerate wanting to get myself involved with a woman that exploits herself like that, because I don't exploit women. So therefore, there is no reason, if I see a woman that exploits herself, that's no reflection on the culture that I created, because the culture that I've created, I have a daughter right now. I'm creating my daughter's 14 years old. I'm creating a culture in which she's going to grow up. She's growing up to know what a man is and what is the proper way to move through life. So to set up here and say that black men have created, what black men are you talking about? Maybe the ratchet black men are the ones creating this culture. But at the same time, look, let me just finish. I grew up during that time with Luke Campbell and all of them were doing those videos. I didn't like it. I didn't like the exploitation of black women at that time, when you had black women saying, "Don't call me no B." And then we went through the 90s. We went through the 80s where black men were giving saying positive things about black women in the metaphor of their rap music. And then we went into the 90s where everything was bees and garbage bags and all of that. I didn't agree with any of that stuff. But then as things started to change and we went past the Little Kims, we went from the MC Lights to the Little Kims. And she's right. Men made money off of the exploitation of women, pushing the sexuality and entertainment. But that's always been that way. Even in the white community, they push pornography and they push sex. So this is nothing. When you say the culture that black men created, this is the culture of America. Sex has always sailed. So this is the problem. Don't put that on black men when that is the culture of America. White men were the ones selling pornography. Some of the biggest pimp was the one that everybody loved, which was in the Playboy Mansion. Okay, so white people, America as a culture has pushed forth sexuality. So that's nothing. It isn't synonymous to black culture or to black men pushing this narrative. But as we moved out of the 90s, as Freezy said, into where we are today, women have sought empowerment. Remember, let's not get away from this, ladies. Remember, women said, "I'm independent. I don't need a man. I'm independent." Black women have been chanting that for a long time. "I'm independent. I don't need a man. I'm independent." So what about the black men who try to create a culture where they won't tolerate certain behavior from their women? And when they do that, you have women that will say, "I ain't got to listen to you. I'm independent. I don't need a black man." Because when I was growing up and you had black men talking, handling themselves like that with women, I witnessed women that were talking this independent stuff, and I ain't gonna listen to you. Okay, so when you say that black men create a culture, my question to all the ladies listening: if black men create a culture that's run on codes of behavior and conduct, are you, black woman, prepared to adhere to such of a culture that a black man creates? Because when black men say that they want black women to submit to them, y'all get up in arms about that word called submitting. Well, part of creating that culture that you talk about will require you as a woman to submit to what the black man is creating in terms of codes and behavior conducts. So that means you have to be willing to listen to what we have to say for us to push the culture change. But
they ain't gonna want to let all that. They ain't gonna want to let all that thirst trap.
How many women? Go. How many exactly? But how many of our women are willing to let down their guards of I'm an independent woman, I can do what I want, to adhere and listen to a code of conduct that black men want to create this culture? So when you say we need to create a culture, I don't think personally that there are. Well, let me say this: there are probably some black women out here who won't even adhere to a culture that's more favorable, like you're saying, that black men want to create. So that to me, it's sort of like it's a double-edged sword. While on the one hand, you say that we need to create a culture, when we want to create one, how many of y'all are going to adhere to that? Now, when you have black women themselves praising a Cardi B, who ain't even black, by the way, are praising a Mega Stallion because they're saying that they're representing black power, when you've got the vice president, Kamala Harris, endorsing a Mega Stallion. Wow. And the president meeting with these type of women as if they represent the black community or what black women really are. And then I don't see any black females denouncing these black women as taking black women backwards of sexual expectation. Maybe why? Because these women are taking control of their own sexuality and making money off of it. When I can go on Instagram and you have IG models pushing any fans and all of this other stuff, that black, I didn't make them do that. I think they're doing it because they're trying to make money. Obviously, they're trying to take care of themselves. And of course, sex sells. And there's always a thirsty man or men out there who create the demand that you talk about, Sister Anna. Right? So maybe if men stop swiping likes and stop watching these women, maybe there won't be any money for them to make to be able to put themselves on Instagram. So we as men have to stop feeding into these type of females. But wait a minute, at the same time, women, I'm sorry, ladies who say that they're independent and don't need a man, you need to also be accountable for what you're doing, because certainly not all men are putting you out there on Front Street.
I was about to say the same thing.
God damn it, I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the damn truth here. I'm telling the truth here.
Again, we cannot have a meeting of the mind, because on the one hand they say
it's not about a meeting of the minds. It's about what's facts and what's true.
I fundamentally do not agree with you, because when you talk about
because why you don't want to be because why I'm saying that this is an area where women should be held accountable for their behavior too. You can't have it both ways.
I can have it however I want. I'm going to tell you why.
Yeah, because that and you know what? And that's exactly the problem right there, gentlemen. That's the problem right there. You can have it the way you want it, but yet you tell us as black men to create a culture, and if we create that culture, you still want to have it the way you want it. That's the problem right there.
No one said that, if you guys actually do that, call me back. Call me back when you actually do that. Right now,
let me ask that question. I want to ask this to Tawana. I have to ask this to Tawana, to the host. If black men create a culture in which we have codes and conducts of behavior that we want our women to adhere to, will black women honestly follow the codes of a new black reality? Because I personally don't think they will, for the reason why she's not listening to what I'm saying right now.
Mute.
Please stop talking.
I'm sorry, I'm muted.
You're muted.
I'm like talking. Hold on, y'all. Let me.
I had that question for you, Tawana.
Okay, so your question is, will Black women follow if Black men decide to take the lead? Here's the thing. What I think is missing is that Black men also have to build trust in the community, right? Like you can't just come in and now you're like, oh, you need to follow me without really in a demonstration as to where we're going or how we're going to how you're going to lead the situation. So for instance, right now we're in a situation where we really don't have a lot of resources, health, like wealth or any kind of social power in our community, right?
Mm-hmm.
We don't own things. We don't know exactly, like we know who has power in our community and who don't.
Right.
So like we would need first to like take control of our communities in order to establish that order, right? Like I don't disagree that women individually marry men and they submit to their husbands, right? But as a collective, we talk about we want to be married, we want to work on these things, but we know that only 26% of Black people are married, right? Like we know that that's a small percentage. So if there was a trend of like our marriage rates increasing, if there was a trend, right, of us
Yes.
like going into college, right, becoming educated or even ownership or even getting trades or even like the trends that you were talking about, the individualized efforts that are happening around, which they don't happen. Like everybody has these efforts, right? In Chicago, I know several efforts that's happening, like
Yes.
that's like all across this city, but
Right.
it's always like we all duplicate efforts.
That's
and it's
true.
not like a collective effort that's happening that is so powerful that it's just like becoming a trend throughout all of our nations and like showing up, right, for us to see it. I think that we miss a lot of the good things that are happening because it's so many just like smaller, Alpha Phi Alpha, maybe Kappa's doing something, maybe it's this group doing something. It's like not a collection of all of you groups working together, right? And so we don't see that enough. We see individualized efforts, but yeah, Black women are loyal to Black men.
Yes,
I
I would
believe
agree.
that. I
Mhm.
believe that Black women are loyal to Black men. I believe that Black women want to partner with Black men. I believe that we are the slowest group to really move outside of our communities and date outside of our communities. So
Right.
I have no doubt that Black women want to learn how to partner with Black men. I think that some people are being deterred for different reasons. And I think that a lot of it has a lot to do with some of the points that Annalicia brought up, some of the points that Freezy brought up. But we can't talk about women being sexualized without talking about the culture that support it. Just like we can't talk about Black men in our communities that are absentee fathers without talking about single mothers. Right? Like we have to talk about both sides because every action has a reaction. And I think we miss that a lot. We're like, oh yeah, well, y'all need to close y'all legs. Okay, but y'all can actually control yourselves as well. There's actions, right? Like we used to do shotgun weddings. We used to marry women who we got pregnant, right? That was like a thing. Like your daddy was like, you need to marry my daughter. And we were still getting married at lower rates than other cultures, but that was part of our culture. We took that. But we don't even have that mentality anymore. It's like, well, birth control exists. You should have got on birth control, like, or you need to get an abortion. Like that is the thing, right? Yes, that's what happened. Freezy, when the birth control became about, the shotgun wedding thing went out the door. You can look at history. Like that's literally what happened and stopped people from even getting married. We have to create norms within our culture that translates in order for the trust to build, in order for everything else to fall in place. You don't get submission without an exchange of something. You just don't. You can't come to the door and be like, we're not going to do anything different, but y'all going to listen to us.
Right. No, I'm not talking about, I'm certainly not talking about men who don't bring anything to the table, who don't, there's this back sound. Okay. I'm not talking.
I want to respond to his question, and I want to respond to his diatribe.
I'm certainly not saying there's a little.
sorry,
Can someone mute? Because it's like all this
sorry.
back sound.
Information man. Annalisa is about to leave. Can I let her
Okay.
speak and then we can all talk
Okay.
openly after she
Okay.
goes? Go ahead, Annalisa.
Okay.
So to answer all of your questions, the reason that I fundamentally disagree is because I understand cause and effect. I understand the relationship between cause and effect. I understand that Trump being voted into office was advantageous to most white people, right? It was in their benefit. That was the effect. The cause was all those white women voting because their white husband said that's who we're going to vote for, right?
True.
Cause and effect. So if black men are saying you can make money, you take your clothes off. And this is not to negate the responsibility that we have individually, but you did bring up a point. You said, well, parents raise their children, and there's a culture there. Parents is plural. That is not something that the black community, that we can say historically, we've always had. It's not even close to other groups of people. So while I agree that parents, mother and father, raise their children, when it's just one, you're going to fall short because it can't be done. So I understand cause and effect. I understand if black men say that this is lucrative, that this is, if they do something and it becomes popularized, that is the effect is going to be that women are going to subscribe. They're going to adhere to it. That's the way culture works. That's the way it works. Hold on. Another thing what really blows my mind is when black men come here and say, hey, if we were to hypothetically create a good culture for the women and children to be raised in, to adhere to, would they follow? I would point to the Nation of Islam. I would point to the Black Panther Party, because those women had some of the highest instances of abuse, but they rolled until the wheels fall off, didn't they? They did, right? They did. They got horses turned on them, didn't they? Got off too, right? The Black Panther Party, even when the black males, the black men, the leaders were sleeping with white women on the sly and preaching about black power, those black women were still, they had an allegiance to black men. That was cultural as well. So I think that black men simply have to create something, and black women will shortly follow, even if it's to their detriment, even if they're being abused, even if they're being cheated on by their enemy, by the oppressor's woman. So we're not going to do that. We're not going to say, hey, if we create something, will black women follow? Historically, you can't point to a time where black men created something and black women didn't follow. You can't do it. There is not a time in history where black men said, hey, come along with me. And black women said, no, we're okay. And you want to talk about, black women, I'm in the independent. Why did black women, I want people to understand, cause and effect, right? Black men specifically, you don't like the relationship between cause and effect. Why did the black independent woman come about? Why did she have to become independent? Because black men could not be relied upon. You weren't reliable. You weren't there. And even when black men were there, they weren't reliable. They weren't loyal. They weren't fruitful. So cause and effect. Because men fail to be men, because men fail to provide, because men fail to protect, the effect is I have to do it on my own. I might as well take pride in it. I'm an independent woman. I can do it on my own. Newsflash, because I have no choice. Newsflash, I don't have a choice. Cause and effect. It works culturally, it works economically, it works socially, it works romantically, it works on every level of human nature and civilization. And you can talk about Hugh Hefner and the Playboy, but guess what? You know the culture that white people have subscribed to? You have to get married. You have to get married. There are studies. But this is trackable. You can look it up. You can Google it. They have Hugh Hefner. But when white men come of age, they're not knocking on Hugh Hefner's door trying to join the party. They're not to live out the lifestyle. They might do that in the confines of their own home, and they might engage and dabble in degeneracy. But at a certain age, they realize, I need to be married. Marriage is a part of their culture because they understand the family. is the only reason they've been able to get where they are today and to maintain
Your marriage argument is a huge red herring.
Oh my God, stop the hell up.
Hey,
Be quiet.
I'm gonna let you
You're
respond.
talking about humor, and that's not the fabric of white culture. And you need to understand, as much as you can say, hey, this is American culture. Well, America states that you are broken off into different groups: Chinese Americans, African Americans, white Americans, different groups, and different groups have different cultures. There's not to say that American culture, Western culture, I'll call it, North American Western culture. It's not to say that there are not some influences here and there. But Indians have their own culture. You best believe it. And they hold on to it. They don't let interlopers supersede or infiltrate their culture. They don't. Same with Asians, same with white people. That's why they don't really want black people in their neighborhood. Because they understand. They understand what it will do to the culture, their culture. They understand the influence that it can have. They understand it's fun, it's entertaining, but it's not a lifestyle that you actually live. Unfortunately, black people actually live it. They live it. That's why they're married at 26%, because being a rapper is cool, fighting and bopping is cool, leading your children is cool. It's culture. It's part of the culture. Do it for the culture, right? They do it for the culture. So I want you to understand how strong and influential cause and effect is in this society. Don't talk to me about what black women will do. Black women have been doing it. Why don't you create a better culture and stop crying about whitey? Create a better culture. You want women to behave? You want women to adhere to a better culture, better morale? Create something.
What exactly?
You literally
had a question.
Okay, my bad. Go ahead,
Now you're mad about it? Now you're crying because black women are turning around and trying to capitalize on it? It doesn't work that way. It doesn't work that way.
We not mad. Cool. We not mad.
You said stop. You said it was cool. You said it was cool. You said it was okay. You said
About
you could make money like this.
I didn't say that.
Wait, you guys are victims. Like, it's a disgrace. It's a disgrace.
But Shay,
do something. Be better. Build a better culture.
I did not say it was cool.
I'm not talking to you, Freezy. I'm not talking to anybody. I'm speaking in generality.
Talking in general.
The difference between me and black men is I don't have to personalize this, and I don't have to identify. I'm not like you guys. I'm speaking in general. I don't know you. I don't care about you. You guys suffer with that affliction. You guys make it about yourselves. You guys are egocentric. I am not.
Now you're generalizing. I never got personal with you.
It's a general conversation. We're talking about the black community. I'm not talking about the information man. I'm not talking about Freezy. I'm not talking about Wana. This is a general conversation. And I can do that. Some black men can't. Most black men can't. That's why they get hyper emotional. That's why they get upset. But I'm a good black man. What about the good black men?
I think it's
Anna, I have one question. Hold on. I want to ask Anna before she gets off the panel. Anna, Hanifa asked, what can women, hold on, I want to put her question up. She said, what can we do better as women?
What black women can do better as women is have higher standards, have higher self-esteem. I think that black women need to see the value in themselves and stop seeking it out in black men who don't inherently see the value in you. I think
Can you leave black men out of it?
Oh my God! Yeah, let's leave them out. Okay, then stay away from black men. Like,
Freezy, she asked us what black women can do.
Okay, my bad. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Work on their self-esteem, their sense of self-worth and value, self-love. I think you need to continue going to school. You're already doing a good job academically, and the numbers support that. Continue getting your education. Continue to have high standards. Yes, the bar is in hell. You need to raise the bar. Raise the bar, because if the bar is not raised, these men are not going to compete, and you're gonna have to accept degeneracy, and then you're going to have to roll out with them in the next 20 years into permanent underclass status with them. So I think standards, self-love, self-esteem, education, therapy, and love your children, love your family, and do what you can for your community. That's it.
And stop sleeping with
Go ahead, Freezy. Go ahead,
Pookie
Freezy.
and Ray Ray. Stop sleeping with Pookie and Ray Ray.
Okay. What about you, CKQ? What do you think women can do?
What do I think women can do better?
Yeah.
Um,
Oh, bye, Annalicia. I wanted to give her official bye, but yeah, what do you think?
women can do better.
Yeah, I mean, we can respond to what Annalicia said for sure,
There
but
was a
what do
lot.
you guys think
But,
that? I know it was it was a lot.
Man,
So
what did she say?
barrage. So
I got
it was
lost.
let's talk about what we think women can do from the man's perspective. I want everybody to think about it. What can we do to move the culture along or to make things better?
Honestly, this is hard to say. To me personally, I think it's hard to say. It has to be what women. It has to me. It's what women and men can do better is start understanding each other more. We're very good at sleeping together. We're very bad at trying to understand each other. So I think in the Black community, we need to stop trying to sleep with each other the second we see each other and start trying to understand each other much better and start actually trying to communicate with each other. We don't communicate well at all. We can pop out kids, we can sleep together, and we can run to the next person and try to get some more kids out of them. But when it comes to talking about, hey, how are we going to raise these kids? That's where all hell breaks loose, because it's kind of like, oh wait, I never actually spoke to this person and heard their mentality. They're not good to raise a kid. That's how kids happen, and then it's like, two parents end up leaving the kids get left with one parent and not the other because they were quick to make the kids, but not actually quick to get to know each other. So we just need to start trying to understand each other far more, having better conversations with each other. A lot of what Anna said was pretty good. Therapy, but what I would add on to that is we need to start communicating with each other a lot more.
Right.
Yeah.
Can you information man or Shay, I don't know which one of you guys want to go first, because Shay, I know you haven't gotten to speak. Is there things that
let Shay go, and then information. We can't let information man go yet.
I'm good. I'm good. Good. Go
you
ahead.
good? You good, Shay? You don't have anything? Okay. Freezy, you wanna respond to this? What? Oh, you already said something. Go information man. You already said stop sleeping with Pookie and Ray Ray. I guess that's your only statement.
No, I'm gonna say something too, but go ahead, information man.
Stop sleeping with Pookie and Ray Ray. And so Kim asked you why can't we sleep with Pookie and Ray Ray? That was a good question. Why exactly are you saying?
Don't have kids with them.
Yeah, why are you saying why can't why can't men? Oh, she said why can't men deal with Pookie and Ray Ray? Why we got to deal with Pookie and Ray Ray?
Oh,
the up level approach, that is a topic for another show. Okay, and we need you to cam up. All right.
Wait, CKQ, what you got to say about that question?
Short answer: you can't stop a man from sleeping. Like, if a man's gonna sleep around and a woman's gonna let him, of course he's gonna keep sleeping around. Well, as men, what are we gonna do? Tell him, "Yo, keep your dick in your pants." What's he gonna say? Cool, and go sleep with the next chick that's gonna sleep with him.
So what? But hold him to a standard. Say something. Yeah, create
but
a
if a woman's gonna sleep with
why are you saying that being sexual deviance is like okay? Why don't you say, you really, that's not okay? I mean, I understand that the woman shouldn't let Pookie and Ray Ray sleep with him, but what I'm saying is why as a man you can't stand up and say, you know what? Doing that is not cool. It's not acceptable. I don't think that you as a man should be moving like that. Why can't that be an expectation? I don't get it.
And it is a thing that men can say to each other. It is a thing
I'm
that
gonna
I
kill
say.
this question.
That's why I have my friend group the way it is. These are people that are moving upward in life. Because anyone that was not moving the trajectory that I didn't see fit, I speak to them about it. If they didn't agree, okay, then I just removed myself from that. Men could speak to each other about it, but if that man is choosing to move in that direction, you're not changing his trajectory if he doesn't want to change it.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
I get it. I don't
like.
I get it. I understand.
Like if he wants to do that, he's gonna do it, no matter what I say.
Yeah.
Okay.
Go ahead, information man.
Go ahead, information man.
You Freezy,
No,
you want
because I got a banger. When I answer this question, Tawana, this gonna be it. I'm gonna drop the mic.
All right, honey, drop that mic after
the
this.
cow.
Okay. Go ahead, information man. I want to hear what you got to say. I forgot I mean, it was more so like, what can women do to make things better? I guess what could
Well, I think the first thing that women should not do, and this is where I kind of disagree with Anna, is that what I felt in hearing her speak, even though some of the things that she said, there was some truth to some of it. If you particularly look at a certain group of Black people that are engaging in that kind of behavior, we got to get away from the negative vibrations, only focusing on the negative, because at the end of the day, we're not going to be able to save everybody. We need to discriminate for the best. Every other group does. Every other group. I mean, even in white society, they don't deal with their trailer trash white folks, if you know what I'm saying. They don't deal with them. They don't acknowledge them.
They don't even acknowledge them. You're right.
That's right.
So like
why is it that we as Black people, so white folks don't acknowledge the lower of their fruit, but we tend, I'm going to say it again, to take the low hanging fruit in our community and put it up as the top of who we are as a people. So I think the first thing is for Black women to stop get out of a mindset that everything that has to do with a Black man is negative. What you know about Black men is probably from your individual experiences if it was negative, but you don't know all Black men. I would say do a better job of vetting the men that you get involved with. That goes for men as well, the women that you get involved with. I think women need to vet men better than they do currently, and women the same. Get to know them. I think the brother sat up here and said the right thing. He says that we know how to get in the bed and make it bounce, right? But that's our problem. We already know that we can have sex. We already know that we can be romantic, handsome, fine, the whole nine. We already know that. Let's work on our communication skills, understanding each other, listening to each other.
We got to get along to do that. We know
and get
how to do
along.
that.
Yeah, we got to be able to get along. So I think if women would take time to really vet a guy, if a guy is a buster, they're going to usually reveal who they are if you take your time and not get sexual with them. Because if a man is really interested in you as a woman, he's going to be willing to take his time. Usually men that are into smash and grab, they're not trying to spend no time with you. They're trying to get in and get out. So you got to be able to just take your time and pick up on the clues that this is not a man that I should give myself to. Right. And so I just think vetting, taking your time, looking for the psychological of how's this man thinking? Where is he taking you? What is his thoughts? What is he about? Just take your time with this whole process. When it relates to women and the whole Pookie and Ray Ray stuff, I want to know, why is it that I, as a Black man, why should I be responsible for a woman's choice, who she wants to lay in the bed with? Certainly as men, we do talk to each other as men and say, hey, man, you should leave that sister alone. But even if we tell a man, that man's going to do what he wants to do, because we're all individuals. And as an individual in our thinking, I don't really have control over what man you want to lay in the bed, because I don't control what man turns you on and doesn't turn you on. So I think I'm being honest with you. I think when women pick those kind of men, there's something about that Pookie and Ray Ray that you're attracted to. Maybe he's muscular, maybe he's tall, maybe he's got the right look that you like, whatever that you're into, you pick them. But just keep this in mind, that Pookie and Ray Rays are not they're not there to be fathers. They're not going to be quality husbands. They're simply there to, take care of that backside. I'm just keeping it real with you. You're going to have a good time. Yeah. As a man, same thing. I got to make sure that I vet the women that are in my life that I don't want to be involved with. So the women that I see that are on social media, like on IG, I have to recognize that maybe that's not a stripper or a woman who's living that lifestyle. For me, I don't want that type of female. The females that I believe will adhere to the culture that Ann was talking about that we need to create are women who are not on that stripper type mentality. When you talk about the Black organizations, we have sister organizations and we work well together. You know why? Because we're all on the same wave path.
That's right.
Right. I'm dealing with, when she talked about the Black Panther Party and she talked about the other organizations, that's because those black women were on the same wavelength as the men.
The Muslim community.
Right. In the Muslim community. Right. So if I'm working with a sister organization and both our goals is to work with youth, to give back to the community, we're pushing the idea of college and scholastic standards and all those sort of things. Right. We're a match. We're equally yoked for each other. Right. So that woman is going to fall within my program because we're both on the same page. So that's why I said, when I said what I said, the women who say I'm independent, I don't need no man, I'm gonna do what I want to do, those women obviously would not fall within that new black world. They would reject it because they want to do their own thing. I'm going to leave it at that. I hear this is the only problem I had with tonight with her.
Okay.
And it's not a shade on her at all. It just kind of, it just was a lot of, I felt like it was a lot of down on black men. Mm-hmm. Black men are this, black men. And then she said something that bothered me when she said, well, you black men become emotional when you say things like, what about the good black men? That's exactly what I'm talking about, Tawana. If we say that we don't represent that on this panel, the black men that she's talking about, and if we can give examples of what we know is going on in our world, why is that you're becoming emotional as a man if you say that? How's that emotional?
Well, that's truth, right? Because there's a difference between facts and truth. And your truth is that you have an experience of black men are not in doing that in your circles, right? So there is black men who are doing well. I think we don't acknowledge that enough. You know what I'm saying? But we do understand that she's speaking to, right, a collective. And like you said, also mainstream statistics and what they want us to know about our communities, right?
But I also wonder,
that was a great point that you said, that those statistics are often done by racists, often done by people who really don't have the best interests in our community. So we don't know the motives. We know that we've been a part of experiments and all types of stuff in the past that have, pretty much contributed to people's mindset and the process, people, the way people think about black people in general, right? So I understand that. Yeah.
I just
that was an interesting point. I'm saying that was a good point.
Yeah. It makes me wonder. We are scarred by the things that we experience when we grow up as a young child that can kind of crystallize in our mind how we see black women and black men.
Yep.
Right. So I grew up, I've been around, I was in a community where I was raised by black men, black women, a community where everybody knew everybody, everyone raised everyone. So I think the reason why I talk the way I do personally is because I didn't grow up in a black community where black men were no account. I grew up in an old school black community where black people raised each other. Yeah. You had respect for your elders. You had to be in the house when that light turns on at 6 o'clock at night. Right. So I didn't grow up around black men in a community that were no account black men. Although I did know black men that were no account, but that was not what influenced my sphere of thinking.
Yeah.
So I think what I would say to Anna is that she needs to keep that in mind, that there are black men who grew up in different communities where we didn't see dysfunctional black men on the level that she was talking about, like she was talking. And I could tell that she's very young and there's no shade to her, but you have to be very careful when you're talking to black men that have some age on them, that have been around the block a little bit, that have lived a little bit, when you start making those kind of statements, especially about history. Because I could bring older black men on this panel that would shut down what she's saying because they were not because they read it from a book like me, because they was living it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got grandfather, I got family members in my family that lived through those years. When she talks about what black men have built, come on now, That's very dangerous when you talk like that, because all of us can pick out examples in our own family where black men as well as black women were building stuff, no matter how little or big. So that's to me that was a little bit of a concern.
Let me say this, because I don't want to paint it as dangerous. What I will say is that y'all both have different experiences, right? And different truths. Like, for instance, my truth, I grew up in Inglewood in Chicago, right? My truth is that I was around a lot of violence, gang violence, my entire life. Scared to leave the house, was not able to play outside, was not able to play on the porch, right? Like, my mom was very protective of us. She kept us in the house all the time. And I lived in a community where it was not safe to be outside. And it was as a result of the violence that happened in my community by black men, right?
Okay.
It wasn't, so everybody's experience is different, right?
Right.
I got through that, but I also was highly traumatized from that, right? Highly traumatized from that. Now, is that my experience with all black men? Absolutely not, because I went to college and I met different men, right? And I saw a different side of men, and I was like, oh, okay, there is other men in this, and even in my circle, I had. I talked about my friend who got engaged at the beginning of this show.
Yes.
But I'm also saying that I'm around lots of married black couples, right? That's my experience. Like,
you're married yourself, right?
And I'm married.
Okay,
right?
let me ask you this question.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
You are a black woman who's married, and that's a beautiful thing.
Yes.
You have a husband, obviously. Does your husband, as a black man, represent any of the things that you've heard tonight?
No.
Thank you.
Absolutely not.
And guess what? There's probably some more out there just like him.
Oh, it's millions. It's millions, right? He contributes to society in a positive way, and a lot of black men do, right? And I think that, like you said, the negative outshines the positive, because there's different reasons. But if we're talking about what women can do, right? There is some things that women can do, for sure. Even requiring marriage before you have a child. And I know that that's not the answer to everyone's question. I understand that some people do it in untraditional ways and things like that. I'm speaking to the vast majority of us that can require it. Before we have children, we can say, I'm not doing this. I'm not having children. Before I have a commitment from a person who I know is going to be a good father, represent my morals, vet them yourself, right? If you don't have a father, because a lot of us don't, right? Or whatever, right? Some women don't have a father or uncle or somebody to be like, vet this man for me. Vet them yourself. Vet them yourself. I think I'm gonna say goodnight. Require,
take care, brother.
Require marriage, right? There is some things that we can do to, like, contribute to, the community. There's some things that we can do differently as far as raising our kids, raising, being a single mother. The thing with the single mother thing is that they are already single mothers. We can beat them down for it. We can keep talking about it. We can tell them to close their legs. But at the end of the day, they're raising these kids that grow up in our communities and start to destroy our communities. They are, right? They're raising these kids, whether we want to acknowledge it or not. So what do we do? How do we teach them to get them involved in some of the community programs that you work with, so that they can see positive black men, so that they can see examples of what they can become outside of being on the street? Like, we can have these conversations to push women forward and give them options, right? Like, hey, there's things you can do to get your kid off the street, keep him busy, so that isn't an option, so that won't take over our community, so that even though you're a single mother, you can contribute positively to society. So there are things that we can say, but what I'm not going to do is answer some of the trolls that's in the comment saying things that's, whatever. But
I do think I've had experiences where there are black women who are single, they have a son, and when black men come together collectively and provide some type of program for a son or a daughter, there are black women out there that are very happy to see
Definitely.
black men providing a program because they feel like, right, is what they needed. So you can certainly find communities where you have black men doing things and sisters are very happy and they're even participating in the program. Where I live at, we have this program called Alpha Academy. And we also have a black mother and black father program where we have the mother and father come together to deal with some of the issues that they struggle with their child as it relates to the issues academically and socially. We also try to go into the school district where I'm at to try to find black children that are teetering academically where they could be, in some trouble, where we can pull them out of that situation. Then what we do, we pair them up with black male professionals to let them know that if you want to be a doctor, a lawyer, accountant, whatever it is they want to be, even a skilled trades, there's nothing like seeing someone that looks like you to know that you can be that. So we also pair the youth up with men in particular. And so that's an example of a program. I'm not saying that we're going to solve the whole world's ills.
That's an amazing program, actually. I mean, what I see, because my son is in 3 basketball leagues, right?
That's excellent.
And what I see, because he loves basketball, he's amazing at it. But I see the women bringing their kids to be involved because there's a black coach or there's a coach that they have an example for, right? I see the black father who volunteers to coach my son's school team.
Okay.
Right?
So not all black men is musty and dusty then.
So what I'm saying is there are plenty of examples if I want to personalize, right? Like there is so much that I can say. I think that those are solutions to the single motherhood crisis, creating these programs where boys can see prominent black men in our community who are doing well, who are a positive example. Mm-hmm. But that is something that people don't tell single mothers. They tell them to close their legs and choose better. They don't tell them what they can do now that they've already chosen wrong. That's what I'm saying is like, yeah, there are some mixed information and but there's no solutions on both ends, right? Don't come in like Anna don't have all the solutions clearly, right? Yeah. She knows the problems, but she don't know the solutions. None of us know the solutions. We're trying all these things to see what
Anna don't know
what works. Anna don't know the solutions. You can tell she knows the problems.
But damn,
let me say this to you though, Tawana.
Yeah.
Because I've certainly heard you make your criticisms of things about black men and what we need to do better. But this is the difference. And this is what I notice on YouTube and with black men in general.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's not what you say, it's how you say it.
Yeah.
And if you notice, black men, we tend to gravitate towards black women who, yes, they will let us know how they feel about things, but it's the way they present it. It's the way they carry themselves and their aura. And so most of the black men that I see that come over to your channel, because I've heard you give some criticism, I think they they handle how you say it because you still show a certain level of respect for black men. And when they hear you talk, they don't see it as just you just trying to downtrodden black men. You're simply pointing out a concern that you have, you see? And so I think on these YouTube streets, I think that men, we tend to gravitate towards women who have a certain way that they talk to us with a certain level of respect. And because that's just the way our brains work as men. We operate on this whole respect value. You respect me, I respect you the way you talk to me. And when we feel that someone's talking to us in a downtrodden way, that can trigger some of us. And now you get into arguments and now it becomes this emotional situation that Anna was talking about. So it's not that Anna is wrong about some of the things that she was saying, but she says it in such a way that it makes it seem like she's saying that black men are let me just say how I interpret it. It comes off to me as if she's saying like black men are no good and we can't do nothing. Because see, the statistics say this about black men, the statistics say that. And then when we say, well, this is what I'm doing as a black man, this is what the brothers that I know are doing across the country. Oh, come on, let's not be emotional because the statistics say that. Or, oh, let's not get into the white supremacy or that wait a minute, white supremacy and racism and all of that, everything that she said that she tried to negate is a reality of fact. That's a fact, documented fact, a institutionalized fact. But this is the caviar as I drop down. Even though these things still exist when black men wake up and black women, we go out the door. You know what? We still go out the door into a world where we know a lot of shit can happen to us, but we still go out that door to do our job, to live our life. So
when do we?
I'm gonna leave with that.
Yes, and I appreciate that. Here's the thing that I want to talk about. When do we acknowledge the collective and the issues though, and what is the right context? Because I do feel like in these spaces, when you bring up some of the things that happen in the community, it is often met with a lot of resistance and aggression, right? And we do get to concerned with the tone of the conversation more so than whatever the issue is. We tend to say, well, you should have said it like this. Well, listen, if she say it any other way, is that going to change the fact that these things are happening in the community? Now, do I agree with everything that her points or no? Like we all have different points and, agreement.
I think that you can get more bees with honey than you can salt.
But why do the men don't have no honey when they come to us? Because they didn't call me. They didn't call black women fat in my face. They just said we are difficult. It depends on where you're at. No, we ugly.
Hey.
They didn't told me we didn't wear weaves. We ugly. We this. I mean, I have been hit with the worst things that you could possibly hear about black women.
I think it's all about respect. You got to maintain respect on both sides.
Right.
Right.
That's very important.
So when is they going to use? When they gonna use some honey though? Because I always get the sugar. I don't get the honey on the black man's side when I'm in some of these spaces. You guys always, y'all on my channel. I guess y'all have a certain level of respect for me anyway, right? But if I go to some other spaces just to kind of, hey, let me give my point of view, I don't get no honey. I get the Anna. I get the Anna. That's the men's side, but it's even superior. That's what I get.
Very, very new to these spaces, and there's a lot of angry men in like a lot of these spaces.
There are.
So
yes.
The men will be seeking out the women to just kind of throw whatever insult they can at them. So women.
But those are the incels y'all talking about, though, right?
Yeah, there are a lot of incels. You got to keep that in mind too.
Okay. Yeah.
You have some guys that are like sort of like thirsty for female attention, and they also, or either they just don't want to be bothered with women. I don't know. See, I've never been able to relate to it because my channel, I don't spend a lot of time talking about women in a negative way, because my motto is, if you are winning as a man, then you focus on the women that you want, not the women that you don't want. Therefore, you don't talk about women that you don't want. You recognize that there are women that are not of your liking. And you know that, like I discovered today, the women that I saw on that Instagram, I said, those are definitely not the women that I would want in my life. And I would encourage men to stay away from those type of women. But I'm not saying divest from black women altogether. I'm not one of those types, that kind of talk, because the black men that I'm around outside of YouTube, we just don't talk like that. And most of them are already married to black women.
And we know so many good black people. It's hard for me, when I came in YouTube, I was like, is this really a thing? Because of course, me, I'm thinking like my life, I see different examples, right? Like in real life, I don't hear men talk like this and stuff like that. But it is real because there's so many men who hear these messages, and that's their mindset about women, right? And there's so many women who hear these messages that men think about them, that they're either regurgitating it or they're starting to think like, well, maybe we need to change how we are so that more men can be attracted to us. So a lot of the women are starting to participate in these movements. So it's a real it's really happening in real life. even if we don't see the impacts in our personal lives. That's what
Well,
I'm saying.
remember, people are able to say things on YouTube that they may not be saying on their job or in their personal life. So YouTube is like therapy. It allows you to let out steam that you're feeling inside. And I think sometimes when you see black men say the things that they say about black women that you may see as negative, I think they're letting out some steam from some of their experiences in the real world, whether we like it or not. They are expressing, and that goes back to what I said earlier about, a lot of times black men are speaking how we feel, but the message is not always being recognized or understood sometimes by our women, because I don't really know I don't even know if as a man, sometimes I wonder, do society or do women in general really give a damn about men other than us being, now don't take this wrong what I'm about to say, other than men just being a utility, meaning, okay, he can pay my bills, he can take care of me, I can get some Nikki every now and then. Are men just these utility belts that women can use for whatever they want when they need a man for what they want? Right? So just like when you have women that say, hey, where's my protection? Black men are not giving me protection. So, well, wait a minute. If you say you're independent and you don't need a man, but then when something bad happens to you, now you're looking for black men to be your protection. Or when Anna says that, well, black men are the bottom of this and you're not competing, but then you'll have the same black women who may say what Anna said tonight, that when something bad happens to them, now they'll be looking for the black man's protection, who they just said can't compete. So we can't have it both ways. You can't on the one hand say what black men can't do, but then when something bad happens, blame us and say you didn't give me protection. But I thought we're not shit.
Yeah, but see, then it's like we doing this whole rabbit hole thing again, where it's like
I know
a small subset of women who do that, but then all of us get, because like I don't need, like I got 9 uncles, a daddy, and my husband. You know what I'm saying? Like 9 uncles, a daddy, and my husband.
Just squat it up.
I'm okay.
You all good, yeah.
Not even that.
Right
I
on,
got
brother.
cousins, and you know what I mean? Like we know what it is. But here's the thing. We can personalize it, because there is some women who feel like they don't need a man. And so you're not going to change that. Just like there's the whole MGTOW movement and men who feel like they don't need women.
Right. But don't forget.
We have two polar opposite. There's never going to change.
Right. But
we have to focus on a small subset of us that want to partner, that want to fall in love, that want to a family, that want to build our communities, because that's where the real progress is going to happen. Because if we focus on the polar opposite people, we can focus on the polar opposite people. There's people who think like Anna, who think the black men are doomed. And then there's people who think like, one of the manosphere men who think black women are doomed. But then there's us in the middle who like, no, actually, there's some good black men out here.
Actually, I think
majority of us, right? Because I happen to believe that marriage will be like a true change in our community. Like will help build a real, like if we promote marriage, if we promote families and units and having babies and family planning and having babies with intentional breeding, if we do that, if we consistently do that, then we could really change our society, but we don't, right? We don't. And so that is a huge problem. I do think that there are polar opposites, and I mean, we can bring those up all day. There's examples of there's women who are super modest, and then there's women who are overly sexual.
Right.
We can talk about that all day. Wherever there's good, there's bad. Wherever there's a wife, there's a side chick. Y'all know that. It's just,
it does happen.
What it is.
It has happened.
I can bring up every scenario, and I can bring up something that's happening on the other side for sure.
Let me bring this up as a reminder, because this goes to this whole thing about whether black men give black women protection. And when you say that black men are all of this or all of that, and this goes back to what I said before, we keep using the low-hanging fruit to be the barometer of what black men are about. Remember in Harlem, New York, you had the young lady who went to a store to buy a bottle of wine. Of course, that's what they said. And you had some black men who walked into the store and I guess tried to buy wine for her, but she wasn't, interested in him. And then they attacked her. I think one of them bit her. They did something savage. I talked about that. Yeah, I'm not afraid to call black men out who do this sort of stuff. I did it on my channel. Yeah. Okay. And they did horrible things to this sister. But guess what? That was 2 or 3 black men. But guess what? The whole community in Harlem came out in droves. Guess what? The majority of the people that were out there in Harlem that protested and saying that they wanted to look for those guys. It was black men who went out there in Harlem, were marching around the streets talking about we're looking for these suckers. It was black men who came out there in Harlem in large numbers to fight for a black woman who was mistreated by 3 black men. So this is why I say you can't assume what all black men are, because who would have thought that you would have a drove of black men who came out in Harlem to say, we ain't having this in our community. Yeah. Go back and look at the old news clips, how you had black men out there in droves. That's it. Now, that's not anecdotal. That's reality. Because Harlem is what? That's one of the, that's like, well, they gentrifying around the country, but that's another black, that's a big black capital we got out here amongst many others, right? So think about it. 3 black men attack a black woman, which should have never happened. But then a large number of black men came out and said, we're not having this. Come on now. So that's why you got to be very careful when you start painting these broad brush. Yeah. Broad brushes, to me, you just can't do that. You can't do that.
I mean, I don't have a problem with that. I think that that's fine. What I have a problem with in these spaces is that when men do it to women, I don't see the same level of outrage, because I have been in spaces where they have painted a broad brush about women. Right. Anton is in the comments doing it right now. I don't see nobody saying, Anton, you need to shut up. What you're saying,
you need to shut the hell up, dog.
And I'm not even asking y'all to do that.
I hear
what I'm saying is, because I'm not even asking y'all to do that, because I mean, whatever he says is like whatever, right? Like it's fine. But what I'm saying is that when we're in these spaces and women say something general, it is a problem. We get bullied, we get talked about, we get criticized, we get aggressive behavior. But I have been on panels where men have said the most generalized things about black women. I have actually sat on panels where men have disgustingly talked about black women. And I did not say much because I was just like floored, because yes, some of the things are true. I understand, but a lot of it is general. A lot of it does not apply. Right.
So if that doesn't apply to black women, why would some of the things
it does apply to black women? It does apply to black women, right? It does apply to a small percentage of us, right? Yes. Or whatever. And just like some of the things that she said does apply to a small percentage, right? But what I'm saying is, where's the outrage when it's said about us in those spaces? I don't see the outrage, is what I'm trying to say. That men get outraged at the stuff that is said. And I agree that we say it, and maybe it is like a low blow, and maybe it does hurt.
Right.
But what happens when it's said about black women? Where are the men that stand up and say that's not right? Stop saying that about black women.
You mean other?
Can I give you
Derek Jackson?
Can I give you some history about how this started on Black YouTube?
Yes, I would love to hear.
Originally, when the Manosphere was started by Angry Man and my man O'Shea Duke Jackson, I used to be on a Sunny Rumble with those brothers. Angry Man, Obsidian. Originally, when the Manosphere was created, black men were just talking amongst themselves, trying to improve themselves, encouragement and things of that nature. I'm not saying it's wrong or right, Tawana, but the reason why this whole beef has been going on for a long time, don't take it wrong what I'm about to say. It was actually black women who actually started the beef on YouTube against black men. They began doing things like flagging channels, content creators channels and things of that nature. But they've even done things. They've even gone as far as putting a hit list of black content creators, a hit list saying we're going to take this channel down and that channel down. There has never been in this space a situation where black men have said we're going to take down all these black women channels. There's been tons of women channels on Crystal and Carolyn. There's a whole bunch of them that talk greasy about black men. They never had their channels taken down, or at least black men never put together a hit list. But there was a hit list of black men channels that were being taken down. So what happened is, I'm not saying it's right or wrong, but originally the manosphere wasn't about talking about black people, black women in a negative way. Black women start talking about black men, and then all of a sudden it flipped, and black men start doing their rebuttals about black women and towards black women. That's kind of how it got started in the early days of this whole
who started
thing.
what black women was that started this whole
I named one of them.
Yeah.
We're talking. I don't want to name drop on your channel because I don't want any flack to come your way.
Well, I mean,
But they're you can figure out there's well-known channels like the Pink Pill,
Yeah.
Kristen and Carolyn. You had these type of individuals who purposely were flagging black male channels when black men were having conversations amongst themselves. And you had black women that started talking about black men first in a greasy manner. And then when black men started to rebut what black women were saying about black content creators that were in the manosphere, and black women didn't like that as a rebuttal back to them. When when Black Manosphere was minding its own business with men, then those channels, those well-known channels, begin to put together a hit list and say, we're going to take down this channel and that channel.
Okay,
You can ask anybody that's in the manosphere who knows the history, and they'll tell you this.
Okay, but information man, we can't take down channels. YouTube has a community standard. Like, see, that's I don't like.
No,
that
hear
because
me
I
out.
feel like
That's what
not
happened
right,
in the
though.
past. You got to remember, YouTube is an evolving
But they have
platform.
community standards that you have to. If you violate those, then
Yeah.
your channel is in jeopardy of being taken down. Have you heard the vulgarity in some of
Right.
these people's?
What
like,
happened? What
have
happened
you
was,
heard it though?
yes, I have.
Yeah,
I'm not saying I agree with any of the
It's
the vulgar, but what
terrible.
I'm
Have
saying
you
is,
heard what was
what
said?
happened is when the women were talking about the men in a greasy manner, those in the manosphere, they weren't going around trying to flag the females' channels. But when the men gave a rebuttal, which black women didn't like, then the black women.
were flagging.
What I'm telling you is, remember, the manosphere has been around for a long time. So we're saying that YouTube has evolved with their different rules.
Okay.
So, but I'm telling you for a fact because I got it from the horse's mouths, people that founded the damn thing. The women were putting together hit lists, and there were certain channels that they kept telling their followers, flag them, flag them, flag them. So if they said anything negative about black women, it got flagged as a hate speech or as abusive, and boom. What I'm trying to say to you is, and I know this is
I
difficult.
understand what you're saying. I'm just trying
Black
to figure
women
out-
were the ones that broke first blood on this.
I don't.
They strike first.
I gotta do some.
That's
research
why
before
this
we
is how it evolved. Black women started talking about black men in a cheesy way when black men weren't, and then black men started flipping it and talking about black women too. That's the origins of where some of this stuff came from. Okay,
Yeah,
that's the
you know,
origins.
the feminist movement was a big aggregate of it
Frizzy.
too.
Hell no, we ain't.
I mean,
you bringing up the
I
feminist
wish
movement.
can
as a
anybody
part
in
of
the
this
chat room
conversation?
or anybody contest to what I'm saying
Come
has
on,
having a ring of
Frizzy,
truth to it.
seriously.
I'm IJS. IJS.
You guys ever heard of the channel? He's King Rich is a British guy. I remember being on his channel. He had about like 9K subscribers at that point in time, and it was a divestment movement that came in. He always does a Friday call-in show, so they called in, and she came in kind of. He has a way to run his show.
Okay.
She came in, completely broke all those rules, and she had way more followers than him. So all her followers went in there, started spamming his chat room, and reported his channel. And like a week later, his channel got taken down.
That's how it works.
He wasn't doing anything he had like 9K followers. He wasn't a crazy big
So
channel.
when was this? What year was this?
This was, I want to say, I was still pretty new. So probably a year and a half ago. That's when that happened.
Okay, because here's the thing. This is what I know to be true about YouTube in the last 5 years is that community standards have to be violated. It's not about the number of reports. It's about the community standard that you violated. So if they go back watch what you said, and you, especially in the last year. Now, you cannot tell me in the last year they will not remove your channel if you have not violated any community standard. They will not. So if you, everybody on YouTube can report me, but if YouTube watch this video and they see that I have not violated any standard, they're not going to shut my show down, period. Because I have been reported. I have been falsely reported. They investigated and said, we're not moving forward with this. There was nothing to be reported. So
You're actually right.
I'm saying that people have tried to take me down because they assumed that I was connected to something, and they was like all trying to report me. And YouTube was like, nah, that ain't no. She didn't violate nothing. So what I'm saying is, why are we saying that if just because somebody reported it, YouTube is just going to shut you down? Because that's not true, though.
I think the point that I'm really trying to make is that the men on YouTube, when women would say things greasy about black men,
right?
Men just kind of brushed it off, stayed to themselves, and didn't go around trying to flag the females' channels. On the flip side of that, the female groups that are into divestment and all this other stuff, they did everything they could to false flag the channels. I've seen this happen with my own eyes, just like what the brother just said, where you say, wait a minute, what did he really say? They put their people in the chat room. They spam the chat room. Oh, wait a minute. They can even, you have people that do stuff where they can, if you got someone who's computer savvy, they could put something on your screen, go in there and hack your channel, put something on the screen that's not appropriate for YouTube, and it's all kind of things that people can do.
Right, they can do that.
But I'm just saying, if you're wondering why this has been going on black, and especially within black YouTube, it has an origins going all the way back to when women begin talking about black men, and then black men say, you know what, we had enough of this. Now we're going to give them a taste of their own medicine, and black men start talking about black women the way they were talking about us. And black women didn't like the things that black men were saying. And as a result, they try to, and still try to a certain extent, take some of these channels down or have heavy criticism about these individuals who do these type of content. So it's unfortunate, but that's one of the origins of it. But Tawana, I thank you for letting me come up and give my point of view.
I got to give my spiel.
Because I'm tired as hell, man.
Yeah, it's like we've been on for a while. So go ahead, Freezy.
Because I'm really curious.
Go ahead. Oh Lord, up-leveled approach. What was that? What was that statement?
Okay, remember she made a comment about Pookie and Ray Ray.
Oh Lord,
all the men answered but me.
Okay,
everybody answered but Freezy.
Go ahead, Freezy. I would love to hear your Pookie and Ray Ray statement.
Okay. Yesterday on the Joanna Lisha show, right? Me and Up Level Approach was going back and forth. She said she commented that black men need to hold Pookie and Ray Ray accountable and stop having irresponsible sex with women, right? And I came back with a comment saying, and drug dealers need to stop selling drugs too, right? So what I mean by that is in the 1980s, when the crack epidemic flourished, first started flourishing, the American government put a lot of money behind drug deals. I mean, not drug deals, but drug busts and drug sweeps. But they figured out that they needed to split the money or give most of the money to drug rehab programs. Nancy Reagan created one of the biggest campaigns in American history called Drug Abuse Resistance Education, aka DARE. Just say no. She felt it more important to target the people who could become victims of drug abuse than the drug dealer. Law enforcement across the country started understanding that no matter how many millions of dollars they put behind locking drug dealers up, it's not going to stop. So most of the attention started getting put on drug rehab programs or drug prevention programs. This is why the men on the panel put a lot of emphasis on young women, women in general. Listen, we can talk to Pookie and Ray Ray all we want, but Pookie and Ray Ray is going to exist. But the easiest thing to do is to prevent these young girls from opening their legs to Pookie and Ray Ray. This is the if you want the quickest solution, that is the quickest solution. That's the quickest solution. Wait till you get.
We know. Hold the women accountable for everything.
No, but listen,
I understand, Freezy. We done. I mean, listen, women.
They don't want to hear that. Though. I just dropped the mic. I just dropped the mic. Put a one in the chat if y'all think Freezy dropped the mic.
Y'all can't.
Emotional damage.
Women, just don't talk to men. Close your eyes, close your legs, close your ears.
Don't talk to Pookie and Ray Ray.
Do not talk.
That's what we
none
telling
of them, because this is we gonna be blamed for everything. Let's just don't say. Listen, don't do it. Don't do. I'm just saying.
Okay. Tawana, though, if
kind of sounds like. Okay. We're not going to hold men accountable, but we're going to hold y'all accountable because y'all easier to control. Like that's how I hear y'all. I understand what you're saying, though. I agree 100% with what
Wait, how are you
saying.
hearing that? I'm really curious. How are you hearing that?
Listen, I heard what he said. I know,
but like, I'm just
okay. Nancy Reagan, because the white woman, she decided that we should target the drug users because the drug users are the ones who will not stop. They want
not the drug users. It was drug prevention. The ones who hadn't even touched it yet. Okay, it was drug prevention.
People who weren't using drugs, right? And a lot of people, to me, found out about drugs by the drug prevention program and started using drugs. You know, there's actually people who told us who said that. But anyway, long story short, they did that. So you feel because that was ineffective, do you think that's been effective? You think that that's kind of prevented drug use? Was that your argument? Because I don't think so. But do you think that targeting the preventative measures that they taken
what happened was
drug use?
Well, what happened was
can you answer just yes or no? Did you think that prevented drug use?
Yes, in some cases, yes, it did.
So since you think that prevented drug use, you think that effectively, if we target the women and tell the women how to control themselves against the certain men in our communities, then they will then be successful in that. You can't control the men. The men are going to do whatever they want to do. It's the women who we need to control.
Well, what I'm saying is, in spaces like this, right? The women should focus more on younger women, telling them to close their legs, and let the men focus on Pookie and Ray Ray.
All right,
so
that's what we're doing.
I don't think it actually stopped drug use.
It did.
What I think it educated. It educated. That was the whole idea behind it. It's not that it's going to stop it completely. You can't really stop it. People that are going to use drugs are going to use drugs. But it educated the kids on, hey, this is going to be the effects, and this is what's
so here's my thing though. It's fine. I understand, and I don't know if y'all one methods are gonna work. Okay, I think there's a collection of things that need to work.
Exactly.
Here's the thing: Pookie and Ray Ray don't exist to me. They don't exist. Pookie and Ray Ray is Brian and Josh. Pookie and Ray Ray is Chris and Pookie and Ray Ray is the men who next door to me. I don't believe in no Pookie and no Ray Ray. I believe in whoever. Tristan and whoever else. I believe they all on the same block. So I don't believe this, but I understand that women need to learn how to vet for themselves. So in my opinion, parents, mommies, daddies, people who are parents, teach your daughters how to vet just like you teach your sons. You need to teach them the same skills because they need to be able to recognize a man. Y'all want to call him Pookie and Ray Ray. I'm going to call him whoever. A man who is not meant for them, who is not good for them, who is not good for the community. And that's all I'm saying. If you think I'm dishonest, you can get out of my chat. And you know what? Y'all can put him out of my chat. Since that's what you feel, because you're not gonna disrespect me in my
That's a
on
troll.
my
I don't even know how to pronounce his name.
You're not gonna disrespect me on my show. So if you want to talk crazy, you can get out of off my chat. You don't have to follow me. I don't want nobody on my show that don't have respect for me, because I'm getting real sick of being disrespected in the comments. Y'all gonna have to
You need to make me a moderator. You need to make me a moderator, Tawana.
Get rid of these people and control them. I'm not having it right. Y'all know Tawana goes from 0 to 100 real quick. Do not disrespect me. If you got something to say, please cam up and get your point across and say it.
You know they ain't gonna cam up. You know
to all women coming into this space.
It says, Wana,
stop reading the chat.
Wana, you can hold both accountable. I know hearing now they speak about women in the space makes you want to defend Black women, but we got issues too. Yeah. I don't know if I come across as Black women ain't got no issues, because I think we have plenty of issues. What I'm not going to do is talk about these one-sided arguments. What I'm not going to do is be completely anecdotal. Like, I think that we do need to just listen to the statistics sometimes and talk about how we can fix those issues. And then sometimes I think it's important for us to personalize it and tell our stories. The problem with us is we do it too much. We swap. Sometimes the statistics, when they work in your favor, we bring it up. Oh, well, most Black men are married to Black women. But we don't talk about how many of those women are biracial. We don't talk about some of those things, right, in those statistics, but it's okay to talk about these generalized statistics that favor us. It's all I'm saying. We do it, and then we personalize it when it fits us. We personalize it when, no, my circle ain't like that. Okay, but what about the communities that are suffering? Because we can all personalize it. I may be living in a good neighborhood and my life is totally different from someone else's life. So I can personalize everything, and then I'll look like a jerk to women, because I'll be sitting up here talking about how great my life is when every other woman is single or a single mother or not married. And I'm sitting here talking about how great my married life is, not relating to other women who are going through something totally different. So can we also decide that we're going to talk about issues that's happening in the community, even if they don't affect you directly?
Yes. I think we can and we should.
Yes.
I think what you're saying is on point. That we do go to our own experiences when we're hearing something that we don't like to hear. That's what we do as humans. Like I said, I'm not going to sit up here and say everything is peaches and cream in all of our communities. There are some problems, but like the young brother that's up here today, he's saying that in his environment, that's not what his reality is. See, let's also keep this in mind. We got a different generation today. We got millennials. Some of us older generation, we carry a lot of let's just keep this real, especially if you're older generation. Sometimes we carry a lot of baggage, and the younger generation is kind of like they're not on that wave. They're trying to create a new Black reality. Let's let the younger generation let's let them create this new Black reality.
You want who? The Gen Zs? I'm not.
What I'm saying is
millennials or Gen Zs.
Not Gen Z. What I'm saying is,
okay.
I'm not talking about the effery. I'm talking about those that are out there doing the damn thing. Like, I give you a perfect example. You can look into this for yourself. There's a program that they have in Oakland, California called what is it? It's called Afrotech. Afrotech, they give it every year. It's becoming big. You got a lot of corporations that are getting involved in sponsorship in this. Afrotech is Black men and women that are involved in technology.
Right. I was going to ask you, was that? Yeah.
Right. And I interviewed a guy who's involved in Afrotech. It's growing. It's getting bigger. So when I look at something, I look at that as an example to say the younger generation that are doing that type of stuff, right?
And that's
the brother that
important.
you got on here tonight.
But
That's the generation
information-
of our people that I want to see win.
Yes, but this is why that's important, is because we lack representation in those industries.
Yes.
Like we lack representation in the tech industry. We lack representation in STEM. So when we have these initiatives to push us in those type of industries, it's important. And it's like, you know, I want my kid, like my son loves science. You know what I mean? So I want to push him to do science because it's not enough of us in science.
In science, right.
And so, yes, these are things that we need to do, right? That we need to talk about more. And I'm open to it. Like I want to talk about this, right? Because this gets me excited because I'm like, ooh, okay, get my kid in coding. Let me do all this stuff, right?
Right.
But we also can't ignore, you know, just along with your back in the day when the lights came on, we also got a rule that what happens in the household stays in the household, and we hid a lot of dangerous things from our kids, our community.
A lot of things that were happening. That's right.
We passed down some terrible
things to our kids.
Things.
Yeah.
Communication skills, molestation, abuse, all these things that was happening. Women doing I know some sick things that women did as babysitters to kids, to boys.
Or when a mother or a woman says to a son, your father ain't shit, so you're not going to be shit, and all of that. But yet the little black boy didn't choose the man that you chose. So why should he be the blame?
Or even
why should he be ain't shit?
Even encouraging them to get on the street and sell to help with bills and things. Those things happen, and we keep quiet and silent about it in our community because we're not supposed to talk about those things, but we have to. And so I do give an Annalicia a voice because I feel like those things need to be brought out, not because I want to humiliate Black men, because I don't. I think that when we talk about the real issues and you bring up information, man, the tech, the Afro tech, and the things that's happening that counters that's good for people to see. Right? It's good for people to see. Yeah, there are these things happening, but guess what? There's a balance. There's other things happening to counter that.
Right. But check this out. I lived in Oakland for about a decade. Oakland, California, like many cities that have a Black population, has gotten over the years. Let me people may not know. People would paint San Francisco as this beautiful, pleasant place. Oakland is this violent place. Do you know that they have just as much, if not more, in San Francisco when I was living out there? They just didn't report stuff. And here you have a program in Oakland, California, which is interesting tech. You got Black professionals and young people involved in tech that's growing in the city of Oakland, that's becoming. Think that mass media would talk about Afro tech. Now, I know about Afro tech because I did my research and talked to someone that's involved in it, and they're getting a lot of money that's coming from the corporations, what have you. It's getting bigger, but do they really talk about it on that grand scale when it comes to Black people being involved in this in a city like Oakland that has gotten a lot of bad rap on things?
Right.
Listen,
no, that's my point that I was trying to make tonight to Anna.
Exactly.
Okay. All as content creators say that we're going to highlight things every week, just as much as out the backlash of the manosphere and all
that's
that.
right.
Can we highlight? Because if that's going to be part of YouTube, of our culture, right? If we start to show like these are programs, this is what's going on, because I do Chicago-based stuff, right? To talk to my audience and because I know sometimes if people just hear about something that's happening in Oakland and they live in Texas, they just don't know, it doesn't connect, right? But can we agree? Let's talk about these things, but let's also talk about, okay, we got this going on in the community. So why don't we put the Black boys in this program? Maybe that will prevent 13-year-olds from wanting to rob
Right.
you, or 11-year-olds from taking cars. Like that's what's happening in Chicago. I know
Right.
that's happening in other places, right? There's things happening that we need to talk about, but then we need to be like, okay, so what's the solution? Mama, you need some help. Like I understand that both sides. Like I understand the need to. Yeah.
I have done shows on my channel where I've talked about what Black people are doing. Matter of fact, I did a video with a brother. He was in your chat room tonight, Ray Alexander,
Yes.
where we talked about Black people Black men in particular, getting involved in semiconductor technology, microchipping technology, where there's a shortage of Black men in that area. And we did a complete show breaking all that down and why Black people should get involved in it. I've done shows about why Black people should move to the South compared to staying in California, where things are not working out economically because of the job opportunities and the housing opportunities. I've done these type of shows. So that's something that's up my alley. Have no problem with doing that at all.
Good.
The only thing that's disappointing about shows like that from a audience standpoint, and this is just the way YouTube is, sometimes those topics don't always bring as big of a crowd as if you were showing something like Tommy getting into a fight with a woman on Fresh and Fit.
Yeah, that's why I'm gonna start fooling them. We're gonna start talking about Tommy, and then I'm gonna turn on some positive stuff.
Right.
I'm gonna be like, "Oh, y'all thought
Right.
this
So-
was about Tommy." No.
Because let's be honest, people like entertainment. And if you're doing, like I could do videos on
Exactly.
Umar or Polite when he's going through his situation. And those videos bring me a large crowd, right?
Right.
And then there's some videos that people don't want and people want. That's just the way YouTube works. And that there's some
what we said
content they
earlier.
want, some that they don't want. So
That's
it's just
what
weird like that.
That's why I'm suggesting that we talk about the problem, right? And
Mhm.
then present these as solutions to
Right.
the problem. Because
Well,
I
but
know
you had a joke. You
nobody
had a
wants
good
to-
audience tonight. You had a juicy topic. YouTube culture. I mean, this kind of stuff will bring people over. That's just the
Especially
reality. That's how it works.
Like exploit what?
You were
What
like
you talking
exploit, right?
Exploit.
And that's why I use crazy words like that, because I know that's gonna make people be like, "What the
Right.
heck are they talking about?"
Because that's how YouTube works. You want good titles that catch people's attention and what have you. So, oh, by the way, shameless plug here. I am I have created. I just haven't launched any content yet. I have launched about to launch a. It's called Info Media, which will be me talking to you about how to build your YouTube channel, give you some tips and strategies and some other insights that people may or may not know about.
That's awesome,
Of course,
brother.
there are bigger YouTubers who do this sort of stuff. But what I'm going to do to set myself apart is I'm going to get into the nitty and gritty that maybe they're not talking about. Some of the stuff that goes on that we need to be aware of. So I'll be launching content there soon. That's Info Media. I think that Tawana, some of the things that you'll hear me talk about on that channel will definitely help your channel out tremendously, because I'm going to drop. I've had my brain. I've sucked up so much information, and I'm going to give you some tidbits that will help you. When I look at your title, and let me just take a look right here.
Yeah, help me.
Why
Help
is
me with
YouTube?
information.
This is great the way you have this here, but I'm going to give you some tidbits that I think is going to definitely help your channel, and some thumbnail tips, all these sort of things I'm going to talk about that does help your channel.
When are
And
you
so
starting
be on the
this?
lookout for that.
When are you starting this? The information.
I already have the channel already set up. I just haven't launched. I put a little short on there. I'm looking crazy on the short, just telling people that the channel's coming soon. I have not dropped content yet, but I'm about to do very soon because I'm producing content right now. And then I'm also going to be vlogging on that channel where I'll go out into the community and talk about social media stuff while I'm out and about. But one of the reasons why it's going to be valuable, because I'm going to try my best to talk about stuff that you don't normally hear the other guys talk about when it comes to building a YouTube channel. I also think, Tawana, if you have not thought about doing this, You need to also leverage your audience with going into podcasting. I think you should create a podcast to go in conjunction with your YouTube channel. It could be something different, but conjunction, because the more you can leverage your audience on different social medias, you can still build up. So remember, like for me, my audience is not just on YouTube. I have people who listen to me on Facebook because they don't want to mess with YouTube for some reason.
Right.
Then I have people who only listen to my podcast because they just like podcast, because they like listening while they're driving. They don't want to look at something. So the more you can maximize yourself on all these platforms, you can pull a percentage of these people to your channel as well. So I'm going to talk about all that kind of stuff.
Can we get personalized? Like
yeah, I'm also going to do live streams where I want to bring people up and look at their channels and give them some tips. But like I said, I got so much information in my brain that I have sucked up from other people who give you tips that I have sucked up, but I want to put my own twist on it.
Okay.
In a sort of a down to earth way, in a realistic way. And I think with the tips that I'll put out there, there is some stuff that's going to actually, you're going to see a improvement in your channel. And I also want to do this too for you and anybody. I'm going to talk to you about particular social media platforms, specifically Black platforms, where you can also distribute your content to get more traction from people that look like us.
Nice.
That awesome. I use, that people may or may not be aware of, that are out there, that you can start sending your channel content to and get some more traction over to your channel. So I'm going to talk about all that sort of stuff.
Well, information, great. Man. You what's your Insta? I need to link up with you on Instagram.
All you got to do is find me on. I got two of them. I got Information Man Show, and then I got Info Media. I got two Instagram channels.
Okay.
And
y'all go
I haven't put any. And so on my new channel, I've got on the side, I got my social media connections and stuff like Tawana. When I look at your thumbnail art on the left, you need to go into your, not to tell you what to do, but I think you should go into your YouTube studio and put your social media on your banner art page.
Oh, okay.
So that you can lead people to other places where you are. If you're selling merch, I don't know. I think you should, and you go in, and I'll be doing a tutorial. You can go into your setup, and it has an area where you can put 5 links to put that on your board here.
Oh, I didn't even know that. YouTube.
And then, yeah.
I'm
gonna have to
sign up for the information media because I clearly need some. Need some
and
help.
then there's an area, if you don't like people putting certain words in your chat room and spamming it, you should know this. There's in the system, you can put words that you want blocked automatically. Oh. So if somebody comes in and says something that you don't like, you'll never see it because they won't be able to write it.
Oh, like when they be calling me bitch, I can say don't.
You can put the word, the B word in your system to block that out where you never see it.
You shouldn't have told Tawana that. You shouldn't have told her.
Well, she was going to get this information if she checks out my channel.
I'm gonna get it anyway.
Yeah. So that channel over there is brand new. I'm going to grow it organically. Let it take its time. It's going to take time. I potentially could grow that channel bigger because it's not polarizing content. I'm not talking about politics and race. So it's going to gravitate more people's interest than what I do on my first channel because it's not a polarizing type channel. It won't be. So
Thank you so much.
I'll probably have a more, if I'm lucky enough, I'll probably build a more mixed crowd over there because it's about YouTube and people who want to create YouTube channels. So you'll probably get people that will look at it from other countries in the world. And so it's something that I've been wanting to do for a while because I think for everybody that's a content creator, try to create yourself a fun channel outside of the serious talk. So if you're a serious talker on YouTube, create yourself a channel where you don't have to talk about serious stuff. It kind of gives you a breather.
I do it on my same channel because I think I want to break it up. I want people to see how I'm fun,
right?
And also that I do got this Tawana from Englewood. I got Tawana from Englewood side, right? I'm gonna come out on you, but I do also have the Tawana that's a mommy and a wife and a sister to y'all, right? Like a big sister type. I got all those sides. That's important. I need people to know Tawana from the block can come out or Tawana from the sister can come out. It is what it is. Shut up, Shay. He laughing at me. Shay, you
No, I'm
came
not.
back.
I've literally no.
You
See,
wasn't laughing. Oh, I thought you was laughing at me. Come here.
So you got
no,
Go ahead.
because
You want
look,
to? Do
the
you
thing
want to
is,
get off? Do you want to get off information, man? I want Shay to
yeah.
chime in.
I
I
just
know
want
he
to say this
came
one
back.
last thing to you.
Go ahead.
You got. I see you have 352 subscribers.
Ooh,
We're gonna
yeah.
take that subscriber count up for you. So definitely be on the lookout for the channel and some of the stuff that I'm going to tell you. We're going to have that. You're going to make that go up.
Oh yeah, I'm gonna be working
This
with
is what
you.
I'm talking
You're going to
about.
make that go up.
yeah. So Tawana,
Thank you.
I
Yes.
like this type of
Information
Take
talk,
care,
man.
everybody. Peace.
Thank you. Thank you,
That's
All right,
information,
info.
man. I
Thank you.
really appreciate him.
No problem.
No problem. Let me, y'all, before we get started, let me get on this. Let me get on this
Before we get
this
started,
man
we
right
didn't start
here.
yet?
Anton, yes. First of all, let me say something. Okay. This is my show. Okay. I do understand you have your own show. So if you want to talk about whatever you feel is important, you do that. And I'm okay with it. But don't tell me how to present balance when I just sat on here and talked about what I talked about. If you want to see me in a cat fight with Annalicia, it's not going to happen.
that's
Ever.
that's
It's
not
not going to
right.
happen. I'm not doing it. Nope. Let me respond to him. I understand y'all got y'all points. It's never going to
No,
happen. I don't care. I don't like what he's saying. I don't like none of the comments that he said. So
No.
I'm going to respond finally.
All right.
Okay. It's not going to happen. I'm not about to fight with her. I'm not about to be in no cat fights. Okay. I am going to let her say her side. And then what I do is I let the men or whoever respond to her and I
Yeah,
give them
but
equal.
she's gone now. Like
Okay. But I don't like what he
no.
said. And I want to talk about it, Shay. Can you just let me have the floor? Actually, I don't know why I'm asking you. I want the floor. Please let me just keep. Please, I'm talking. You don't have to tell. It's okay to do things and address things the way you want to address them on your own channel. On this channel, I do it the way I do it. And I am tired of all the comments. I'm just tired of it. And Alicia, I invited her as a guest. When I invite someone as a guest, I treat them just like I let Information Man talk longer than I would let other people talk. I do that sometime. So don't tell me how to run my damn show. Run your show the way you run your show. And that's what I'm trying to tell y'all. Okay. Shay, you had something to say. You didn't like how I was talking, I guess. Go ahead, Shay.
Me?
Yeah, honey. I know me and you, we go back and forth all the time. But go ahead, Shay. What you got to say?
No, I mean I don't understand. I don't understand anything that why you've disagreed with me on anything.
What part did I disagree with you on?
I think that's the question I asked. Look, so everything Annalicia said is kind of late now, but everything she said, even the things Information Man said that I would have wanted to respond to, they're both gone. Right?
Oh no, I was talking to Anton. I wasn't talking to neither one of them.
No, but so the points that I would Annalicia laid
out
many
I'm
points
sorry.
that I never got a chance to. Information Man did the same, and
They
they're
made
both
some
gone.
points.
So
But
I understand if
you got
were
off.
guests,
You got off.
No, because they pretty much took the whole thing, and I
you're
was
right.
like, okay, what am I doing here?
I was just letting them cook.
And
Yeah,
he was
that's
cooking.
true.
It was good.
That's true.
Yeah.
So here's the thing, and you're right, Shay, because I'm gonna give you an opportunity because I know you got some direct questions for Anna, and I honestly feel like no, you don't.
Not even. She's gone.
No, I'm saying next time, right? Like I want to.
But that's the she when she comes, she will take the whole thing again and prevent other people from talking.
Okay, but
say
here's the
things
thing.
that are just false.
I'm just gonna let it be like you and her.
That would be a horrible idea because she to what I
can't
said.
help you. Okay, well then
No,
you got some heat for me then because I feel like
but that's why I said
you must take it out on someone.
I feel like you can get me. I'm a representation. Go ahead, get on me then.
Of course not. I mean,
there's some of her talking points that I agree with. So if you got some heat about something, maybe I actually have a rebuttal. I I don't I don't get too focused on the tone and all that, but I understand men. It just to me it's kind of like it doesn't make any difference.
I
Like
think
if a man,
she had some good talking points.
yeah,
Don't get me wrong. She had some good
yeah,
talking points, but just like Information Man was saying, it's too much focus on all the bad negative points, in my opinion. That's just what I kept hearing. It's kind of like, all right, good,
Right.
cool, yes to all of that. Let's talk solutions. Let's just start
you
talking.
kept saying like bring some balance in, right?
Yeah, like let's just start moving this forward. Then it's kind of like,
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
but hey,
But we haven't gave up on the black race. Some people have. You know what I'm saying?
yeah,
Like
that's true.
me, I haven't gave up yet. I really do still see hope. She might think I'm crazy for still seeing hope. You CKQ, she may think it's a done deal. Some people just don't believe that there's any hope. And I
So
still
Yeah.
the
have hope.
premise of
She
her
she
argument
did say
was
earlier in
that
the show that the
can
wheels
I
have
speak?
Wait,
completely
Jesus
stopped turning.
Christ, man.
go ahead, Shay. I
Yeah,
didn't hear you.
Oh
wheels
my
fell off.
God.
Shay?
Because this is, I mean, I'm sorry to, in quote, get emotional, but this is what's been happening the whole night. Like, the premise of her entire argument was what I raised, and if this doesn't matter to anyone else, it bothers the heck out of me. If we're going to make a declaration, if she's, because the premise of her entire argument was that the black race is intellectually inferior, is lower in IQ. If that is the case, and black women are agreeing with that, let's at least start from there, because that's literally what she was saying about black men being degenerate and everything. So if
Right.
Information Man is going to talk about, and because I mentioned this to Tawana in the chat, and not in the chat, and when we had a conversation, I mentioned the semiconductor industry, and today I told her that I didn't think I had any value to give to her anymore, and then it turned out I was right, because Information Man is probably going to be a better person to have that conversation with her. I'm just going to pull back from that because I'm going with Annalise's argument, which Tawana, I don't know where she really stands on that. If black people are inferior in terms of IQ, then what are you trying to do? What are you trying to fight? And what the hell are you trying to do?
Hey, honey, your phone keep going in and out, but I
You
did
getting
hear.
muffled.
Yeah, you're getting muffled. I heard you say that if in terms of IQ, if we're inferior in terms of IQ, there's nothing that like really we can do to like change that.
To change anything, you
To change that.
forget STEM, forget trying to fight anything. You just have to accept that you like where you are. So, but I never
Well,
got that chance to actually present. Sorry, go ahead.
well, I don't know if there's nothing you can do if you know your IQ is low, right? If you
No,
know,
the IQ of black people, period.
well, she didn't say that of black
She
people.
did.
Well, okay, well, I can't speak to that point, right? Because I mean,
I mean, that's the bell curve argument. She made that argument.
but she said black men, right?
Okay, so that's fine. Are we?
You said black people, because I'm like,
That's what the black. That's what
Her
the.
points were black men at every point.
she said that black men had a low IQ. Okay, so you got to wait till she come back so she can argue that point, right? Because I can't really speak to that. That's not really. I mean, has that been? Was that documented in the Monahan report? Right, that black men have lower IQs even when put on equal playing fields with other people. Yes, they said that, but also, as Information stated, that there was also a racist man who wrote that report. So are we
Exactly.
how valid are we going to take that? Is
The
there
bell curve
document?
argument was not a Moynihan report thing.
No, the bell curve argument. I know we've talked about that as well. I was trying not to get into the bell curve argument because you could go real left with that argument, Shay, and you would get to talking about all kinds of genocide and all kinds of stuff. So here's the thing. Let's pencil that because I don't want to get that's like a real deeper argument. The bell curve argument. Like honestly,
Yeah, it's fundamental to everything.
it is.
Then why? So that's why I said I don't think.
I do
if I'm
think
gonna suggest semiconductor.
yeah, I think we
stuff,
need to talk about that like in a
Some-
little bit more depth, and then I want Anna to come back and support her argument with the IQ thing because I don't recall what she said specifically, so I don't want to like misquote or misdirect. And
She's just an extremist when it
First
comes
of
to
all,
black
I
men.
don't care what you think is wrong. I don't have to speak on what she said. That's wrong. I don't have to speak on it. I don't have to speak on what nobody on the panel say. That's wrong. I disagree with Freezy. I disagree with CKQ. I disagree with a lot of things. I
That's
disagree.
true.
I disagree with some things that Shay say. I don't have to speak on what nobody say. So ain't no man gonna come on here and tell me I gotta call another woman out. That's not happening. So you can stop it. I will call you out before I call out another woman. You're
I thought
right.
you're a pretty good moderator. I mean, the whole point
Thank
of you
you.
moderating your channel is like you don't want to be biased on any. It's like,
And I'm
hey,
not
you know,
silencing nobody.
yeah, it's like let everyone speak their points, and you have your own personal thoughts, but it's like let everyone speak. You're not gonna pick a side and say no, you're wrong. What the hell? That's a
I'm
bad.
not
That's
doing
a
that. I'm not
yeah.
doing that.
I
But I
think
said,
I think I
but when
think
I have my
Annalisa did
own,
good.
yeah, I have my own opinions also, right? Like
Yeah.
I want to say how I feel, but I don't want to speak for her or I don't want to speak for anybody on the panel.
Or
I want
against
you guys
anyone.
to speak for yourself,
I
So
think she was
I
more well mannered. I think she was more well mannered tonight than most shows. Like last night, it's something in the air.
CKQ. CKQ.
I was well married. Wow. Okay.
But I'm saying
That's my
CK
first.
CK.
That was intense.
Exactly. That's what I'm
Are you
saying.
saying
This is like your first
saying
encounter,
that
right?
I was? Are you saying that I was suggesting that she was wrong about the argument, or
No, I don't. I know, and I wasn't talking to you again. I was talking to Anton. I don't think that you were saying that she was wrong about the argument, but I don't want to misquote her or
no?
even.
I'm saying that that's fundamental to the whole thing about the issue with black men. That's what she was saying. That the issue with black men, the core of the entire thing. She probably didn't want to say it outright, but that's the racist argument I was saying. I
Yeah.
personally don't agree with it for personal reasons, but I don't know that the panel saw. I don't know. I think that's fundamental to the whole thing. But if you guys think,
Okay.
You
yeah,
talking about the IQ comment?
Yeah, he thinks that was like the main thing that she was getting to was
that's the
that black
problem
men
about
have
black men.
they
And
have an
if
IQ lower than.
and
What
and
well
if your IQ, if the average IQ of any race is low, you really shouldn't be bothering about doing any fights or trying to do anything
Yeah,
serious.
but Shay,
If you're
that's you kind of making okay, because IQ is also a Eurocentric way of judging people, right? Like that's also that's also a Eurocentric and in America, we have harsh penalties for people who don't have education. Like that's just kind of here in America where we penalize people for not having a high school degree or not having a college degree. Like it can affect your socioeconomic status significantly. So yeah, you're saying that is if it may be a fact, right? That may be true that the IQ for is low. But does that mean that you can't be a productive citizen? No. See, you're connecting to things like I don't know that those things are correlated.
No,
That's why I'm
IQ can
saying
influence the education levels. If the IQs are low, forget having black people as economists, tech
yeah.
people.
Yeah.
Yeah,
okay,
like
but
so.
you do know that there are some that get in it and they're successful, right? So some people, despite the odds, despite what Eurocentric standards tell you, despite
The
all of that,
IQ is not
they do that.
Eurocentric. IQ is not necessarily a Eurocentric
What is it?
standard.
Who,
It,
who who created it? It wasn't us. If we ain't created it, who created it? Tell me who created it. The way to a standardized testing and IQ. Tell me who is the master behind that.
I I don't know who created
Yeah, it
it.
ain't us.
No,
Who you
it
think
it,
it is?
it checks out. But my argument was good. If I had a chance to talk to Alicia, I don't think that's going to happen anymore. But if I did, I was going to suggest that black people have a kind of intelligence that's not that we don't know. We as in the academic community don't know about. But I, being African, I have an idea, and I've studied this for years. I think there's a particular way black
If,
people think that if it could be, I'm sorry.
oh, go ahead. I'm sorry. I'm
Yeah,
sorry. Go ahead.
yeah. That if it could be focused upon, it like different outcome, the solutions could be that we're trying to get could be gotten if we go in that direction.
Hey Shay,
Yeah, man.
are you kind of alluding to how it's mentioned about these ACT tests, or well, that was back in my day. I
No,
don't know if they still got that, but I'm just saying how the tests in high school can be culturally biased to black people. Is that kind of like what
no,
the rabbit hole you're going down?
no.
See,
It's
that's
like
why
things like
that's why
measures of
I don't want to go down this because I know this is gonna take. We need to have a whole nother show about the bell curve argument because I understand where he's going. I don't know exactly what Annalicia said. I'm not saying you're lying. I just don't want to speak for her, Shay, or I don't want to paraphrase. I just want her to come back and explain her point, and then y'all can, talk about it. But I don't want to be on this for another 30 minutes because look, we've been on here for a long time, y'all. But CKQ, do you have anything that you want to close us out with? I want to give you an opportunity and let everybody know what your channel is so they can follow you and everything.
Yeah, no, I mean, listen, this has been a great conversation. Thank you for having me on the show. A lot of
You're
different
welcome.
perspectives. Information, man, was great. I mean, Anna's definitely speaking from a different point of view that I haven't really heard before. So it was definitely different hearing that. So I guess that I appreciate hearing a different point of view. But yeah, I mean, it was definitely good. It was definitely good to just have all this kind of conversation, all this information going back and forth. I very much enjoyed it, so thank you for that.
Thank
If
you.
anyone hasn't already, hit the like button already. And my show is CKQ Podcast. We go live every Tuesday at 8:30 p.m. Eastern. We talk same thing like this. There's a panelist of four people. We talk men and women and gender dynamics and how we play into bigger society. And yeah, that's pretty much about it. Thank you again for having me on, Shawana. All right.
Go follow CKQ, you guys. Go follow him, watch him, support him. I actually have caught some of your content before. I don't really get to comment that much because I also have a show that like it
Oh, at the
competes
same
with
time?
yeah, and I'm like,
Yeah, no
oh,
worries.
so I have to go back and watch it. But I definitely want to support you and come on your show. I appreciate you in your perspective and like pushing forward with the points and not
Yeah,
attacking her. I agree. I appreciated that. That was good to see that we could just, you could just be like, look, I understand that is a point, but what
yeah.
we gonna
What's
do?
what's
How we
next?
gonna yeah, what's next? Like, because we can't go back and erase history, right? But we can
That's
change
fine. That's
now,
fine.
I appreciated that point. So thank you so much, Freezy. Free easy. Come on,
Man,
Freezy. I
this
let
was
you
this.
get your dare point out. I mean,
I dropped the mic. I don't even
look,
listen.
listen. I got your dare point. I got it. It's good. Listen,
Tawana, as always, this was a great show. I don't know what it is about your show, but it's just different. It's I feel like solutions were going across the show in an effective way. I mean, they can say what they want to say about Annalicia, but Annalicia, we just talked about the topic of the show was YouTube culture, exploitation, whatever. Annalicia she good for YouTube. She just good for YouTube. We just gotta admit that. You feel what I'm saying? And also, um, I just want to say, tune in next Sunday. Tawana's show is getting bigger and bigger. I'm telling y'all,
thank you.
the show is getting bigger and bigger. And
And
the topics
Freezy,
are going to get bigger and bigger. What do you guys say, Tawana? What's up?
I said Freezy, you contribute to that. You help make the show a success. So I appreciate you
And
as well.
y'all stop complaining about her tone. Stop complaining about and listen, when Tawana, have you noticed when I have a back and forth with Annalisa, I don't complain about her tone.
Yeah,
I,
because
I
what's the
give
point?
facts. I listen. I go listen
Wait,
back and forth.
man of prestige. Let me shout him out real quick. Man of prestige. Like literally, I don't know why he doesn't have enough men following him because he literally gives real life examples of things that happen and how men can respond in a more positive way. Like he kind of teaches men how to respond to things effectively, right, in a way that works, that's constructive. So yes, man of prestige, I appreciate his content. Like I go and binge watch. I don't comment on all of them. I'm sorry, I'm gonna start commenting so y'all know I'm watching y'all content, because I watch it. I'm a watcher, but I don't comment all the time, but I like it. Trust me, I like y'all stuff, but because I know how important that is. But yes, thank you so much, man of prestige. I appreciate your support. And I gotta have him on the show one day because he has some good points. But yeah, Freezy, I want you to finish. I'm sorry. I just, when I see people, I have to shout them out.
No, that's the guy that said he panders on purpose. I seen what he said yesterday.
Yeah, he said that.
Yeah, I caught that. But yeah, like I said,
He's got a good channel though. He really does. He got a good channel.
Okay, I'll check him out. But let's just listen. Annalisa, she might get emotional. I've gotten emotional. I'm gonna hold myself accountable. Okay, so let's stop concentrating on her tone. I listen to exactly what she says, and I have talking points. If I have talking points against it, I'm going to come at her. That's it. And then it's up to her to challenge my talking points. That's it. That's it. We wasting too much time on the tone, and it's just too much time being wasted. We got to heal the Black community. This is a big feat. So let's get to it.
I love it. And then we can have these conversations with her, and we can really move forward and push through, and we can really talk about solutions. Like that's the best thing. Because when Anna is on a panel with men who have solutions and talk about it and really are effectively attacking the points, she does not act like that. You could see her yesterday. She does not. She's very different when she feels like, okay, I hear what they're saying and they have some great points. She concedes and she listens and she's like, okay, like it's just a difference when she feels like, no, what you're saying is misrepresenting a point, right? She's like passionate. She's like, no, I gotta jump in there because this is a passion of hers, right? She
watch a
really
show with her.
Listen, that's why information man.
I gotta see a show with her, not calm. Because this.
Yesterday you got to watch On the Block with Jen. Yesterday she was really cool. She was really cool yesterday.
No, he said he got to see a show with her not calm because I said she was calm today. Yeah.
Yeah, he said she was calm. He said today she was settled down, and I was like, "Oh, that's."
Listen, you caught the calm Annalisa today. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
No, don't say that. She's nice. She's like that most
put
of the
put
time.
a 1 in the chat if y'all thought Annalisa this was the calm Annalisa.
Freezy, so funny.
She wasn't too crazy, but she was definitely.
I love me some Annalisa. Yeah, y'all know I love me some Annalisa. She is like.
Look at Ill Doctrine. Ill Doctrine put a 1.
Listen, I love me some Annalisa.
True.
I'm sorry, y'all. She is amazing. You gonna see her again because I just love to hear her perspectives and her side. And yes, Shay, hey, you back, Shay? Okay, you got something to follow up with, Shay. And don't bring up no other argument that we about to talk about for 30 minutes now.
For that, it is
take off, Shay.
So I gotta
go ahead, Shay. What you say?
Look at CKG. He say he gotta go.
It's about that
yes,
time.
by CKG. Thank you. Make CKQ. You got me saying CKG.
I don't know why. That's you.
Freezy. No, that was Freezy Crazy Self. CKQ podcast. Thank you. But what you say, Shay? You got something to say? No, you sure?
Yeah. No,
thank you, Shay, for participating. I appreciate your support.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, I'm just glad Information Man confirmed what I'd spoken to you about. Like, that's what I wanted to have the talk with you. But like I said, he's your guy, so.
Yeah, I appreciate that because we can get more into it. Like, come back. I know it'd be like crazy on this panel, but come back, like, so we can have another conversation. I'm gonna have to limit the number of people who on the panel so we can really get. Because I think when you have a number, like a smaller number, you get to have more of a discussion, where it gets more into the details and stuff. So we'll do that next time. Sure. What you say, Truth? Thank you, Truth, for coming up. I appreciate you too. I'll come press and like and then dip. You come on back. You come on back, Truth. You know, we got to talk about that point.
Tawana,
Yes.
I don't care what you say. You got to give it to Information Man. He shut it down. Come on now,
I love
Tawana.
Information Man.
He
First
shut
of
it
all,
down.
he knows that I support him, so it's it's nothing but respect. I wanted both sides to be heard, and I appreciate him coming with the facts and the statistics
Yes.
and the data, and because he has all this information.
Yeah.
And it's important. It's important for us to hear both sides. So yeah. I mean, but my girl
Look at you.
my girl Annalicia, though.
I knew it was coming.
I'm just sad. She just so good. I just like, I understand. But hey.
He's so crazy.
we ain't no you declaring a winner, Freezy.
I'm declaring a winner. Hey, Information Man, you dropped the mic tonight. You did that. I'm telling you, because he did it so he didn't complain about her tone. He didn't attack her personally. He came with straight facts and shut it down. I'm telling you.
Great. Put a 1 in the chat if
Put a 1 in the chat if you think Information Man shut it down.
All right. You go to sleep, Freezy. Y'all take care. Thank y'all for hanging in there with me. I appreciate y'all. See y'all
Till next time,
Tuesday.
Juana.
All right, bye, honey.